Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographical location. As you can see what is shown on the screen there, display on the screen there, we cannot continue to be slaves. These are the words of one of the richest man in Africa by name Aliko Dangote. Now, many of us may have our reservations about him, without a shadow of doubt. But here he says, we cannot continue to be slaves. By this, we can argue that it's saying that we are slaves. Thus begs the question, who is or our slave masters? Here, let's hear from the horse's mouth.
I thought building a refinery like this is, supposed to be a pride for everybody, because we're not the only country. Angola, they've been trying for 20 years. They are still trying. Uganda, they've been trying for the last 15 years. None of them. There is no production capacity in Africa. Only two countries are not importing, which is, Algeria and Libya. Apart from this, everybody is an importer. We cannot continue to be slaves while we export, raw material, then we import products. But you can see a regulator is given an excuse to continue to issue license for bad products just because he said that no, they don't want to create a monopoly. So how can we create a monopoly? I thought building a refinery like this is, supposed to be a pride for everybody, because we're not the only country. Angola, they've been trying for 20 years. They are still trying. Uganda, they've been trying for the last 15 years. None of them. There is no production capacity in Africa. Only two countries are not importing, which is, Algeria and Libya. Apart from this, everybody is an importer. We cannot continue to be slaves while we export, raw material, then we import products. But you can see a regulator is given an excuse to continue to issue license for bad products just because he said that no, they don't want to create a monopoly. So how can we create a monopoly?
He said, I thought building a refinery like this. Now listen to this.
The legitimate expectation from Nigerians, why can we be an oil producing country with 4 refineries and yet importing sometimes 100% of our petroleum product requirement? It's very sad. The GMD Emeritus has told you the steps that we have taken when the Port refinery is going to be in place. But I assure you, GMD will follow it up to make sure that within the life of this administration, before Baba's tenure ends in 2023, we'll deliver only 4 refineries. The legitimate expectation from Nigerians, why can we be an oil producing country with 4 refineries and yet importing sometimes 100% of our petroleum product requirement? It's very sad. The GMD Emeritus has told you the steps that we have taken when the Port refinery is going to be in place. But I assure you, GMD will follow it up to make sure that within the life of this administration, before Baba's tenure ends in 2023, we'll deliver only 4 refineries. The legitimate expectation from Nigerians.
So, please, who is helping me to talk here? I thought building, yet we have 4 refineries. Worry, which I have been on several times. Port Harcourt, I think I've been there twice, if I'm correct. 4 refineries. But here, I wish I can say respectfully, Mr. Aliko Dangote, and ask him, who are our slave masters? Who are these slave masters? Who is or our slave masters. Mr. James, thank you for joining this podcast this afternoon. Wonderful afternoon.
Can you hear
Please
me?
help me to understand this. Who,
Yes.
who is or our slave masters? You watch the two videos I played. We have our reservation for him, but he needs to clarify further. Not that he needs to clarify. Actually, he did point to who is or our slave masters. Certainly, it's not the people that we think, that we've always been thinking and arguing on this platform that they are. Certainly, they are not. You know the people I'm referring to. They are not. The individuals Aliko Dangote is referring to is you and I. We are now our own slave masters. I remember the words of Bob Marley, emancipate yourself from mental slavery, none but ourselves can free our own minds. We don't have chains on our neck. I mean, literal chains. We don't. But mental slavery from within our own self, having 4 refineries. Now, with Dangote's own 5 private-owned refineries. And we are still slaves. And some of us will come and say the white man is the one that is enslaving us. No. That's the word from one of the richest man in Africa. Whether it's also a slave master, we don't know. I don't know him. I'm not in a circle. Mr. James, the floor is yours to weigh in. Thank you for joining this broadcast.
Thank you very much. You see, why is it dawning on him now that we are slaves? All along, according to him, we cannot continue to be slaves. When he says continue to be slaves, means all along we'll be slaves. Why is it that it is now that he's having problems with his business associates, that it has dawned on him that we are slaves? So who is the slave master?
Exactly.
Is he referring to the white man, or among we Nigerians?
Let me play the video again. Definitely, let me play the video again. The answer is there, Mr. James. Let me play the video again. Here it is. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I will pull it out now. Here it is. Play. Now it's gonna play.
Is supposed to be a pride for everybody, because we are not the only country. Angola, they've been trying for 20 years. They are still trying. Uganda, they've been trying for the last 15 years. None of them. There is no production capacity in Africa. Only 2 countries are not importing, which is, Algeria and Libya. Apart from this, everybody is an importer. We cannot continue to be slaves while we export, raw material, then we import products. But you can see a regulator is giving an excuse to continue to issue license for bad products just because he said that no, they don't want to create a monopoly. So how can we create a monopoly?
So, Mr. James, you can hear from the horses. You've heard from the horse's mouth.
Now, this refinery is talking about, is it the property of the federal government or his own personal property?
It's referring to, I believe it's referring to his own, the Dangote refinery.
The Dangote refinery, is it a government refinery or his personal refinery? That is
I
the
think
question.
The government has a share in it. I'm not 100% sure.
That's a question he needs to answer. Because if the refinery belongs to the federal government of Nigeria, it means whatever profit is accruing to the refinery is a government asset. I mean, the money belongs to the government. But you cannot present it as a national pride, that the refinery is a pride of the nation, when you are the one reaping the benefits. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. If Nigeria...
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. James.
If Nigeria wants to get money from refinery, there are 4 refineries the federal government should attack. They can generate enough money. The 2 refineries at Port Harcourt, the one in Warri, the one in Kaduna, even the petrochemical industry in Warri. Nobody's talking about that. These are sources of income. So why can we? I mean, this is his personal business. You get the point? If I have my own company, ABC and Co. Limited, whatever profit I get from it, the best government can do is to ask me to pay tax on my profit. When I pay the tax, the remaining amount of money is my personal property. The government has no control over it. So I should not drag the name of the government into it just because I'm the one to benefit from it. Secondly, there's something I want to find out. Please correct me if I'm mistaken. It's long I left home. Guinness Nigeria Limited, of those days, they have something like an eye clinic in Onitsha or somewhere in the east. Am I correct?
I'm not aware of that. I believe one of our viewers will pop in that.
Either eye clinic or dental clinic. This is what in economics they call, there's a word, there's a phrase, I can't remember. That is, when a company is operating an area, they also try to develop the area as a mark of gratitude for allowing the
community development.
Community development. There's a phrase in economics. Anyway, when I remember, I'll let you know. What exactly has this man done with all the money he's making? Did he build hospitals anywhere? Please correct me. You know, it's long I left home.
I am not sure. I don't have the records.
Did he build schools? Did he build any school anywhere?
I'm not sure, Mr. James. We have to do this investigation.
I'm asking because I was reading in a newspaper some time ago. In Lagos, I don't know Lagos too well. There are some roads that are bad. So people are complaining that the roads are bad because businessmen who are importing goods, they come with very, very heavy trucks. And these trucks are actually responsible for spoiling the roads. So if a man of this type can, on his own, foot the bill as his contribution toward the development of the Nigerian community, then we'll see the sense in what he is saying. But one thing he should realize is that this refinery is his personal property, not federal government property. Even if federal government is having shares, he owns the majority shares, not the federal government of Nigeria. So I think, in my opinion, he's asking for too much. If we are slaves, I think we will enjoy being slaves. He's not the one to bail us out of slavery. We should look for other ways to get out of slavery.
Thank you, Mr. James. I will come back to you because this is a very packed statement. We cannot continue to be slaves. Welcome, Mr. Panzer. Thanks for joining today's evening. I believe you've listened to the videos. If you want me to play it again for you, I will play it again for you. But
no, it's okay. Hi, how you doing, James and electricity? How you doing, Pastor? I know you more as Pastor.
Come here, electricity, please.
All right, no problem. Now,
the floor is yours, Mr. Pastor.
Thank you very much. Now, the only thing I'm gonna ask is that we really treat this matter very seriously. I share similar sentiments with our brother there, and I think you're in Gambia, right? James.
Yes, it's in Gambia.
Yeah. So I share similar sentiments with him on this topic, but I want you to know, electricity, that this is a much serious thing that we're dealing with Dangote. Now, he happens to have antecedents. He's monopolized several verticals, industries in our country. So we could take a look at cement, sugar, tomatoes, all kinds of things. And he has no value added products, like he admits it. He's saying in that clip you played that we export raw materials and then we bring in refined products. And he wants us to take pride in owning a refinery of the magnitude that he's talking about. Now that's okay. But we have to be, the pride has to come from something. When you feel proud of something, it's something that you could demonstrate to the world. So what I want us to do is to be methodical in dealing with this issue. This is not about personality to bash Dangote or do that. No, it doesn't have to come to that, even though we should, but we're not going to do that here. What I'm asking you to take a look at is what NNPCL is saying, right? These are our regulators. They corrupted our oil industry, and it's like a private cabal, right? What they said, number one, they said that Dangote refinery is not up to 47 or 46% complete. That is a statement they made. He has to show. They say the prime manufacturer has shifted over. Show us why they're wrong about that. They say that the products that he makes so far, the diesel, are inferior products. He goes and he takes people from our National Assembly to go and say, hey, look at what I'm doing here. Look at what I'm doing here. No journalist, no independent testing organizations, nothing. He's just playing games, right? They say that he wants to be a monopolist. He wants that, he's asking them for him to be the only refinery, the only one. And that has national security implications, that they won't do that, right? So those are the kind of allegations. Now, these are his friends. These are his people. It was stunning to see what's going on here. We've been, since COVID went through crisis like many countries, we respect Dangote because to us, his colleagues in other countries, people in his level will be like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, those kind of people. They produce things. They're there. It's almost like a backup for the government. When there's a problem, they could fund things. They could give. But in the case,
Mr. Pastor, let
yeah,
me ask you this.
yeah,
We don't know if is funded or if it's built, like what Mr. James asked, what community development has it contributed to, what hospital has it built, or which school or school has it built. We don't know because we don't have the fact. It may have not. Okay. But what makes this thing so important to me is comment. And I ask the question, is he equally also slave masters? Because going by what you are just saying, we can't verify what NNPC said, wanting to claim monopoly of the petroleum industry. That we can easily interpret that as one who will become or aspiring to become a slave master. That is what is if we go by what NNPC, what you just read now, what NNPC just you said NNPC claimed that it wants to claim a monopoly, and let's play the video again. I think just to buttress your point, we'll play the video again because it did weigh in on that.
I thought building.
Sorry about that.
Is supposed to be a pride for everybody, because we're not the only country. Angola, they've been trying for 20 years. They are still trying. Uganda, they've been trying for the last 15 years. None of them. There is no production capacity in Africa. Only 2 countries are not importing, which is, Algeria and Libya. Apart from this, everybody is an importer. We cannot continue to be slaves while we export, raw material, then we import products. But you can see a regulator is giving an excuse to continue to issue license for bad products just because he said that no, they don't want to create a monopoly. So
you can hear that now. The regulator, I think, which is what's this NNPC. There's this part of NNPC, the body that issues license, have to. I'm trying to remember the name because it's a place I've been and I applied for license with one of the companies I work back in Nigeria. So this is the regulator, which just to buttress your point, Mr. Pansat, the regulator issuing licenses out. So that the idea is for him not to gain monopoly. So the floor is back to you, Mr. Pansat. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Like I said before, now I posted a link for you in the private section that would also give the other side's comment on this, because I'm 100% with NNPCL here in this case. Slave master. Now, if we don't look at this thing episodically, we have to look at everybody going backwards. What's been the role of people such as Dangote in our country? He is single-handedly the biggest slave master we have in the country. Administration after administration. Now, let me ask you that question, Pastor. Are you biased in any way? What is your take on Dangote? Do you think he's a positive role model in our country economically?
I'm a moderator, so I shouldn't have opinion on this.
No. Let's make it conversational. It's our country. I want you. Don't be shy.
Mr. James, let Mr. James go first in that with your question. Can you put the question first to Mr. James, please? Mr. James, I think Mr. Pastor, can you ask Mr. James the question?
Yeah. I think you heard me. What is your assessment of Dangote company in the country? Do you think it's a positive, net positive, or what is your feeling about Dangote outside of this petroleum, but the Dangote group, not just Dangote himself, the Dangote group?
You see, to answer that question, let me make a statement or two. In the past, we've had some multi-millionaires, people like Moshood Kashimawo Abiola and Henry Fajemiroku. Maybe most of you don't know Henry Fajemiroku. He was bastardly rich in those days. He died in Abidjan in a hotel. These guys, the way they were operating, people were not really after. I mean, they had positive opinions of them. And even this man too, Sir Louis Ojukwu, Odumego Ojukwu's father, was a transporter. I think he owned shares at Calago Cement Factory and other businesses. Yeah. These were bastardly rich gentlemen of yesteryears. Now, businessmen by nature, they sort of parley with those in government in order for government policies to favor their business. That is between them and government. But in the course of doing that, they also try to remember members of the public. Because if government is to give you concessions and the concessions is suffocating other businesses, there should be a way of compensating members of the public. It will also be a relief to government if you are rendering those kind of services behind the scene. In fact, the revenue authorities take that into account whenever they want to tax their profit at the end of the year. When they check their, what's it called, is it trading profit and loss account, manufacturing account, when they're calculating their net profit, they take all these things into account before they know how much to tax them. This man, you see, I want to be very careful in answering this question because somebody on the comments column said I'm talking like a hater. I do not hate him. I have no hate for my fellow man. The way, people have been complaining. I told you it's long I left home. But while outside, I listen to what is going on at home. People have been complaining about the operations of this man. If they are right or wrong, that is up to him to decide. But in my opinion, I do not think, considering the amount of substantial money he has ripped off Nigeria, he has benefited from Nigerian society, he's not doing enough to show signs of appreciation to the people of Nigeria. Because if you own, for example, a cement factory, sole importer of sugar or whatever it is, and other commodities, it's more or less a monopolist in a way. So monopoly is not being encouraged in any capitalist society. So if it's very close to being a monopolist, there should be clear empirical signs in the system to show that he is actually thinking also about the people, not just profit, profit, profit only. So that is how I see the man.
All right.
People should not see me as a hater. I
No,
benefit.
don't worry about that, Mr. James. What
Yeah.
we are doing here, we're having a candid conversation. Like I said, what we should try to do is to just stay with facts and known doctrines, right? We know that monopoly has a lot of disadvantages. That is a known fact. Some of it is higher prices, low quality of products, reduced innovation, limited consumer choices, poor customer service, income inequality. We have all those things in our country, especially in the verticals that Dangote Group operates in. That's a known fact. But that isn't even the issue. Right now, we have to have a nexus to our main topic, which is this NNPC and the refinery. What we are fighting, what I'm concerned with, is the type of monopoly that he's trying to establish now. Pastor, the very first video I have there is NNPC's take on the Dangote Group. So at some point you could play that, so that those who don't know anything about the topic are wider audience.
Is it the first? Is it the one? The second video I played?
No, the first. This is when this NNPC went and inspected Dangote Group. Then
Okay,
they had
I don't
some.
think I have that video yet, but this is
I have it in the private chat. If you just click on
Okay.
it, yeah.
It will be difficult for me to play it because some of them has a YouTube infringement on it, and it has to be downloaded.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, no problem. Now, what I want to say is that there are many types of monopolies, right? Now, if somebody goes and they invent something and they have intellectual property on it, fine, you could be a monopolist. But if you're going and having a legal monopoly, a monopoly which is in the form when a single company secures the sole legal right to produce such a product, not a natural monopoly. Not a state monopoly when the state says, okay, look, only the state is going to do X, Y, Z. But when you have this oligopoly, no competition at all, sometimes having the government close borders or impose restrictions on importation, so there'll be competition in price. Now, that's for a banana republic. Some of these things that we're talking about here, electricity, if you're in love with Dangote, I'm gonna break your heart today, because all I'm gonna be doing today is telling you the truth. These are verifiable facts.
Mr. Pastor, you see,
yes, sir.
When I started, I said we all may have our reservations about him. Okay, we have to stay with the facts. The fact is, which is the purpose of this podcast is, where he said we cannot continue to be slaves. As such, the question begs the question: who is or are the slave masters here, and how can we break free from these slave masters and enjoy the benefit of the freedom that other countries are enjoying. Because as he alluded to, the those who issue out petroleum licenses. I'm trying to remember this name again. So in Lagos, there's somewhere around Eric Moore. Maybe they've moved away from there. I don't know. So who is or are these slave masters? Mr. James, Mr. Pastor, I'll come back to you. Solar,
Yeah.
welcome to the platform. Mr. James, you wanted
So
to say something.
you see, while he was explaining this issue of slave master, being a slave, it was when he was saying something about importation of petrol, that in Africa, only two countries, Libya and Nigeria, that don't import petrol, that other countries import, so we should stop being slave masters. So to him, importation of petrol into Nigeria is slavery, because we are depending on others to get what we want from them while we export raw material. Maybe that's how he's looking at it. But the question I'm asking is, all along, you see, these refineries have not been working for almost 30 years, if I'm not mistaken. I stand to be corrected. For almost 30 years, it is now that his refinery is running into a problem that is dawning on him that importing petrol from the overseas is slavery. I think I disagree with him because, anyway, the phrase I was trying to remember is a social corporate responsibility.
Okay.
Yes, social.
I think somebody mentioned it in the.
Yeah. Oh, okay, good. Okay, good. Social corporate.
Mr. James, Mr. Pastor, based on what Mr. James just said, let's just go by that argument. Let's say that is what Dangote is referring to. This petroleum product belongs to us. So how is it if it belongs to us, seeing that it belongs to us, how is exporting it and importing it back constitute as the people who refine it or the country who refine it being the slave master? Remember, these things belong to us, to you and I, to Mr. James, to Sola, to every Nigerian. It belongs to us. How does that, because we take it, it's in our possession, how does that constitute them being the slave master? Because we give it to them.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Sola. I'll try to be brief so that Pastor can come to you soon. Now, I'm gonna, Pastor, at some point, I'm gonna bring you what the answer Mr. James gave you suffices for that little narrow area. But I want to bring you to focus on what we're talking about here, right? He's that distraction. He's trying to play the game. He's mentioned some of these northern African type of countries, not really a pure African, like a West African. He thinks he's lauding. He thinks that he's doing us a favor. He takes our over $2 billion to build a refinery that is probably not up to $1 billion, right? He's unlicensed. He produces inferior products according to NMPC. He wants to be a monopoly. And he's launched this thing fraudulently with Buhari at some point in 2021 or 2022. He dramatically came in there with the former president and launched the refinery. Since then, he's been saying he's going to open in April, May, June, July, even this August. Nothing. He's got our 2-point-something billion. He's been paid. He single-handedly lowered our 20% stake in that company to 7-point-something% without judicial interpretation, without an arbiter. So I will indulge you just for a little bit on the semantic, on the soft layer, but I'm only here for the heavy stuff. Want to get down and treat this topic, right? Please,
I'll come back to you.
All right.
Let's go to Sola, then I'll come back to you then, Mr. James. Mr. Sola, welcome. The floor is all yours, please.
All right, thank you very much. I saw the topic and I said I should join. I lean a little bit to Pansat, and also I'm going to speak from two sides of the mouth, for and against. Yes, Mr. Pansett is correct. It's going to be a monopoly. But when you look at it from the other angle, we've been importing, we will take crude oil. Who does it? Take crude oil, take it overseas, then refine it and sell the product back to us. And if someone has gained the courage to put part of his money on ground, and Nigerian government also, yes, you're correct, Mr. Pansat, funded him to build a larger refinery. He is a businessman, definitely, and it's still going to be a win-win situation. But the truth of the matter is this: NNPC will never allow it to see the light of day because of the corruption that is going on in that place. You see, apologies to people that live abroad. My brother, if you're in Nigeria and you move to those people in DPR and you hear what they say, you'll be amazed. Look at last year, was it last year or 2 years ago, that they brought a bad product into the country? Our crude that they went to refine, they came back with a bad product. So if we are suffering this, and I mean, I won't believe both of them because they're all playing games at the end of the day. But if Dangote is refining a bad product, Mr. Pansat, we can quickly go to him and we can start punishing him. I mean, figuratively, I'm not saying it is possible, but we can punish him because he's closer to us in Nigeria. But if they bring a bad product for us from abroad, who do we punish? Do you know that they bring, sometimes vessels will be on the sea, they will return the same empty vessel and they'll claim money for it? I want you guys to meet up with people that are in DPR. If you know one or two people, ask them questions. A lot of fraudulent act is going on in that place. And that is how some of these big guys as well, all of them have reaped out of it. The multi-dollars, all of them, they have all chopped money through this process. So it's not maybe just one person. But I believe what Dangote is doing now is a good thing. I believe is a good thing. Later on, it's going to come to monopoly. But rather than making it come to a monopoly, then it should be able to drive NNPC to fix our 4 refineries. If we fix those 4 refineries, then our 4 refineries will get the first quota, then second, going to Dangote. But when you look at it on the other long run again, you want to shortchange the likes of Shell, Chevron, that have gone deep sea now to start drilling oil. These guys are businessmen. I mean, Buhari, for crying out loud, I mean, is it 2 or 3 years down the line? He has more or less collected the money, our crude money, maybe a year or 2 years down the line. Who does that? So guys, I totally understand that on the longer run, it might monopolize it. Fair enough. At the end of the day, we are suffering. How can we have oil? And if you look at it, petrol, diesel are the determining factor of our economy. The reason why we have the high inflation is because of petroleum prices. The moment it goes up, everything, it affects everything. So, but if Dangote is refining it there, and we can get it as quick as possible there, at least it will reduce people's the cost of living and everything. I'm not saying drastically. I'm not saying from 1,000 to 500. No, that's what I'm saying. Even if it is 150 naira difference or 100 naira difference, it's still a lot of money on the longer run. So I lean on your side, Mr. Pansat. But at the end of the day, we want an immediate measure. We cannot allow.
I don't have a side. I don't have a side on that. I'm just telling you the facts is the thing.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
But it will help us to stop all these importers of petroleum bringing total rubbish to Nigeria and causing a lot of havoc in that country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, electricity. Let me just talk to solar for a minute. Now,
Yeah, one
solar,
second, Mr. Passat. I'll come to you.
yeah,
Sola, thank you very much. The name I was looking for is DPR, Department of Petroleum Resources. They are the one that issues out licenses out to those who want to operate either in the deep sea or out on the shore. So, and you are 100% right. The things that goes on there. Listen, I speak the little knowledge I have. Having been there at some point in my time in Nigeria, and the things that goes on there, it will amaze this house. The point is, we are our own slave masters. We own this petroleum product. We export this petroleum product out. We accept whatever they give to us without proper checks, without testing. I remember the time you mentioned where this inferior or fake petroleum product was brought in. A lot of cars got knocked in that process. I mean, I was in the mechanic workshop there, so as part of my job, and it was very sad. So we are all slave masters. How can we deliver ourselves? How can we emancipate ourselves from this mental slavery? Because mental slavery, it's more serious than the literal one. Mr. Passer, before it's yours, then I'll go to Mr. James. I believe Mr. James will want to weigh in on what Sola said. So, Mr. Passer, the floor is yours. Make it brief, please. Thank you very much. Thank you for those who are
okay,
watching in the comment section. We will come to your comments later. I will highlight some of your comments to the panelists for them to weigh. Thank you, Mr. James.
all right.
Mr. Passer, the floor is yours.
Yeah, it looks like Mr. Solar it's exited
Yeah,
the
I think
stage.
we lost him. I think he's outdoor, so we lost him.
Okay,
But
I'll wait till he comes
I
back.
believe
So,
he's listening to you. I believe he's listening to you.
okay,
So
I was
probably
gonna
we'll
ask him
come.
a question. So you could go to James, and then if he does come back, because I was gonna
I
have a
think he's
dialogue with
back.
him.
I
He's
think he's
back.
back. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I'll bring him on. Yeah.
Okay. So my question to Mr. Solar was gonna be, let's try to just be organized in the way we're handling this. You do agree that a monopoly is not good for our country, right? So economically, philosophically, you're a capitalist, you don't believe in monopolies, right? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. And you also you do classify Dangote based on by the way, there's a difference between NMPC and then NMPCL, which is a limited. They took NMPC and they made it a limited liability company, and it's the only entity that is supposed to be operating in our oil in that country, in the petroleum industry, is the NMPC. So it's kind of quasi, right? So when they went and they inspected Dangote, they said, I don't know if I have the tape here, if I'm sure everybody's seen it. They made 3 observations that were stunning. Number one, not only did Dangote take all our money, like 2-point-something billion, I think it's more, but at least he admits to 2-point-something million for 20% stake. They say that it's not 46% complete. That is a statement from a responsible party. If they were wrong, it's incumbent on him to sue them, because that's damaging, right? He's all over the place. He's raising money. He's known entity. You also can plot a graph. This is my final question to you. You could just say yes or no if you agree with all those statements, because it's going to set us up for the next conversation. If you plot a graph with the climb of Dangote on the Forbes billionaire list, then Nigeria goes the opposite direction as far as our reserves, our welfare. The better he's doing on that Forbes list, billionaire list, the worse off we get, right? So do you agree with all those premises that I've set up so far?
Some of it, but the last part that you said, going up and down, he's a businessman. It's not his fault. It's the fault of the federal government. But I'll let you continue. When it comes to me, I'll talk.
Okay, I will pass it back to Electricity to run his show, but I'm saying by observation, not right or wrong. I want to narrow this conversation to true or false. Is it true that as he's climbing the Forbes billionaire list, that Nigeria goes down into the poverty index? It's just a true or false. It's not whether it's a good thing, if it's his fault, if it's
I
bad. Just
wouldn't
one
know that.
observation.
I haven't checked it, so I can't say yes or no because I haven't checked it or verified it. So I won't say yes or no.
All right.
All right,
Mr.
thank you.
Passat, just for correction, we are all running this show together. I am just the moderator. So you are running my James, Mr. James. Desta, welcome to the platform. Now, according to these comments, those involved are your uncles, aunties, fathers, sisters, mothers, friends, and allies. So I don't know if, but why he's saying what he's saying is that these individuals are our slave masters. We know them. We live with them. We eat with them. We drink with them. We go to religious services and functions with them. So if that is what but why is saying, hopefully clarify what he meant there. These are our slave masters. How do we is it going forward on this platform? Like I said again, I would say we have to start to find solution, primarily to educate how we educate each other, and to take this platform to the next level of where it becomes a place people will come and learn and learn and go back and also implement this stuff. Mr. James, the floor is yours before I go to Desta and I'll go to Sola again. Thank you again for joining.
Okay. Now, Mr. But why? This is not a family matter. They can be our uncle, nephew, or whatever it is. We are dealing with national issues, not family issues. So if they are related to me or they are not related to me, that is not too relevant, if it's relevant at all. It's not too relevant. Then Fred Jackson said, grammarians are the most productive to any society. I don't think we are grammarians. You and me are citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. These are things impeding our progress, your progress and my progress. I should not fold my arms and keep quiet just because people think that we are grammarians. If we do not discuss our issues, our problems, the government will pretend not to know what we are going through, and we just have to put up with whatever we are grappling with. So that is that. I'm very skeptical about this man's businesses because I was told, I listened to, I think, Arise or Channels TV. This man is one of the leading, if not the sole, is the leading cement producers in Nigeria. Am I correct? Good. If that is the case,
yeah, you're correct, Mr. James.
Why is it that cement is cheaper in the Republic of Cameroon and Republic of Benin than in Nigeria? We produce it here in Nigeria. But Nigerians pay more for cement produced in Nigeria, despite the cost of transportation, export duties, and whatever it is cheaper in Cameroon and in Nigeria, the product produced in Nigeria. So you see, we've suffered enough in this country. This is my quarrel, or I won't call it quarrel, my disagreement with this man and this business. Mind you, I have no hate for my fellow man. But a situation whereby you say, oh, he's a businessman. That's how they operate. But if you are a businessman, fine. One of the features of capitalism is competition. Because through competition, the best come out of people. You use your brains. That differentiates it from a socialist, from a communist system. In a communist system, the forces of demand and supply do not determine the prices of everything. But that in a capitalist system, it is demand and supply. So if you are using your influence in government to favor your business, and at the end of the day, you are now calling us slaves because things are not going your way. I think this man, in my opinion, I might be wrong, is not fair with us. Your refinery is not yet complete. You made the president of the Republic of Nigeria went there and commissioned an uncompleted refinery. You made us believe that everything is okay, it's in top form. Well, personally, I think what we should be discussing on this program is how do we revive the refinery? If we revive the 4 refineries, then we will know his business acumen. If he's a true capitalist who is able to operate within a capitalist system, if he's a real businessman, if he's not taking undue advantage of the country, repairing those 4 refineries will prove it. Because if the refineries are functioning and is able to operate to the extent that it's even driving them out of business, then we give him thumbs up. It's an astute businessman. But a situation whereby refineries have not been working for almost 30 years. 30 years is not 30 days. The government has been lavishing money there. He did not complain about slavery or the government to be paying workers in refineries that are not functioning. To him, it is not slavery. But now that his, business interest is being affected, he's talking about slavery. Actually, who is the slave master? He made mention of, he disclosed a startling revelation to the people of the Republic. In the Mediterranean island of Malta, there is a refinery there. If he had not run into problems with his refinery in Nigeria, this man probably would have kept quiet. He wouldn't have revealed what is happening in Malta. You get the point I'm making? So if he's having the interest of Nigeria at heart, I don't see why he should keep quiet for so long. We've been importing petrol. And now that his business is not going, you see, I agree he's a businessman, but look, national interest should supersede any personal interest. If my coming to Nigeria or returning to Nigeria will inconvenience Nigeria, will cost Nigeria a lot, it is better for me to stay outside Nigeria because that is my personal interest. His intention to maximize profit. If he's hurting the people of Nigeria, Nigerians have the right to cry out. I want to know how far he has discharged his social corporate responsibility vis-a-vis the amount of profit he has raked from the country that made him one of the richest men, if not the richest man in Africa.
Thank you, Mr. James. Mr. James made a very valid point, which I saw Mr. Pansat nodding his head, which I completely agree with. 4 refineries, billions have been pumped into that refineries. Nothing has come up. He never cried out and say we cannot continue as slaves. But now it's whether it is a deliberate sabotage or an accident or whatever it is, he is saying we cannot continue as slaves. Eccentric, I'm not pronouncing it very well, eccentric cast. Thanks for joining the podcast. Before I come to you, I'll go to Solar first.
Okay.
Because he's going to weigh on what Mr. Parsons said and what Mr. James just said. This is very important. Mr. James just threw a spanner into the wheel. And that is why I said I'm just moderating. We are all running the show, and I'd like to thank those in the comment section and thanks the viewers. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It's very important for the good of this platform. Sola, the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much again. Like I said, I slightly disagree with Mr. James. Number one, for those of you living in the US, you can correct me. When Elon Musk was building his electric Tesla thing, I believe during Obama time, he threw money into it. Now, Tesla is the biggest, I think, electric car manufacturer in the US currently. And BYD, which is a Chinese counterpart, was being shipped if you don't know now, currently in Europe, BYD is the highest seller EA, competing with Tesla. At the end of it, I mean in Europe, which is the Chinese, but they're trying to stop the market in the US. Now, what am I saying? See, the country's interest comes first, which is what Mr. James was talking about. However, when we look at it categorically, Dangote was not investing into this. According to reports, him and some few people came together to say, we want to buy these 4 refineries. As back then, I don't know, maybe Obasanjo mentioned it, but some people mentioned it because I watch Arise News and as well as Channels News. And they said they came together during Obasanjo's time. There was a time Obasanjo said Shell, was it Shell or Chevron? They wanted to do a deal, but Shell said, oh, there were corrupt people in our distance, so they were not going for it. So there was another deal during, I don't know, maybe during Obasanjo's time again, to buy the 4 refineries, or during Jonathan time, and maybe when Yar'Adua came, Buhari came, they more or less, just got it out. One, if our refineries are working, all these things that we are talking about, Dangote, this and that, will more or less reduce. Number 2, we are suffering in that country. Mr. James, I don't care at the moment. It is the onus is on the federal government. The onus is not on Dangote. The onus is on the federal government to ensure our refineries are working, so that Dangote will not come and monopolize everything. If Dangote said something, or someone said, I think it was the one, that when he was investing in this, some couple of friends called him and said, this thing you're doing won't work. He came out to say it. And now this is what is happening. All Nigerians are asking for is, I mean, I can't say all Nigerians anyway, what some people are asking for is, can we allow this guy even start refining this product so that we can get it closer to the house? Because all this money, this middlemen money that is, they are more or less shipping out every single time, because there is still, what's it called, subsidy. There's still subsidy going on. All this one they are saying is just all fake. There's still subsidy going on. All this subsidy thing will more or less reduce. And you're correct. If this didn't happen to him, then, saying revealing of Malta will not come up. But to be honest with you, he didn't dive into that side, so it wasn't affecting him. So I think to him, it's fine. But now that he's diving into him as a business person, at the end of the day, yes, he has to more or less play the devil's advocate because he's a businessman. But I am not faulting him for revealing all of these things. I am faulting the federal government. I am faulting Labour. For how many years? 30-something years. Labour will never go out to protest against this refinery. Labour should be forefront to be asking government, is it that we scrap these refineries? We know that total scrapping, let people build refineries for us, than paying money for turnaround maintenance. Do you know the billions that goes into the turnaround maintenance, that for refineries that they don't produce anything, and yet they are putting money every single time? So, Mr. James, what I'm saying in a nutshell is this. Let us, maybe monopolizing us at the moment, maybe it is not. That is not what I'm saying. Mine is, can we start producing this product closer to home? Remove middlemen. Stop middlemen. At least when he start producing and he's doing well, probably we can have 3 or 4 or more other guys that will come together and build another refinery. Before you know, in space of 10 years or 15 years, we can have another 3 or 4 refineries again, so that at least this thing will start coming down gradually. I'm not blaming Dangote as a business person saying, oh, I want to be producing crude because I want to be making money. Fair enough. I am blaming the federal government for continued sabotage in this area. Yes.
Yeah, I know that they have to go to Senti, but I want to tell you, if he's just a businessman, you'll be right. But he's pitched us. He's pitched the government to give him almost $3 billion is a lot of money. You could fit all 4 refineries, right? Kaduna, Warri, 2 in Port Harcourt, right? He has influence. He pitched them. They gave him the money years ago. They go, and NNPC go. He's not even 40. It's not 50% complete. It's not 47% complete, right? So he's lying, right? He's leading these people on. If you go and you say, look, I've completed this thing, send me loads and loads of crude. And they've been doing that. The government sends him loads and loads of crude. He's got us by the nose. He's got us by the balls. But this Kyari, Mele Kyari, now I give him a lot of credit. I've looked into it, and I respect the guy, right? I find him to be more honorable. Now, oil, not only is it led by a cartel, OPEC, now we have cabals in the country. And then we have this particular individual. $3 billion is a lot of money. It's a lot of money. So he's got that in his pocket right now. So you cannot just wave it up and say, James, I'm not going to blame him. I'm blaming him. I now find our NNPC to be more honorable. They're coming out and they say, hey, look, he's not complete. He's producing inferior products, right? And he wants to be a monopoly.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that part. But like you said, blame NNPC. NNPC should do something. How can we have NNPC? Sorry, just a minute. How can we have NNPC that is not remitting money to the federal government, and yet WAEC can be remitting money? The NNPC every single year, they claim, oh, we are running at a loss. It's not fair.
Yeah, but you have NNPC has two corporations that owns the shares in NNPC, right? The Ministry of Petroleum and the other ministry, Ministry of Finance. That's how NNPC is organized. The shareholders. I don't know what they're doing. It's completely, I mean, the minorities in the South ought to be ashamed of themselves. Somebody come over there and take your resources, and they keep organizing it. Okay, I'm just going to end with this, right? Look, listen to this. Solar.
Thank you, gentlemen. I just allow it.
Yeah, I know, just 1 second. I was gonna say, for those who say government cannot run something, I'm one of those who says that. But when it comes to oil, Saudi Arabia, they own the state owns their own oil. Look at what they're doing with their oil over there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, again. Well, sorry, look, you have to forgive me. Eccentricist was there. We lost Desta just came back then before I'll come to you, Wally. So
it's just because I have to run.
Eccentricist, the floor is yours. Thank you.
All right, yeah, just enough your feedback. So
yeah, sorry,
based on what I've read, right? Dangote's refinery, if it goes online, it will affect 2 colonial masters, Europe and of course United States of America, especially Europe. Europe's going to lose at least 17 billion revenue from refining oil, Nigerian oil. The reason why it's good for Dangote to do it locally is because Nigeria will be able to. It will help our currency first of all, and it will help our employment, right? It will help in the sectors of employment, and of course our exchange rate, our money will probably rise in value, right? When you compare it to like foreign currency. So I don't see why people should criticize, Dangote being able to.
No, but you have to deal with the Dangote you have, not the Dangote you think you should have, right? You have to deal with the Dangote you have, the one that's going to produce what you're talking about.
Mr. Pastor, right? Let me play a video.
That's why, because Eccentric always makes statements when I'm gone. Right now, I want you to deal with the Dangote you have. Pastor, let it be conversation just for a minute.
Yeah, let it flow. Let me play this video, then it will flow, because I actually want to take on eccentricate as well too. So I think we're on the same page, Mr. Pastor. But let me play this video. We have 4 refineries that trillions of naira have been pumped into it. So if your argument is the Dangote refinery.
Yeah, I'm going to rebuttal your points. Like they were saying something about the sulfur level, right? And I mentioned that a few weeks ago. Yes, the sulfur level.
Hold on
in his
let me play this video.
Go ahead.
Just hold on one second. Yeah, just give me one second. The system is this one here.
Refineries, and yet importing sometimes 100% of our petroleum product requirement. It's very sad. The GMD Emeritus has told you the steps that we have taken when the Aliko refinery is going to be in place. But I assure you, GMD will follow it up to make sure that within the life of this administration, before Baba's tenure ends in 2023, we'll deliver only 4 refineries.
As you can see, what God cannot do does not exist.
You just killed what I've just said. 2023, before Baba leaves, he said he's going to what? That is Mele Kyari that Mr. James was more or less talking about. And Pansat. And yet, nothing is happening. I beg.
No, but the Pastor, your ability to be selective on the video you play from YouTube is uncanny. I mean, I have one here.
No.
I mean, you're not being fair here.
No. Pastor, let me explain. Let me explain this to you. Before we play any video, this thing is causing problem even for Rudolph's channel because it's got so many strikes. So I have to be careful. Most of these videos have YouTube rules infringement on them. So if you play anyone's video, it's a property right, IPR, their own property right. They have a right to it. And so if you have sent me this video earlier, I would have downloaded it, upload it on YouTube in a private, put it on a private. Then I will know if there's a strike on it or not.
Can you play Twitter, X videos? Can you play X?
I think X can be played. I think Instagram can be played without.
Okay, very good. Let me get that for you on X.
If you get those ones, downloaded ones, please, so that it will be easier for me to play it. Okay. Eccentricate. Sorry, Mr. Wale is raising his hand. Desta is here. Mr. Wale, I have to be fair to the people that were here before you. So,
I know.
If they allow me to, if they allow me to, then I will. Eccentricate and Desta. Do you want Wale to go ahead of you? It seems to be you are muted, Eccentricate.
Wale, go ahead. Hopefully,
Desta, is that okay? Desta, is that okay? Mr. Wale, make it snappy, please.
Thank you. You are a gentleman. I won't spend more than 2-3 minutes. You see, referring back to that topic, that is it something to do with we've been enslaved or something like that? It's very, very difficult, and I think none of these people, even the West or the Chinese or other countries enslaving the country, even our own people, either Dangote or the cabals or the government, I think they are doing what they have to do as greedy, selfish human beings. But it's up to the people of that country to know that they are not slaves. But I think when you look at the country, we take pride. We love being slaves, honestly. Because if not, Mr. James was saying something about, you posted something earlier on that the people involved, they are from us. That is true. They are from us. I mean, look at say Kyari or one of those people. Is he the only one taking the money? Probably there are layers of other people benefiting from that money. Okay, look at the 75 million the Chinese company sued the federal government for. Who are involved? Are they not people? And when we trace down these people benefiting from this so-called enslaving our people, either through money or whatever, you will find out that my uncle might even be part of them. So when my uncle, I think I mentioned something on this platform sometimes ago, that if my uncle used the money, he benefited from this kind of corrupt or enslaving money to send me to the best university in America to study, and I become somebody big, and maybe I become a judge. Am I going to send him to prison, or am I going to crucify him without me getting the backlash from my aunties, from my mom, from the family members that you buy the finger that fed you? That is how this thing works. Until I'm able to say, you know what, I would rather go and work for my money without getting involved in any blood money. Because when you look at it, it's these people suffering. Okay, they take the crude oil. Nigeria don't even have the byproduct. They are suffering. Look at the roads. And when you go to all these countries that have no crude oil or no crude oil, their roads are tarred. Even their countryside roads are tarred. Go to a major road in Nigeria, is a death trap. Where are the hospital? Where are the education? And we say we are not slaves. It's not these people enslaving us, it's we enslaving ourselves. Until we look inward and reflect and think about humanity. Because when you go to churches or mosques, these people are there. We are praising them. They would donate 10 million naira for whatever we want to build our religious place. We'll clap for them. The senators will come back to our community. We will be dancing around them. Are we not slaves? These people, till Jesus come, they will continue to enslave us. And we love it. We love it, honestly. Thank you for giving me that
Thank you.
opportunity to talk.
Eccentric, it flourishes, then we'll go to Dexter, then we'll go back again to Mr. James Pansat. We'll go around again. We must not forget what Mr. James said. Let me emphasize it again. Where was Aliko Dangote respectfully in respect to the millions and billions and trillions of naira that have been pumped into our four refineries? Were we not slaves then? Why did he not say anything? Why now that it's affecting him, it's saying we cannot continue as slaves? Eccentrica, the floor is all yours. Thank you.
So I think we are misconstruing what Dangote meant by that statement, that we can't continue to be slaves. He's not referring to the elites in Nigeria. He's referring to Europe, man. Europe and United States of America. Because if you read an article from Reuters.com and some other Western outlets, you can see how the analysis of the situation, right? If Dangote's refinery goes online, Europe will be losing a lot of money, right? Because Europe refines our oil, and that's how they make a lot of money. A lot of refineries in Europe depends on oil refineries, right? Refining oils for Nigeria. Nigeria is one of the largest customers, right? That's what he's referring to. He's actually accurate. He's not referring to Nigerian leaders. He's referring to Europe. And
okay, could I ask you a question, Eccentric? I agree with you what you just said.
Yeah.
As far as the veracity of what the emotions he's trying to extract from us, right? But two things could be wrong at the same time. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. What are the two things that could be wrong? Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Whereby Europeans are trying to lord it over us, right? And be and take our resources, set our prices. Now the sad thing is that we have internal enemies, pretty much, who, because we have that sentiment and we're against that, and we're gonna do everything to fight that, then co-opt our economy, co-opt our resources, right? Try to monopolize it, and they don't make quality products. They're unlicensed, right?
Yeah. When you say
try to
when you say quality product, I know what you're referring to, right? The sulfur level on.
Yeah, you say you're gonna discuss the sulfur level, right? So
yes. So listen.
let me just set it up for you.
Let me rebuttal
so that
that.
you
Let me
be
rebuttal that.
so that you
Let me
be
rebuttal that point.
Mr. Panstad,
Let me rebuttal that point.
we're not gonna get along here. Let me tell you why we're not gonna get along. Once Pastor, once you go that route, we're not gonna get along.
Hold on, Mr. Eccentricate, hold on one second, Mr. Panstad. Allow him to speak, then you will speak.
I know, but I wanted him to be responsive, so I want to he want to talk about sulfur content. I have a video whereby I'm giving you two sources now, whereby their claim is that Europeans and others make products with sulfur content of 660 ppm to like 1200, and then Dangote's is like 50 or 55. That is a chasm between those two, right? This is our NMPC. If they say something wrong, then he should sue them, because if somebody says you're making inferior products, they basically send you out of business. If he doesn't sue, the prima facie goes over to them, right? It's Dangote to show that he's
wait. If European oil has higher sulfur level, how would it be better than Dangote's sulfur level that's 50? Like you're not making any sense on, and that statement makes no sense. You want to lower the sulfur level in your oil. If they have 660,
I'm saying. I'm saying that Dangote's is 660 to 1200.
That's not true. That's absolutely not true.
Okay, prove
it. Based on who's the source of that information?
It's not true. It's not true.
NMPC. I have the video. Please play the video now. Pastor, play the video. So it won't be me against him. Play the video.
Yeah, I know. I've sent it off for it to be downloaded until it sends back to me. Pastor, let me explain one thing. Hold on one second. Pastor, let me explain one thing in terms of playing video. We prepare before this podcast. We have all videos downloaded. So it doesn't work when you just send something to me. I have to send it to one of the moderators who download it. He will not send it back to me again.
I could play it for you. You want me to play it? I could play it. Whatever you want, I'll play it for you.
Okay, hold on one second. We will come to that. Okay. Eccentricate.
I should be the moderator. I should be the moderator, man. Now Pouncer should not be the moderator. He should have been the moderator. He's an instigator. That's what he does, man. Yo, Pouncer, let's be honest here. The reason why you criticize Dangote is because he's from the north. Be honest, man.
Oh, no.
We just went off the tangent, right? I want a class between you and I on weights today, because you think you're the Pastor. Please. Well, I hate to interrupt the moderator, but I'm saying I want this guy and I to have a clash of weights right now. Okay, I'm challenging to debate right now.
I will give both of you the floor. Just hold on, Eccentricate. All right. I have a personal policy. When I say personal policies, I don't tread on the path of north, south, east, west, or whatever it is. So I will appreciate if we refrain from that and we focus on the argument, please. That is me personally. I don't because what is on ground in the country right now, it got nothing to do with whether you are from up, north, east, west. It got nothing to do with that. We have the same problem. So thank you. I yield the floor back to you.
All right. So I've made the point, right? The advantage of having Dangote refine the oil, we know it. We can research that. We have the information. We know what he meant when he says that we shouldn't continue to be slaves, right? He's referring to Europe, right? Because Europe depends on Nigeria, especially European refineries. Based on analysis, if Dangote's refinery go online and he start refining the oil, a lot of oil refineries in Europe will go down. They'll go out of business. Europe doesn't want that. Europe does not want that. That's why
sorry for butting you. Sorry for butting you.
Go ahead.
If we bring our refinery up to par,
yes,
is it going to be the same thing?
It is. It's going to be the same thing. It's the same technology, right? We have access to technology. This is not the dark ages. We have access to the same technology that they have.
Are you alluding to the fact that also the Europe, America also are equally responsible for us not bringing our refinery up to par?
Absolutely, I agree. Yes,
Well,
absolutely.
I yield the floor back to you.
Absolutely, and there are sources out there, reliable sources out there, making such claims. It's not directly, but they're saying, "Hey, if this refinery goes online, these countries are going to have a problem. It's going to create a huge problem in the West." You know, and let's keep it
let me borrow
real.
your time then. Eccentric, because Pastor borrowed his time, so you don't have to come in. If he allows me, then that's how you make it conversational. Eccentric, you are setting up.
There are other
come
people
on,
here,
come on.
James,
I asked
Solar,
somebody, can I interject? You shouldn't open your mouth because it's between he and I. If he allows me to speak, then just stay out of it, Pastor, please. Right? If he doesn't want, he's gonna say no. I want to finish what I'm saying, but you shouldn't micromanage us. We just want to get to the facts. Could I continue?
I think I'm going to rebut that because Dexter has not spoken. Dexter
no, but if his time runs out, then you take his time from him. It's Eccentric's time.
Please allow Dexter to talk, please.
I mean, you don't want Eccentric to finish? It's his time. I want to ask you a question on his time. Go ahead. Yeah, Solar yourself. So, Eccentric, here's my question to you. Because you are playing on our emotions and our sentiments. We want indigenous companies in our country. We rather Dangote.
It's beyond that, though.
Right?
It's beyond. Okay. It's beyond having indigenous companies.
I understand. So my question to you is that you do understand. I asked you before, in the absence of the moderator. I said yes, I agree with that. So don't set up a straw man. You setting that up. Nobody here disagrees with that. Okay.
Mention the straw man.
The straw man is to say that Europe producing for us is bad. Yes.
Refining for us.
Refining, yes. Producing, whatever, right? So
it is bad, yes.
Do you understand? No, everybody here agrees with that. Okay. Then we're saying on top of that, that having a monopoly is also bad. Even if you wrest that from Europeans.
The government can regulate that monopoly. It's up to the government to set up policies to regulate the monopoly.
That's what they're doing now. They say, I have the video where they're saying to him, we are not going to let you be a monopoly because he has national security. Hold on. Am I lying?
I know. That's true. I heard that. I watched the same video.
So that's what I'm saying. Don't set up a straw man. Things that we agree on. All of us here agree that Europe, they are taking our resources, monopolizing, doing all kinds of stuff.
How is it a straw man? Are you using the
No, what I mean by straw man is when you in a fallacy, an argument where you are the one who is setting up the disagreement, right? You are the one who's setting up the premises, and then you destroy it all on your own. Nobody here is saying those things you say. That's what a straw man means. It's a fallacy, right? Rhetorical fallacy, whereby you are the one who's coming up with those premises and the conclusions, and then you disagree, you argue against what you set up. We agree on that. So my final comment to you is that you're going to have to deal with the Dangote you have, not the Dangote you wish you had. You want a Dangote that comes out there, builds a refinery that's world class, right? And succeed to these white folks, creates sufficiency for our country, doesn't rip us off, does everything by the book. Now, that's the Dangote we all want. That's not the Dangote you have. So when you set up that straw man of that Dangote that you're talking about, we all want that Dangote.
What is your argument? Are you saying that because of the Dangote that we don't have, therefore we should continue refining our oil in Europe? Is that your point? Is that your argument? Does that premise lead to that conclusion?
We take a short 40-second break, please. Thank you very much, Etu.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. That's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, welcome back, gentlemen. Thank you for joining. Thank you for those of you in the comment section. Thank you for those who have like and share this video and also subscribed. Eccentricate, I will come back to you. Let me give for you and Mr. Passat to have the floor. I will come back to the both of you. Let me, who is somebody's mic is on. Dexter, can you mute your mic, please? Thank you. I want to go to Dexter. Dexter, focus on the topic, the statement Dangote made and the argument other panelists have made. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Electricity, and everybody on the panel. To be honest, what comes to my mind, I say, who has bewitched you, oh foolish Nigerians? who has bewitched us? We are busy running kitty kitty kata kata for things that are symptoms. First of all, you know, the way I see the whole genesis of these things, if a people don't understand their capture, then we are just behaving like pawns. Even the word Dangote is saying, it shows that Nigeria is not really ready to really take its place in the Committee of Nations. First of all, if you talk about capitalists, first of all, why is it the way some people here talk about government? Oh, you're on the side of the government. The same government that has put people in poverty. They're now saying, oh, because the government is trying to control Dangote, that, oh, yes, that's the right thing. That government is not interested in the benefit of the people. If the government, let me give you a typical example. I know somebody personally, he's from Edo State. He has been a major player in the oil and gas industry, but offshore, providing, construction services. Very indigenous. In fact, right now in Nigeria, he owns the largest indigenous badge in Nigeria currently. 4 years ago, even before this Dangote, 5 years ago or 7 years ago, he wanted to build at least a 20,000 barrel refinery in Nigeria. He wanted to build it and say, okay, let him at least contribute so that there can be petroleum products in Nigeria. You know why he didn't go about that business? Because the same NNPC we are talking about today told him that he will be bribing them. He will be bribing them to supply crude for him. And this man is a clean man. His business model is very clean. And he says, no, he will not get involved in corruption. He completely shelved that, kept his money away. There are people that have modular refineries in Nigeria. They don't even get crude from the government. They don't get this crude from. So when I hear people on the side of the argument of, oh, they are trying to control Dangote, they're trying to regulate it, who have bewitched us to believe all these scams? Who is bewitching us? The Dangote, the NNPC, they are both not in the Nigerian interest. The person is saying that it will help shore up our dollar. Who is bewitching you? Who has bewitched you? The cement that we are buying, has it helped shore up our dollars, our naira? Has it improved our naira? It will not. Look, all you know, Dangote is a businessman. He's going to run his business on profit. So first of all, he will calculate operating cost. Who told you that Dangote's operating cost is going to be cheaper than the products that are coming from America? Who told you it's going to be cheaper than the ones coming from China? Let me give you a typical example. They produce cars in America. They produce the same cars in China. How come the Chinese cars are cheaper? How come the Chinese cars are cheaper than the American cars produced in America? So is it because America is importing Chinese cars that the American dollar is going to crash? Let us get these economic things right. I mean, the problem with Nigerians is that many times we don't even we are just like shallow, the seed planted by the rocks. We don't go deep down into knowing what's the root. Look, Nigeria is a captured state. Anybody that is busy thinking about how do you know Nigeria is a captured state? It's very simple. The Niger Delta. There are some people that come from Olobiri. Some people come from, like Pastor, come from Bayelsa. What is the economic What is the economic benefit of your state, of your community, that they have been drilling oil for the past 50 years? That just shows you that Nigeria is and if the people of Nigeria don't know that they are captured, and that the people that have captured Nigeria will not let Nigeria go. All these things is just the Dangote you are talking about has people on both sides invested in that his business. The NNPC you are talking about, the NNPC is a captured business. NNPC was not created because they wanted to harness the oil and gas resources for the general public in Nigeria. That is a lie. How do you know that is a lie? NNPC has not remitted anything for Nigeria for how many years? Saudi Aramco is one of the best oil and gas companies in the world. It is state-run. It produces profit every year. NNPC has not produced profit for donkey years. And we still stay here trying to have the argument of justification of NNPC or Dangote. If you want to run a capitalist government, you will give licenses to everybody that wants to build a refinery. You will make sure that product is equally available for all of them. But Nigeria is not like that. Dangote now is only feeling the pain. Dangote now is only feeling the pain primarily because the truth about it is that there are some. It is not about the oil. It's not about the refinery. Somebody says it's about the refineries in Europe. It's not bloody about the refineries in Europe. It's about the Nigerians who have interest. The Nigerians who have the contracts to import petroleum products. That is what it's about. Nigeria's economy is not what will kill. It's not Nigeria's economy that will kill refineries in Europe. That's what this perception that if Dangote refinery opens up, then okay, the refineries in Europe will shut down. It is not true. Let us stop believing that illusion. Let us stop believing it. The refineries in Europe, it is Nigerians that have interest, that have contracts. It's Nigeria that have, you know how they sell oil? They sell oil in futures. Some Nigerians have already bought petroleum products in futures for the next 10 years to be supplied to Nigeria. Those are the people fighting Dangote. Because if Dangote says they should not import, that means that they lose their money. So in Nigeria, what we need to do is we should stop thinking like we should get to the root of it and stop this surface argument of is it Dangote, is it NNPC? Those two entities don't have the interest of Nigeria. And until we come to that, we are not ready to emancipate ourselves from this bondage. Thank you, electricity.
Thank you very much. There's a true spanner into the wheel. Cement, Dangote Cement is, I think, is the leading cement manufacturer and distributor supplier in Nigeria. Currently, I don't know how much cement is in Nigeria now. I've not given up. I would say struggling to put one section. And so, going by the same topic now, again, it's hard for people to build houses given to the cost of cement, building materials in Nigeria. So, is cement being expensive? Can we argue that it is also one of the slaves masters because people cannot afford to buy cement? Like, is it Mr. Pansat or Mr. James that said, if you go to Cameroon, I think it was Mr. James, if we go to Cameroon and other countries, neighboring countries, cement are cheaper there. But in Nigeria, Dangote Cement is what? In fact, it has a monopoly of cement in Nigeria. AY, Madam Gladys, welcome. Mr. James, I'll yield the floor to you first, then we'll come to AY and Madam Gladys Sola. Then we'll now leave the floor for a little bit for Pansat and Uncle Pansat and Eccentricate to spike this.
Electricity, quick one. Sorry, before you move to cement, I think you should allow us comment on the petroleum.
Okay, gentlemen, let me. No, it's the same package. It's not separate, because if you look at the statement on the screen there, we cannot continue to be slaves. It's not just the petroleum product. It's him that made this statement. and it has monopoly at a point. I don't know if it still exists in Nigeria. It has monopoly of cement in Nigeria.
No.
So, Mr. James, the floor is yours.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
I mentioned it earlier on.
Yeah.
It is Dangote cement produced in Nigeria that is sold in Cameroon at a lower price. The same thing with Republic of Benin. This is the point I'm making. It's not that he went there to set up a factory and those kind of stuff. No. Now, in Nigeria those days, while I was there, we had a Wekoro cement factory, Okpela cement factory, Nkalago cement factory, and one somewhere I cannot remember. They were competing, and cement was affordable. All of a sudden, after I've left, they said it's now Dangote running the show. People are finding it extremely difficult to build houses now in Nigeria because of the price of cement. Now, the question that is bugging me is this. Is it really true that government cannot run businesses? I'm asking this because there was a time we had a Nigerian national shipping line with ocean-going vessels. It was nationalized. Sorry, it was privatized. And after privatization, the company died a natural death. We had Nigeria Airways. I remember at the time, we had 22 aircraft on on their fleet. It was privatized and it died. There was an insurance company, Nigerian something insurance company or so. I doubt if that insurance company is still surviving till this day. Nigerian External Telecommunication privatized and it died. All the dams in Nigeria, Kenji Dam, Shiroro Dam, or whatever dam, there's no government-owned dams in Nigeria today. They are unable to supply water. They are unable to supply electricity. Now, Dangote has taken over cement, and cement is not affordable. What is the guarantee that if this refinery kicks off eventually, producing, it will not fall? The outcome, in my opinion, will be the same as what has happened to all public institutions that were privatized. Monopoly is not the answer to our problem. What I think we need at this stage is a new political dispensation. The present crop of leaders we have, they need to be swept into political oblivion. They have no use to the country. I'm not saying they should be executed. No. We just have to sweep them out and get a new set of, a new political class. If not, this is a clear case of state capture. The country has been captured. And it took us a very long time to realize that we have been captured. So that is why things are so bad. I do not expect anything good from this refinery. Anyway, that's my opinion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. James. Anyway,
let me say something for 30 minutes based on what he 30
James said. Minutes or 30
Just
seconds.
30 seconds, my bad. 30 seconds.
you almost scared me.
I know, 30 minutes.
I wanted to leave the floor for you and Mr. Pansat.
No, 30 seconds. I wanted to say something about I agree with Mr. James about the monopoly aspect, right? The problem is the system of economy that we practice, capitalism, right, always lead to monopoly, right? The idea is that there should be competition, but the thing is the big guy always takes over. I mean, look at Amazon in America, right? Most small businesses, mom and pop shops, had to close shops because of Amazon, getting involved in all types of trade because they have the money. That's, the government, it's on the government to break up monopolies, right? They can break up Dangote cement into parts. It's done. It's doable, right?
No,
monopoly is bad, but that's the outcome of capitalism. Capitalism will eventually lead to monopoly. So
so it is the duty of government to assist businesses that are on the verge of collapse, not to collapse, in order to avoid monopoly. As I said earlier on, we had a Wekoro cement factory, Okpela cement factory, Nkalago cement factory, and one other I cannot remember. They were competing favorably with each other. They did not collapse, none swallowed the other. But all of a sudden, this present political class rearranged the whole equation, and this is what we are confronted with. So it's not
a rearrangement of equation. It's capitalism. Capitalism will eventually lead to monopoly. The guy will take a huge amount of money
We know
Go
what
ahead.
is going. Look, if the military, with their democratic ways of doing things, could run businesses, why should civilian dispensation not do better? Look, there's something going on among the ruling class. Now, let's look at this Dangote problem. When he cried out that his refinery is being stifled, what happened? The ruling class went behind the scene almost instantly. They solved the problem that he should pay for his for his crude oil in Naira. They wasted no time. But if it is a matter concerning you and me, it will take a whole century for them to address it. Look at the case of the Inspector General of Police. It took them no time before they passed the bill. Look at the issue of finances in the House of Assembly. In less than a week, they passed their bills. But if it is what is affecting the public, you are not a member of that class, take it or leave it, it will take a whole century before the problem.
James is right, but Mr. Centric, let me just warn you that
It's
one
my
of the things I'm
turn.
going to be doing, I'm going to be checking you on what the fallacy of equivocation, which is what you just did now. You're using capitalism, and then you kind of change the meaning of that word, right? So
That's
I'll be checking you as you go to AY. Whenever
Come
you
on, man.
commit
Don't
any
do
of
that.
these fallacies, I'm going to check you on it. Right?
Capitalism causes monopoly. Like
Thank
there
you,
are.
gentlemen. Anyway, the floor is yours. Thank you. Anyway, before you speak, let's see if we can lighten up the mood a little bit with this. Just to lighten up the mood. It's nice sometimes to see a different face. Just 1 second. I just want to lighten up the mood. Well, sorry about that. I was just trying to lighten the mood, and she refused to. She refused to sing for us. Oh, I think she's back now. So what's gonna happen now is we'll be timing us because we have enough people on the platform. Before we will now give Uncle Pansat an eccentricate. We will be having this conversation soon after this one. Soon once we go around again. So I'm gonna take this thing off, so it's not doing us any good. So anyway, the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Hey, finally. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. James, special greeting. Pastor, I know we'll be agreeing on some few stuff. I think we will disagree today. Cedric, solar, are you going to give us solar electricity now? Madam Gladys, good afternoon. So, I think the discussion has been interesting. I watched quite the earlier part of the program. So, I think everybody has spoken well. I swear it depends on how we understand issues. But I'm going to come this way, right? So, the issue of the refinery. First of all, we need to understand the little we understand from outside the genesis of this problem. You see, what Nigeria government have displayed, not today, is that they can't run any company properly or any establishment. If you go back to issue of Nitel was run to the ground. It became moribund at the point Mike Adenuga wanted to acquire Nitel. It was hula baloo. No, he's going to monopolize, he's going to do this, he's going to do this. United was not working. Of course, they had the infrastructure. Let somebody take over the company and start afresh. It's in Nigeria. A lot of politics was playing out. Then here, issue of NNPC with our refineries. We have 4 refineries. For the past 20 years, none of this refinery is working. People are working in this refinery. Ask them what they do. Are they security people? Are they security men and women? These people are paid. Dangote came on. Dangote said, you know what? I'm going to acquire the Port Harcourt refinery. Oh, he's going to monopolize it, blah, blah, blah. They are working on the refinery. It's going to start very soon. Dangote said, you know what? He went straight, acquire license. First of all, I heard somebody say, give license to everybody. Fact check me. When Dangote refinery license was released, 23 licenses were released. 23, 23. Ask these people that acquired these licenses, where are the refineries? The only, since that refinery was released, I think it was 2 major refinery and about 3 or 4 modular refinery that has been built so far. One for Boa Cement is going to kick off this year. Back to NNPC. NNPC said they were going to work on the particular refinery and they will start operation. Even when Dangote started building his refinery like 7 years ago, they kept promising Nigeria. In fact, in the last 2 years, fact check me, they've promised Nigeria they've moved the resumption date 6 times. This refinery is going to work, it's going to start January 1st. They get to January 1st, it's going to start this. So what it shows to us is they are irresponsible, they are not ready. There are issues, underground issues. Why we are not moving forward, why these refineries are not working. It's deliberate. It's just like our electricity. These issues are deliberate. You really need somebody with the will that is thinking about the people that can come and dismantle this cabal, the so-called cabal, and make Nigeria move forward. Whatever it is, I'm going to side with Dangote. Not Dangote as a person, I'm going to side with the refinery. Even if Dangote is not Nigeria, somebody cannot invest $20 billion in your state, in your country, and you want to shut that company down. Hell no, it's not working. If you bring $20 billion into American economy, the American government will protect you no matter what it is. Now, the other issues are different. Dangote needs to pay his fair share. If he's owing the federal government money, he needs to pay. He needs to be punished for when he decides to do what is illegal, what is considered illegal. He needs to be punished. It is the business of the government to regulate company, to regulate, including refinery, including cement factory, just like some people like to say. It is the business of the government to make sure the capitalists, they don't monopolize the system. Here is it. We need to be very clear. The end product of capitalism is monopoly. Any capitalist. If you look at any capitalist, even in America, see, if you want to compete with iPhone today, what they will do, they will try to buy you off straight up. If they can't do that, they will look for other means to knock you down. See, but it's the business of the government to make sure they give a level playing field for every company to operate. Even the issue of cement, it was the same issue. So, for example, I've heard people say, what was this man, that go take cripple his cement business. This popular man from the East. So, these statements are not true. Also, we need to be confirming a lot of issues, right? Before Dangote started cement factory in Nigeria, at a point, we were not producing cement all over in any part. We were not producing cement. What they were doing, they were importing cement and bag the cement. Well, Obasanjo came into power. Obasanjo said, listen, I will not let this go. You guys, he gave them like a timeline. if you don't start producing cement in Nigeria, we're going to shut you down. That was exactly what happened. I'm not saying the government somehow, they are not compensating this man, they are not giving him some credit to expand his business. Because the way, Ibeto, yes, the way we discuss this issue is, the way we're taking it, right? We don't want the country to develop. People have to develop this country. Okay, what people are saying that will try to monopolize the oil and gas company, right? Industry. Why don't you move it to electricity and monopolize it? Let's have light first before we start discussion. Why don't you move it to steel industry and monopolize it? Why don't you move it to a lot of industry that need to be monopolized? Please, if you have the resources to invest, go to Nigeria, go and monopolize it. Monopolize it, we want you to do. So these issues, to be honest, the Dangote refinery is a national asset. The government need to protect it. If you want to collect it from Dangote and make it work,
sorry,
collect it.
let me interject you there, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
You just said the Dangote refinery, it's a national asset. The government. I know a lot of people will come after you, Uncle Pansat.
I will explain to them. I want to expatiate on it.
You said Dangote refinery should be should be protected.
Mm-hmm.
How about our 4 refineries? Should
they
they not be protected?
National... Okay, good. Yeah. Are you done?
Should they not protect our 4 refineries? Dangote is a private refinery. So yes, they should whatever protection it has, it should. But how about our 4 refineries that is relying waste?
Okay, that was why I tried to explain the genesis of this problem. The NNPC, you see what they're doing attacking Dangote refinery? They are not ready for this our refinery to work. Do you know Port Harcourt refinery? The money they have spent try to get that refinery working today is almost equivalent to what Dangote used to build this refinery in the last 10 years. Go and confirm. They don't do nothing. Even see, let me tell you, the honest truth is you need to privatize those refineries. If you don't, they will never work. You need to provide. Now, here is why I said Dangote refinery is a national asset. When you have a company that is going to employ thousands of your citizens, when you have a company that is going to provide in thousands of indirect jobs, you protect the company. In America today, where you hear like any company, any big company, they are in trouble, the government will come in, they will spend money, they will do everything to make sure this company is working. Any developed country will do that. You don't allow any company that is employ thousands of people to go down. No, you don't. It will generate employment. It will even see all this why people say, oh, how is it going to benefit us? It's going to benefit us. If that would start refining oil in the country, the government can easily negotiate. Even this subsidy we are talking about is criminality. If you go into agreement with Dangote, listen, and other refineries that are coming, okay, do we have subsidy? How much is it? Work with Dangote directly, with other refineries directly. I said, we give you crude, give us this, we pay the difference. Make oil cheaper for the Nigerian people. I think I was watching this today. Even in Libya that are in war, till today, they selling oil equivalent crude top price of petrol equivalent of 15 Nigerian naira. Go and confirm, fact check me. So what is making the hunger in Nigeria, what's causing the hunger in Nigeria today is because of the removal of the subsidy, the increase of top price of petroleum. That is why people are suffering like hell today.
Can I ask you a question?
And the people
AY, you're going on forever. We're supposed to have equal time here, but let me just test your IQ. How much percentage does Dangote cement pay in taxes to Nigeria? What's the percentage?
So I don't work in the government. How am I supposed to know? That
Okay,
is
well,
question for the government.
you're talking as if you know everything, right? You don't know
No, I don't
everything.
know.
You don't know everything. So what I'm saying to you is that
How will
when
I
we
know everything?
no,
That's not
because
possible,
you're
Pastor.
non-responsive to the question posed to you.
Go ahead. What's the
Pastor
question?
asked you a question. He says, "Look, we have 4 moribund refineries, right? You're taking pride in the uncompleted Dangote refinery. Why don't you have the same patriotism for the ones we have?" That's the question that you drifted away.
I just answered it.
Dangote paid 173 billion naira in taxes in 2021.
Let me say the question that I asked was about the cement. Hold on, the cement right there. I noticed the timing of the pastor leaving is usually when he knows I'm going to say put it on the screen, then he disappears, right? But whenever he comes back, I'm going to ask him to put it on the screen so that it won't be my word against your word. The point is that he pays 1.6.
He paid 173 billion. That's what it is.
No. I said Dangote cement. He has a lot of stuff that he does, right?
I just gave you the number.
No, hold on. No, you did. That's not that number. Okay, the way you have to look at a vector quantity, it has to have magnitude and direction. It's not going to be a scalar thing. I'm talking about Dangote cement. People say he has. Hold on.
Cement.
Okay, but it's not. It's 1 point. It's one. I'm talking about percentage now, right? If he makes $10 trillion and he pays that amount you're giving me, I didn't hear what amount it was. We have to deal with the percentage. He pays about 1 point something percent. Now I have an article that's a very caustic article that was written on him in 2017 because I want to remove it from the present. So we could look at his antecedents when he will achieve what you want him to achieve. Because in the cement, he's already achieved it, right? And then you see the prices that he charges, right? He made 90% of his wealth in the cement industry. Right, hold on. He made 90% of his money in the cement industry. The gross margin of Dangote cement was as high as 70% gross margin. And that is slowly, hold on. You've been talking forever. Now, he slowly brought it down to 50% in 2016. Whereas the average in the world is 17.2%. Dangote, it's ripping off our country, right?
He paid 17%.
Pardon?
He paid 17% in taxes. So I don't know.
No, he pays 1 point. Oh, come on. I want the article.
Pastor, what is his source of information?
I have it right here. You see the article that says Nairametrics on the private chat? Just click on that. Hold on. God damn it, hold on.
These are brand
you know what? Because electricity is not here. If you want to go to the mod, I'm gonna go to the mod with you stupid son of a bitch, right?
Gentlemen,
don't interrupt me unruly. I want him muted. I want him muted. Please, could you show the article so that it's not my word against their word, both of them. Show the article. The published article. Nairametrics.
Electricity, don't listen to him. Don't show you. Let me finish my thoughts before you speak.
No, but don't electricity. Don't just warn him when he does that. Remove him. Don't just say. Don't say that. I want him punished for doing it.
I'll listen to everybody. So, can we just take a little bit?
Let me finish my thought. Just 1 second. Let me finish.
You finish your thoughts. Just
very good.
Just hold on 1 second. I need to step away. Adama will be sitting for me in the meantime, and will be moderating on my behalf. But okay. I'm just stepping away, but I'm still in the background. So she will continue. Adama AY has the floor. Then you go to Madam Gladys, and Mr. James is there. Pansat, Uncle Pansat, and Eccentricate. They've put up a battle. They have their boxing gloves on, so Sola is there as well too. Thank you.
They're going to have a debate. Is that what you're saying?
You just give them a bit of a floor to. I mean, you just give them a bit of floor. Uncle Pansat,
we don't have any debate.
Sola is always there. Every one of them is.
It's not being cordial. I can't have a debate with him. Just let everyone in the panel go.
Okay, everyone in the panel go. Uncle Pansat,
Yeah, let me finish.
majority has the vote. Thank you very
So
much.
who's speaking right now? AY is speaking. After AY,
AY
Yeah.
the next
speaking, then
person.
you go to
AY has
Madam
been
Gladys.
speaking. Let's put it in the
Yeah.
right tense. AY has been speaking,
Okay, he
for
has been
almost
speaking,
15
so
minutes, right?
okay.
15 minutes. That's a long time.
I have more.
Okay,
Go
okay. Can I
ahead.
say something? Greetings everyone. My name is Adama, and I think the fair thing to do is to put everybody on a timer so that it's fair. So once your time is up, please, while the person is speaking, please, even though you do not agree with what they're saying, please do not interrupt. Please. Thank you. LY is over to you, and I'm going to start with you. Your 5 minutes starts now. Thank you.
I don't even need 5 minutes. I've actually speaking quite a lot. I don't need 5 minutes. I will give some time to Pastor to yarn his rubbish. So let me finish, right? So in general, in summary of what I'm saying, right? Look, I like the way Mr. James was coming, handling this issue basically. It is the business of the government to regulate all these capitalists we have, regulate them, regulate what they are doing, monitor their activities. But we don't have that because of corruption. These people collect money and go and sit down. In essence, the issue of Dangote refinery, it doesn't matter who is Dangote, but the refinery, as long as it's set up, needs to be protected. If the government needs to collect Dangote refinery, make sure the refinery is working. It's not my business, but the refinery needs to be working. It's going to create jobs, like I said, direct and indirect jobs. It's going to open up that whole environment. So we can't keep importing fuel into the country. We can't continue this way. We need to start from somewhere, somehow. There are issues. Even the cement companies, right? There are issues. I've had issue of Dangote trailer killing people, a lot of issue. This kind of issue, the government need to make laws and go hard on these people to make sure they have cars that are motorable, that are heady to drive on the road. They provide the infrastructure, work with them if they have to. Just like Mr. James was emphasizing on corporate social responsibility for these companies. You have to make sure they do all that. If you go to the Niger Delta today, all the oil exploration they've done in these villages in a lot of places, a lot of them don't have schools, they don't have water to drink, they don't have roads. These are all the social responsibility of all these companies that are working in all these areas. But what you find, they go meet the chief, they go meet one of the other, they give their peanut and they keep quiet and they do whatever they want to do and they move away. So in essence, is the whole thing you are seeing today, we are passing through as a country. It is the corruption that is every area of our country, from the companies to the people. Is just corruption. People don't understand. Collecting 1 naira, sell your people out because of
I hope you're timing him
forgetting of
because
the
he's a
general
liar.
thing.
It's not gonna be done before 5 minutes.
Let me finish.
No, you lied to her that you're gonna be
Adama,
done in a minute.
you need
Okay,
to remove it.
Uncle Pansat,
Let me
could you
finish now.
please, Ewa, could you wait on for a second? Uncle Pansat, please. When a panelist is talking, please, could we allow the person express themselves without any interruption? Because I don't think it's
If
nice.
they're not saying what they say they're gonna do, right? If he says I'm gonna be done in less than 5 minutes, and he goes to 6 minutes, that's not interrupting him.
But
That's
I'm timing him though. He's not up to 5 minutes yet.
that's why I'm trying to remind you, because he did say I'm not gonna use the whole 5 minutes, right? So
okay,
I just
but
want
I
you
am
to.
timing him. His 5 minutes
Okay.
is not up. Thank you,
No,
sir. Thank you.
Mr. Pasa, you are an elderly man. You should behave yourself. Don't let children be talking to you.
I'm
in
an
public.
elderly man
It's
that
not
can
okay.
kick your ass, so it doesn't matter. The age doesn't mean anything. I whoop your ass.
Okay, Mr. Adama, thank you. Let another person go. I'm just tired of
No,
dealing with
AY, go ahead.
this
It's your
bitchy.
floor. And before the interruption, I'm going to give you 1 minute and 50 seconds. Please, I apologize. Go ahead and say what you
very
need
good.
to say. Thank you.
So let me summarize what I'm saying, right? So we need to love our country. We need to have our country at heart. Apart from the refinery, you look at what other area do you know that is working? We don't have electricity. It's a shame. It be the most populated country in Africa. We don't have electricity. There is nothing. Roads we don't have. We are struggling. Nothing we have. Nothing. Nothing is working. So the way Nigeria is today, right? If you even privatize most of our companies, national companies, and the government should do monitoring, that would be the best thing for us, and make sure everything is working. Look, the only thing you can say, oh, we are successful in this is telecommunication, because telecommunication was open up. We had big three that spring up almost at the same time. That's why we can talk on our mobile phone today. You have to do the same in other area for the country to start, moving forward. Otherwise, we are not going anywhere. How can a country that has been producing oil since when that we cannot refine our oil for over 30 years now? So it doesn't make sense. So again, the whole refineries we have in the country, we got to look for a way to make sure they are working. We stop exporting our crude oil and start refining our crude oil in Nigeria and sell it in Nigeria. Probably sell our petroleum product to other African countries. Thank you. That's my summary. Thank you, Adam.
You're welcome. Thank you, AY. And once again, I'm sorry for the interruption. Miss Gladys, I believe you're next, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yes, ma'am? Could you please unmute, and your 5 minutes starts now. Thank you. Welcome to the show, Ndeo.
Thank you so much. I really enjoy the men. When the men discuss, they really have to talk out their hearts. The situation of things in the country have really gone bad. When you talk of Nigerian NNPC, you talk of NEPA, you talk of every other thing. What is the best way out for us to have these corporations working? In the past, many years back, NNPC was doing very well. There was no problem in NNPC. But I think where the problem started was where a lot of things were not taken into consideration. A lot of people wanted to be in positions to handle a lot of things that they were never used to or trained for. They mismanaged NNPC and things went bad the way it is. And for Dangote to have come in, and he's doing very well according to people I do not know. Because when you talk of cement, how much was cement in the past? Cement was not very expensive. But now I understand that cement is going for, is it 30,000 or 40,000? I don't know. At the point when we started, cement was going for 3,000. It was going for 1.8. Many of us built houses in Nigeria and the rest of them. But if we talk of monopolizing things in the market system to make things to work well, if those that can manage this our system can come out, if they can function very well, I do not see any reason why we can go against them or fight against them. The most important thing I think is that if there are people who are on ground who are ready to step into the system and get these things fixed out. If recently we were told that Ajip was sold out, people are busy accumulating wealth onto themselves, things that they are supposed to do, they are not doing them. We're not really happy with the kind of stories we're hearing from Nigeria. What is the way out? How are we going to make things work? The crude oil, how are we going to manage it? Can we effectively have our own crude oil refined in Nigeria than sending it out for people to go and refine for us and then bring them back onto us at a higher cost? What is the way out? I know that the situation I've seen here is as if they're watching football, is the anger of what is happening in the country. No one that will not feel it. Things are getting out of hand. How are we going to manage it so that things can work out effectively well for us? It is not something of quarreling or exchanging words. The men who have this knowledge, how can you get it across to the people that should manage it well for us so that things can work? Because I cannot imagine that one is traveling from Lagos to Abuja. You have to spend almost how much to get air ticket. I know that air ticket even here in abroad is expensive. But the Nigerian system, NEPA is not working. You get to the hospital, people are dying. where they are supposed to be giving oxygen, they don't give them oxygen because the electricity is not functioning. And then the private hospitals that want to use gen or whatever it is to work, the kind of money they ask for, they will even tell you to pay before they can treat you. They do not mind if the person is dying. So if Dangote is getting worked up now because of how things have turned out to be, what is the way out? How can we function so that things can go well in Nigeria? Because it is not even just good enough for us to sit here and be cracking our brains and nothing is still not functioning. What is the best way? Like the men have given out solutions to how things can be managed. This thing should be taken to the government too as well, not just for us to discuss here. The people that are in government, are they hearing our complaint? Are they listening to even the people that are supposed to be there to be those that are supposed to bring in their inputs, their suggestions, how things should be managed? Here in abroad, they say yes, things are working perfectly well because people made it to work well. They made sacrifices. What sacrifices are we ready to make things to work in Nigeria so that people can have jobs, so that we can have people not kidnapping people and then asking for ransoms? In such cases where you cannot provide such ransoms, they are ready to sniff life out of the people. No one is even afraid the blood that you didn't create, you just kill off because you want money. So I just have listened keenly to all the discussions of the men. What are we going to do? Not just sitting here arguing what is this, supporting Dangote, not supporting Dangote. These people are capitalists. They are only looking out for their own money, how to make more money for themselves and enrich their families.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. I just want to ask, Mr. James. I saw when she was talking, you had your hands up. You had something to say, sir?
Nothing special as such. You see, when I was a little boy,
Your
that
5
was
minutes starts, sir. Thank
good.
you.
When I was a little boy, I remember there was a government headed by Yakubu Gowon. They promulgated a decree they called the indigenization decree. All foreign companies operating in Nigeria those days, provided they are Nigerians who can do the same job, the companies were nationalized. That was before Shell BP was nationalized in Obasanjo's time. I'm talking of Yakubu Gowon. The companies were nationalized and given to Nigerians to run. There was a company manufacturing toothpaste they called Colgate, Palmolive, and all those kind of stuff in those days. They were produced in Nigeria. So the government took over these things and handed over the companies to Nigerians to run. Then non-Nigerians were barred from distributive trades, like supermarkets, selling things in the market. And as long as it's retail trade, it's exclusively for Nigerians. That was a military dispensation to create jobs for Nigerians. But we've degenerated to a level whereby we are not even begging foreigners to come back to reap money off Nigeria just for us to live from day to day. Anyway, we got to this place for one reason. We've been too patient. If you drop a fish in a basin of hot water, if you drop it, the fish will jump out immediately. But if you drop that same fish in a basin containing tepid or lukewarm water, because the water is very comfortable, the temperature is very comfortable, the fish will be cooked in that water. Because as the temperature is increasing slowly and it's enjoying the warmth of the water, the fish will not know when it will get cooked. This is the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria. We've tolerated the ruling class for too long. At this stage of our development, we should not be talking of reviving our refineries. Instead, we should be thinking of how can Nigerian engineers build refineries for the Senegalese. I remember when Alaja Steel was opened, the government of Ghana sent some students to Nigeria to work in that steel to get used to certain things there. That was when Nigeria was Nigeria. The root cause of the whole problem is the political class. We just have to change it. If we do not wipe them out, just forget it. This problem will continue to continue. We should be tired of saying we are tired. We should be tired of saying we are tired. On these platforms, I've seen a lot of intelligent young men and women preferring ideas. In the course of my traveling to different countries of the world, I've come across extremely smart Nigerians and also Africans. But because we are more in number, I come across smart Nigerians more than other Africans. We cannot continue like this. If not, we'll be wiped out of existence. It's just a question of time. So please, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to sign out because it's nearing bedtime here in the Gambia. I have to go home. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. James.
Yes, please.
Thank you for joining, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for thanking me. Thank you.
You're welcome. I just want to ask Cedric and Uncle Pansat, are you guys still open for debate? Because I want you both to go last. So I can acknowledge Mr. Christian. And if you're open to
I want to go for the debate. I'm ready for the debate, but I also want to speak, right? That's separate activity.
Yes,
I'm down for the debate. Yeah.
Cedric, are you down for it, or what's your input?
I don't know what we are debating. That's the problem.
Okay, can I give you guys 1 minute so that you guys can both come to an agreement on what you're debating? Then I can let the other panelists speak. Then we'll come to your debate, if that's okay. Uncle Pastor, what are you guys debating?
Okay, what there's been a development. Normally, I don't divulge what's said in the private section because it stays in the private section. But in the private section, Mr. Eccentric Cast stipulated to the core issue, which is on the issue of monopoly. So now I posted something to say to him, if he stipulates to that, if he agrees to that, then he has to agree to everything else. If he says that's okay, then there's no debate, right? Because he agrees. But if he says no, there's still something to be ironed out that he could forge the debate and we could have it.
What's your opinion?
Just because I agree with part of your statement doesn't mean that I should agree with everything. That's an illogical statement.
I have to take you hostage once you submit. When you surrender, I have to capture you as a hostage.
Okay, etc. How about we do this? Why don't you state your part? Let him state his part. Don't focus on his statement. So that way we have a meaningful, mindful. I think we all will learn from hearing you both. Are you okay with that?
Well, sure. Yeah. Why not?
All right. Thank you. So,
Ms. Adama, you need to tell Pansan not to insult, etc., not to insult anybody. That's the rule. If he does that, then
I think we should all. Yes, I agree with what AY said. Please, Cedric, Uncle Pansat, when you're having your debates, you cannot use curse word. If not, I will take out the both of you. Please, we have to be respectful.
I don't think there's any reason for that. I don't think there's any reason.
I'm just reiterating and reminding us. We need
to
be respectful.
You guys are my people. You guys are my brothers and sisters. I don't need to fight with none of you guys.
Thank you, Uncle. Okay, Uncle Pansat, you have 5 minutes. And after that, I'll go to Sola. Then Mr. Christian, welcome to the show. Then you'll be next. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. This 5 minutes is not part of the debate. This is just my time. I'm next, right? Let me find out. This is my turn now to speak, right?
Yeah, this is your 5 minutes to speak. Yes, sir.
Okay, first of all, let me say that I'm quite proud of you, Adama. You're very fair, firm, and I gotta tell you, in other platforms that I've watched you, I can say that you're quite an addition, not only to this platform, but to our country, and you should keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, on the, do you have the ability to play a video or at least to show an article? Can you show an article?
This is the problem with showing those things, infringement.
Okay, fine. Here, I'll give you an article. That's not an infringement, just an article. So I posted an article. It's not a matrix because I'm gonna read it myself very fast so that our
Okay.
audience, you
But
just
just
put it
know
up.
that your 5 minutes is going on.
Yeah,
while
it's
we're
part of my,
talking.
I'll use
Thank
it
you.
instead of, okay, thank you very much. So once you put that up, my time would start because I don't know how long it's going to take you to put it up.
No. Your time has started
Don't put
already.
it
So if
up.
you
Oh,
want
they're
to,
gonna ban this. They're gonna
we can't
let
put
him
it
read
up.
it.
Just
Be
let
reading
read
it.
it. Yes.
No. I want you to put it on this. It's an article. Don't listen to AY. He's here to troll, right? Just ignore that AY is here. He's not. He's here to just make noise.
Okay.
No,
Remove
Okay.
him when
This is
I'm
what I
talking.
want you. Okay. This is what I want
This is
you
an
to
article.
understand. Okay. All right.
It's not a
Uncle
video.
Pansat.
Yeah.
Okay, Uncle Pansat. Can I be fair to you?
Yes.
Can you highlight the point of those article? Then
Okay.
I'll start your minute as soon as you start discussing it. Am I being fair here?
That's fair.
Okay.
But
Thank
you're
you,
not
sir.
gonna put it up on the screen, are you?
I
It's just an
can't.
article.
I can't.
Okay.
I can't.
Let me read this article. First of all, this is from Nairametrics, 10/11/2017. So that'll be October in the way United States dates is 10 here. So it's called Double F explains why Aliko Dangote is bad for Nigeria. This was 7 years ago, right? Article. It says, in one of the most scathing articles you can read online, an analyst and a frequent contributor to Nairametrics, Feyi Fawehimi, unloaded on Aliko Dangote, the richest man in Africa. In the opinion editorial, which was featured on QZ.com, he explained reasons why he believes the billionaire may be exerting an unhealthy influence on the government, the economy at large, and the lives of average Nigerians. In effect, he opines that despite all the hype around him, Dangote is bad for Nigeria. Here are some of his key taking points. Dangote has made more than 90% of his wealth from the cement industry. He currently has a 65% market share, meaning that in effect, he decides what the price of cement in Nigeria is. The gross margin on Dangote cement was as high as 70% a few years ago and has slowly come down to just under 50% in 2016. While average cement profit margins around the world was 17.2% in 2015, Dangote reported a 42.3% margin, almost 3 times more than the global average. In 2013, Dangote Cement had the highest net profit margin among the world's top 15 cement producers, 52%. The next most profitable producer had only a 17.8% margin. Despite these statistics, the monopoly is set to continue. Dangote has 90-year mining licenses for materials like limestone, even though its cement plants have a 50-year lifespan. So he can afford to mine limestone for the rest of his life without paying a single kobo extra to the federal government. For those who are usually swept away by the Keep Nigeria Money in Nigeria anthem, such as electrocentric cast, Dangote, they're singing, you'll be surprised that the federal government is not making so much of a public gain from Dangote's activities. Between 2010 and 2015, when Dangote Cement earned around 1 trillion naira in profits, it paid only 12 billion naira in taxes, just a 1.2% tax rate. 1.2. This is due to pioneer status, quote unquote, a Nigerian arrangement that is supposed to encourage investment in industries which the Nigerian government deemed in need of support. How Dangote's 3 cement plants can claim pioneer status 10 times in 11 years within the same industry is baffling, right? In a way to say it's unlawful. It's a scam. All in all, what Dangote has contributed to Nigeria through his cement factories are a lack of innovation, very few jobs, little addition to government revenue, and billions of dollars into the Dangote coffers. Basically, in his opinion, Dangote is bad for Nigeria. Now, that is one thing. That is indisputable. It's not me talking about it. Besides, it's 7 years ago we're talking about.
Okay, so your 5 minutes has started now.
Okay, thank you. So now, what I want to talk about, because we don't want to talk about personalities. That's not what I'm here for. I could care less. I don't have time. But in that country, in our place, that's in a Madabunjani. It's an Igbo adage. Madabunjani. As we're there starving, no jobs, students are out of school. There are people who are causing that. There are key individuals who are the problem. So when we have a situation arise right now on this NNPC issue, you have to understand it's not an abstract terms like some people want to make us here believe. It's not theoretical, it's not conceptual, it's not even just intellectual. It's not philosophical, Mr. Electric Cast. That's why when we do get into a debate, I don't want you to be using conjectural stuff and non-realistic stuff, hypothetical, creating a Dangote in your head that doesn't exist in reality. Because what would a guy like me, I'm here in the United States, I don't need anything. We're $30 trillion economy. Where are you, by the way? Eccentric, are you in the United States or in Nigeria?
I'm in the U.S.
In the U.S. So you know how many refineries do we have in the United States? How many?
Eccentric, please don't answer. No, you guys are going to have debates where you can.
Okay, no, okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that in just one state, say Texas, we have dozens of refineries. In California, dozens, huge. So when you said, and that's preemptive, you said to me that why I was down on Dangote is because I'm from the South and he's from the North. I have the right to feel that way, by the way. I'm not expressing, it's not part of the reason here, but I do have a right to that as well. We cannot have a guy come from the North and come and sap all our resources from the South to Lagos. Right? What do you think, we're stupid? And then take almost $3 billion from our coffers. We need, do you know how much $3 billion is? That could build refineries in every state. Modular refineries. I'm not one of those guys that go around saying, boasting to Americans, for example, say we have the biggest refinery in Africa. That doesn't do anything for me. I want a lot of I want the products. I want people to do what they're supposed to do. So maybe you're being condescending, thinking that we Africans, we don't deserve what you have in America. And if you're doing that, I want you to cut it out. I have a lot of Nigerians, smart people who are here, like I'm here. Nigeria GDP is like $20-something billion. My neighborhood, we have that kind of money here on the streets here. It's nothing. So I want you, I also do recognize you as my brother, obviously. You might even be the same tribe as me. But we're gonna have to talk some sense into you so that when we come here, we're gonna have to make the entire country good, not just the North, right? There's a lot of people who are smoking like AY say, yeah, two Igbos are fighting, and I want to take away stuff like that from him, right? So I look forward to our debate. Yeah. Okay, so thank you. I yield back the balance of my time. People don't appreciate me no matter what I do.
Thank you.
I'm yielding back to almost 2 or 3 minutes here.
And I know, I appreciate. I really
Let
do.
me ask
Me
Pascal one
personally.
question.
AY, you can ask him a question for 1 minute. Then Sola, I'll go to you. Then
Assad.
Cedric, you have your 5 minutes, and after that, we'll start the debate. Thank you.
Assad, I want you to answer this to the public. Why are you so tribal? Everything tribe. And the other thing is, why do you like insulting people? Is it because you are an old man? You are behaving like the way you are behaving now? Is it age that is disturbing you? What's the problem?
Well, let me first of all,
respectfully.
Yeah, that's no problem. I know you went serious, but I'll make it a serious thing, right? Look,
AY, why?
I am misunderstood. I come from a country where tribe is an issue. Now, look at me, a Pan-Africanist like me, right? Highly intelligent guy. I'm a genius. I come on the platform and I'm talking tribe and client. Why? Because of Nigeria. That's where Nigeria has made it. We cannot be in a country where we're blessed with enormous resources, vast human resources. Look at the people we have here now, very smart people, and those in the comment section, and those who are listening to us. Nigerians were blessed. But unfortunately, AY, to answer your question directly, it's come down to where we're not gonna, if you told, let's say, Eccentric, if he's really an American, it's not African, it says you have people driving cattle on the streets in our cities, drive cattle with AK-47s. He probably won't believe it unless he sees it himself. you have Northerners who won't go to school. You have Muslims like yourself who
You
want to
have
wear
50
your religion.
seconds left.
Yeah, thank you
so
very much.
Thank you.
Wear their religion on their sleeves, right? And dampening down our country. We have minorities such as yourself who are going to let Fulanis, who these are not Nigerians, they come from outside, come and take our resources. These are people who would have been taking a bath with camel dung somewhere in the desert, right? They come and they take our resources and use it to suppress our growth. Everything we're talking about here is based on that. If you look at Dangote now, the refineries, why our refineries are not working, is related to them. If you look at why we don't have power in the country, it's related to those who want to import generators in the country. So now, if it doesn't give a guy like me, let me ask that I'll be given 30 seconds to conclude this. So it doesn't give me pleasure to talk about this. Trust me. I mean, Nigerians, the best way, which is what I was thinking about, is just ignore the whole place for now. You're not going to take anapa. When I'm coming home, the land will still be there. I just let you starve over there and make a fool out of yourselves. So finally, why I'm talking about tribe is that if you look at Nigerian government, right, in the last 10 years, the North and the Southwest conspired to remove our public servants, Southeasterners, from the government, right, including Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and others. If you plot a graph, XY, from when they achieved that in 2015 to now, the Nigeria has gone down and they're starving and they're crying a being power over there in Nigeria, right? Because you are being tribal.
That's okay.
Thank you,
It's
sir.
okay
Thank
now.
you. Thank you. Solar, you're next. Could you please unmute? Mr. Christian, I want to ask you a question with Solar's permission. I see you keep going in and out. Are you having problem with your network? If that is the issue, I want you to speak with Solar's permission to let you speak. I just want to know.
Yeah, it's network issue. The network is bad, really bad. So
Solar, please, do you mind him going, please, if you don't mind? Thank you. Mr. Christian, you have 5. I'm going to give you 7 minutes because you've been going in and out, and I appreciate you keep coming back, so you have 7 minutes. Go ahead, sir. Welcome to the show.
I do my best. I hope he doesn't throw me out again, but anyway, we'll keep trying. If he throws me out, then it's
back,
okay.
Don't worry. I'll pause your time and continue.
All right. Okay. So, but because I've seen like the subject matter, is it? I came in. I just came in. I did not start from the beginning, so I don't know. Is that the subject issue from Dangote? I don't know, like we are slave or something. I don't know what is.
I think yes. I think if I'm not mistaken, because I just came back from work, so I don't know if I heard a little bit. If I can highlight it, it means being slavery with Dangote refinery. Why is it not open? I think Dangote made a statement based on how long are we going to keep being slaves. So, am I right? Any of the panelists? I just want to ask. Is my statement right? Because I walked into it. Okay. That's the we cannot continue to be slave. Aliko Dangote. Yes. Thank you.
Well, that is ironic to say the least, because a guy like Dangote, who has been so privileged, every government virtually in Nigeria handed the country economy over to him, monopoly. Everybody knows that. So if he has to say that, then what do we say? What about the rest of us then? Who are the last time I was in Nigeria was like a year ago, or about maybe going to 2 years now, and I saw his truck, one of his trucks, and the Nigerian youth who works for him, and if you see the condition in which they work in that truck, behind the truck with cement, like bats in the cement with. I mean, the health hazard of the job they do, so for him to say a thing like that is really baffling. But anyway, I don't know, apart from that, any other topical issue with you people, but I think I just say, let me just come in and make a contribution. That is usually what I do. I come in, I contribute my piece, and I go away, right? So I think what goes on in Nigeria is beyond words. You can't even put it in words what goes on there. But what surprises me the most is that I don't know what happened to the people. and there doesn't seem to be any form of direction, and those you expect to stand up, say the right thing or do the right thing, I don't know. It's baffling that nothing is happening, because about a week ago, a couple of days ago, they call them council of elders and stuff like that. So they are looking for solution. Everybody is trying to find a solution, but they are looking at the solution in all the wrong places. So it's not going to work. So I think I saw from their meeting, they went to Tinubu to put a request regarding restructuring or regionalism or referendum or whatever. So, but what really baffles me is that at the end of it all, Tinubu, right there in their face, he put it straight to them that what you guys are saying may be okay, but it's not priority. It's not my priority. So, and to think that they got this answer from Tinubu and they can't do nothing or say anything, that is what baffles me, because the guy just told you very straight that is, so obviously it is sad. It is sad, because for some of us who understand what Nigeria is and what goes on in Nigeria, we just sit back and we watch and see how people so terribly make fool of themselves. Elder statesmen, people you will naturally have some regard for, and there's just nothing to write home about. So I look at this issue for the past 20, maybe going to 30 years, the issue of restructuring Nigeria to give it some form of direction or cohesion has been going on for close to 30 years. But those that runs the country, the people that runs Nigeria on behalf of the British, because again, until we begin to call a spade, we begin to speak straight without fear or whatever, we're not going to make any headway. Those that runs Nigeria on behalf of the British, they've said it time and time without number that Nigeria, there's nothing wrong with Nigeria. There's no need for restructure because everything is fine. And to think that about maybe 3 or 4 days ago, this new group, they went to Tinubu, and at the end, Tinubu told them that that is not his priority, that his priority is to fix the economy of the country. But everybody knows that the economy cannot be fixed. Tinubu, first of all, doesn't have the capacity, but the worst of it all is that the mandate or the demand or request from this council, elder, whatever, is not part of the mandate or manifest or things given to Tinubu. And so again, until we begin to be bold enough to speak the truth, we're not going anywhere. Tinubu he's just buying time. He's just to, as usual, spend his 4 years or 8, 2 terms, as the case may be, if he have the longevity of life or whatever. He goes away. Someone else come and he continue back and from, 1 step forward, 3 backward. So obviously my point is that why is it that these guys, these elders, they are a mechanical of this world, they went there to put a request, and he flatly told them that it's not his priority. So what is the answer to the Nigerian problem? We know what the answer is, but that black dichotomy, that syndrome, which has always been the issue of the black man, will continue to play out, because Nigeria is like how should I say? Nigeria is just a sample or picture of everything that is wrong with the black race. I'm sorry if I have to say that. So my point is, yeah, even this elder council, they know it's just, again, people that they don't like to tell themselves the truth. They like to, just deception. They know that nobody's going to restructure Nigeria. The vice president told them that restructure my food. They are not ready for that. And since this council elders, they went to do the northerners, those that, like I say, that runs Nigeria on behalf of the British, they've come out to say that this proposal is another ploy. It's a ploy to get Biafra. So you ask yourself, so what do you want then? You think you're gonna continue to keep Biafrans at the point of with a gun on their head to continue to force them to stay in Nigeria when you are not even ready to do the right thing? So that is the slavery, that is the subjugation, and you at the same time expect to have peace and progress. It's unworkable. So it's it's a shame. It is sad. But thank you anyway for my time. And thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate your input. Solar, I just want to tell you thank you. I really appreciate you allowing him to speak. You're next. Your 5 minutes starts.
All right. Thank you very much. The first thing is, I mean, Mr. Pansat is not here. And that's what Eccentric Cast asked him. Is he aligned with we importing fuel into Nigeria? Number one, I'm not supporting Dangote. Dangote is a monopolist. Dangote is a capitalist. He can do whatever he wants to do. You know, Pansat was asking question about the cement, that how much is he paying, this and that. The first question is this: where was the federal government when they were allocating him Obajano cement, Ibesi cement, Benue cement? Where were the federal government? I mean, where were people that are speaking now? The question, and I keep saying it every single time, the way and how we're going to fix Nigeria is if we, the people, especially labor, come up. I'll give you an example. If anything happens in the US or abroad, I mean, Western country, you see their labor, you see a labor movement because they want to stop it. Also, you will see people in the parliament. It could be in the parliament, it could be in the House of Rep, or for and against. They will come up, they will speak. You know, the last election, they voted some obedient movement guys, some labor guys. Where are they now? Are they speaking for the people? They are not. Now, when it comes to this refinery thing, I am not for Dangote. I am for Nigeria. To be honest with you, I want more refineries in Nigeria. I want us to stop refinery from abroad. The question is, allow this guy to start. Then give others that want to get license, give them the license to build. Now, federal government said last year, oh, by November or December, oh, the Port Harcourt refinery, it will spring up. Till date, they released another one to say by August ending or by September, oh, the Port Harcourt refinery or Warri refinery will kickstart. It will not. They will never. It shall not. That's the question. And that's just the begging truth. For me, Madam Gladys has asked the question, where is the way forward? The way forward is a labor movement. When I mean labor movement, I'm not talking about Labour Party. I'm talking about protest. We are not protesting to shut down any country. No, we are protesting this time around for our refineries to be built, to be working. This caricature labor or whatever wage they brought up now is nonsensical. Because if Dangote refinery is working, yes, I can say, and we are producing locally, even if it is our own refinery, it will more or less make the minimum wage work. But if we keep on importing fuel, it will not work. So the only reason why things go up in Nigeria is because of fuel. It's because of all of it, because majorly fuel. If we can allow this guy to start, I am not saying that Dangote is the only one. I am saying build our refinery, let it start working. Let there be competition between Dangote refinery, our major refinery, and the people that are importing. Let us see which one will work. Break it open. Let it work. Just bring, if you want to be bringing from anywhere, China or whatever, from Deep Blue Sea, bring it. Dangote be working. The remaining 4 Nigerian refineries work. You will see that all of these stuff we are talking about it will definitely come down. And that is the way forward. Let our refineries work. Let us start producing locally. Thank God Mr. Pansat said something. He said, oh, in Texas, they have loads of refineries, which is brilliant, which is great. And this is what we want in Nigeria. It's the same thing. So my argument is, let us ensure that whatever we have now, and what we have now is our refinery and Dangote refinery. Let us make sure that both are working so that we can stop all this monopolizing of these importers. Because look, if Dangote is not monopolizing you, the
You have 50
importers,
seconds left.
the importers that are bringing this thing in, they're also monopolizing.
Would you loan me that 50 seconds to ask you a question, Sola? You keep referring to me.
Uncle Pansat, this is what you're going to do. When it comes to your debate, anybody that said something that you don't agree with, you have that time to go into it. Sola, I'm going to give you 1 minute for the interruption. So go ahead.
I'm saying, if Dangote does not monopolize, the importers, they've been monopolizing us from onset. So let us allow this one to work. Then we fight for our own refineries to work. Then we will see the difference. And that is what I'm advocating for. So labor should come out, people should come out, support whatever is going to work. We should start producing locally so that Nigeria will be able to breathe, like this government says. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sola. Cedric, you're next. Your 5 minutes starts, and after that, we're going to start the debate. So, Cedric, you're next.
Oh, I'm going to leave after this. My son is he wants to go out, leave the house, and go do something elsewhere. So
let's use the 5 minutes to debate a little bit. Let's use your 5 minutes now instead of you using it. I mean, what are you going to say? Why don't you just use it to do a little debate? A little
debate. I'm not going to. I don't think I'm going to use up the 5 minutes. Let me exhaust the point that I have, because I've been taking notes based on the contributions everyone's making, right? And I'm going to say the advantages of refining oil in Nigeria are plenty, right? One of it is
notice that
it would reduce dependency. That's one of it. And the second one is foreign exchange savings. Nigeria will save at least $25 billion in foreign exchange savings if we actually if we refine our oil, in the country, right? And it will create jobs, create economic growth, and improve trade balance. And there are many more advantages of actually refining our oil. The issue of a monopoly, it's a good issue, right, to bring up. The monopoly problem can be solved by the leaders, right, by the government. For instance, like someone mentioned that the price of cement is still high, and it's an opportunity for other other people to get into the business, right? If the price is high, because usually how companies run monopoly is they would. I would use Amazon for instance, right? Amazon will reduce the prices of goods on their website to lower the prices, right, of produce, forcing customers to come to to the company to buy to their website to buy products. And what that would do to our competitors is they would drop their prices, and it will cause them to close their businesses, right? Small businesses, mom and pop stores, right? Because they can't compete with the big guy, right? The government has a way of mitigating these problems, right? That's a government thing to handle, right? To deal with the issue of monopoly. It's a real issue.
Could I ask you a question on that point there? Because that's why Adama, please allow us to, because now what you just said there, there's nobody here who disagrees with that. For example, you said we need to refine our own products. That's good. But the point I'm making is that when you commit these fallacies like this one I pointed earlier.
Let me take my time. No, I'm not. I don't have time for this. I don't got time for this. So
very good. Take your time.
No, but I don't have time for this, man. Okay, so if you want to debate on fallacies and logical fallacies and whatnot, we can do that next time.
When you say that monopoly is bad, right? Let me just forget what I said before. When you say monopoly is bad,
Isn't
you
that
just
your
don't have one.
argument? That's
Hold
your
on. You don't
argument.
Uncle
have.
That's the
Pastor, you know
argument.
all you're doing is adding more minutes to
No,
his
no, no.
time.
Hold
You know
on.
that's
This
what
is
I'm doing, right?
Adama. This is good for him to make his point. What you're looking at as a monopoly as one type of monopoly, right? But there are many kinds of monopolies. So the kind of monopoly that Dangote is doing, so where you don't even have a point of entry for somebody else. The government licenses people. For example, if I want to do a cement or a refinery, I have to be licensed to do so. So if he does an oligopoly kind of monopoly, you can't get in. Or those who are there already. For example, in Kogi State, where the former governor Yahaya Bello fought Dangote for
Uncle
that
Pastor,
cement.
I think you've gone far. I'm going to let you allow him to finish. So when it's your turn, you can respond. So
Okay,
please,
I'll do that, Adama, but you have to give me the whole time now for the debate. If he leaves, then I want to speak as much time as I may consume because he's running from the debate. So I'll talk after he's gone, as long as I want. Okay.
I will time you. So
Okay.
I will time
For
you.
both of our times.
Yes.
If he relinquishes his time, I'll use it.
How about everyone in the panel? How about everyone in the panel just step down for Patsat to just go on and entertain the guests?
No. We
the
have other
viewers.
panelists here, so
Yeah,
I'm the
seriously.
moderator.
No,
Yes, etc. Go
Eccentric,
ahead.
trust me,
I gave
Pastor
you
has
2
something
more
to
minutes,
offer.
so take your time. You have 2 more minutes added to your time. Thank you.
Yeah,
Goodness,
sorry,
man.
Eccentric, for the structure.
Yeah, he messed up my train of thought, right? Okay, so let me rebuttal his points. Anyways, so Pansat committed false equivalence, right? When he said the way the Northerners, the way they herd their cattle everywhere, and that's how they also control. He made a serious false equivalence. How are you going to compare the guys like the ordinary workers going through the same thing every other ordinary Nigerian is going through to the elite, to the top business people like Dangote? That's a false equivalency, right? And you did that, right? I called you out on that because I took a note on that. All right. And then he made circumstantial ad hominem attacks. So let's say if you're from the north, right? Your argument is non-binding. Or let's say if you're like AY's argument doesn't count since he's not Igbo, because he has an agenda. You know what I'm saying? That's what he's claiming. Pansat is claiming. I mean, that's terrible argument. He's talking about illogical reasoning. This is it. These are illogical reasons coming from you. I can make notes of all your illogical reasonings. Anyways, the United States has 129 refineries, right? Guess what? Those refineries are owned by one set of people, right? White people. But when it comes to Nigeria, now you want to call out who actually owns everything, right? We can make that distinction, for Nigeria. But when it comes to the United States, where all the refineries are owned by Oyibo man, that's not a problem, right? See,
132
no, let me
states.
Pastor, you need to stop.
You
You
cannot
need to
keep
stop.
interrupting him.
Pastor,
You
behave
cannot
yourself.
keep interrupting him. Could you please
Mute your
respect
mic.
me just
He
as a
mentioned my
moderator?
name, though. He mentioned my name.
Yes, you will respond. You have enough time to respond. Please. Thank you,
Mute your
sir.
mic. Mute your mic. Yeah, now you're messing up my train of thought. Anyways, AY already mentioned that when the license for building a refinery was given, it was given to a lot of people. Not just that. A lot of people got the license. Where are their refineries, right? Because he's claiming, he's trying to claim that his Dangote's form of monopoly is the monopoly where he works with the government, right? He's in connivance with the government. I agree with that, right? But based on what AY said earlier, that licenses were given to other people, right? That actually refutes your point, right? So what I'm saying is like, when it comes to cement manufacturing.
Cedric, will you please wait? Uncle Pansat, you're going to have your own time to talk. Anything any of the panelists says that doesn't sit well to you, when it comes to your time, you can
but I
use
have
your
to respond
time.
right away.
No.
What I'm saying, when he's done, I have to respond to him. I can't wait after he makes those claims
I'll
and
give
then
you
go
that
around.
time. I'll give you that time. Thank you.
All right, so that actually disproves your point. When it comes to cement manufacturing, with Dangote setting the price high, it actually creates an opportunity for other people in the system to actually get in and lower their prices and compete, right? The problem is the system of economy that we practice, capitalism, right? capitalism leads to monopoly, and this has been written about by a lot of scholars, right? You can find articles on this. Capitalism will lead to a monopoly, and I've given an instance where big businesses will lower their prices, where small businesses cannot compete because they can't make profit. Someone like Amazon, for instance, like if other people get into cement manufacturing, for instance, right now, what Dangote can get rid of them. All he has to do is lower the prices of cement. Let's say if the prices are set at 20,000 naira, right? Dangote can reduce his price at 10,000 and lose money. He can afford to do that. The competitor cannot lower the prices to 10,000, therefore leaving the market, right? That's capitalism. That's competition right there, right? So the system is also the problem right there. The government can regulate this, right? There was a time when AT&T was the only telecommunication company in the United States of America until they got broken up, right? They were not allowing competitors. They were, doing all this crazy competition, taking all the loopholes. The government broke them up, right? So the government can break up Dangote, but the advantages of having a refinery in Nigeria, I've already stated that, right? And also the point that I made before that a lot of people on the panel, didn't hear is if we beat this refinery, $17 billion, that's how much Europe makes from refining our oil. They're going to lose that, right? So it's a problem for the economy. That's why they are fighting against this, using all their stooges in Nigeria, all the elite stooges, people that went to school in Chicago and all those guys, right? These are their stooges, right? They're using them to stifle Dangote's refinery, right? The ability to, have his refinery running, making all claims without providing any type of evidence, right? That his sulfur level is pretty high.
How many
when
minutes
he
is
started.
2 minutes? 2 minutes is a long time.
No,
I mean,
okay, Uncle Pastor, I'm the moderator. I will tell him when his time is up. Thank you.
Very good.
Go
Give
ahead.
him one more minute.
All right. Well, all right. So
Could you run it up?
Pansa
Thank you.
pulled out, he pulled out an analyst article on a website. I forgot the name of the website, and claimed that Dangote only paid 1.7% in income in tax on his cement company. Actually, the same website says that Dangote paid 17% income tax. It's in the same website that you pulled that information from. So you're not going to rely on an analyst's point of view to actually come to your conclusion, because the analyst could be paid by someone else.
Different from the tax on the cement factory.
Oh, okay, Uncle Pastor.
No, wait, Adama, I'm gonna take away some points from you.
Adama, you need to remove
Please, let him.
You need to remove him.
Please, could you allow him finish? You will get your time to respond. We cannot keep going this back and forward. Please.
Now, what are you doing, man?
Please, etc. Go ahead. I'm sorry for the. All you're doing is giving him more minutes, so you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, all right. So the monopoly that I mentioned it's called natural monopoly. Natural monopoly is real. It's a real thing. In America, we actually witness natural monopoly. Few companies own everything, right? Like British Petroleum, all the refineries that he mentioned, 129 refineries, are owned by few companies. These are owned by few companies, and they're actually acquiring the smaller companies. So there's monopoly going on here. Just because we have 229 refineries here doesn't mean that it's not controlled by one entity. The same thing in the media. It's a problem inherent in capitalism, right? That could be addressed by the government. I forgot the president's name. It's eluding me right now. There was a time when there was so much inflation, prices were going high. It's Nixon. Nixon slashed prices. Like, he set prices. He went online. He went on TV and said he's going to set prices if you increase the price of your goods. He mentioned all the goods, all the essential goods. It could lead to a problem. He could pull your licenses or whatnot, and it worked, right? Nigeria can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Nigeria can do that, right? We can do that to address the issue of monopoly. But we need to refine our oil in Nigeria. It's going to create a lot of positives, and I've mentioned them. Being against that based on tribal differences
makes no sense. Yes, yeah.
Man. Let's do that and address the problem in house, right? If you are my wife, you and I have a problem, let's deal with that. We have a way of dealing with stuff like that. Yeah. As Igbo people, we deal with that in the family. We're not going to bring it up. Let's bring them a refinery, solve that issue first, fix fix our money, fix a lot of stuff, create employment. We can do with the e-shop monopoly.
Thank you. Uncle Passat, I'm going to give you, just to be nice, I'm going to give you 3 minutes. Please respond. Mr. AI is here. I want him to speak. Please don't hit him back. Don't ask him questions. Once your minute is up, it's up. Please, sir.
But by the way, let me say to you, Adama, that fairness and integrity is not something you earn and then you got it forever. You put it as a badge, right? You have to keep on earning it, right? So I'm gonna take away some points. In the last 5 minutes or so, you haven't been fair. Okay. But let me go ahead and address now, Mr. Eccentric. Let me say to you that you're being incoherent, right? When you say to me, everybody's gonna agree with this. You've said it many times here. I agree. Dangote is a monopolist, right? And you are against monopoly. So, but it's worse than incoherence. You're illogical. You're actually irrational. There's an absurdity in your ways and what you say. You jump from one thing to the other.
That's how the hominem attack, man. Go to your point. Stop attacking me, bro.
Please mute the guy now. He said nobody should.
I'm gonna stop coming in.
Please,
please.
I'm gonna get out of this panel. This is nonsense.
Get out. I don't
listen. Oh, please.
Don't stay here because
we keep doing this. We cannot. Uncle Pastor, please. You need to listen.
All right, so he's gone. So let me conclude what I'm saying.
But Uncle Pastor, I want you to listen to something. You interjected and interrupted him 3 times.
He earned more time for it. He earned maybe 5 minutes for it. You were here giving a minute.
He's doing the same thing to you. He's making.
Okay, so how many minutes do I get for that interruption?
Adama, to be honest, if Pastor continue like this, you need to.
How many minutes do I get for that interruption?
And I think yes. Uncle Pastor,
you need to remove him.
Stop. I don't want to remove
him.
No. Why can't you have a debate?
If you remove me, you lose.
Let me handle it, please.
You remove me, you lose. I'm the star here. I'm the star. You remove me, you lose.
I agree with you. Okay, 3 minutes. Go ahead. Thank
you.
What?
How many minutes do I get for AY interrupting me and the other boy interrupting me?
Okay. I said I gave you. I'm starting your minutes all over again.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, you're warming to my heart back again. You get a couple of points for that fairness. Now, what I'm saying is that this guy, he comes here, he says, "Oh, Dangote is some kind of natural monopolist," which is a lie.
Big lie.
It's a very big lie. He's not a natural monopolist. This guy has no intellectual properties. He doesn't have any. Have you ever seen Dangote's intellectual property? He's competing in the tomato. He competed with market women in tomato. In the cement, he ran eBay and others out of business. He's using the government. As a matter of fact, what he's doing is more sinister than a monopoly. It's some kind of oligopoly, true, but he uses our legislators, our government. If there's a COVID, for example, he will shut the borders. He could say, shut the borders and let them just buy my product. And we'll be gnashing our teeth. It's some form of terrorism, to be honest with you, what he's doing. Now, but you can be here trying to be fair, Adama, because I know you're smart. When a guy like me come on this platform to talk, right? I'm not here to be running my mouth with AY. You shouldn't even have AY address me here. People like that. I'm here to discuss our national problem. I'm a Pan-Africanist. I'm not a tribal or clannish or whatever. But if the problem is tribal, I'm going to talk about it in tribal terms. You heard Dangote speak here. Does he sound smart? Like he's even educated? We have a lot of educated people. Just because they're from the South and they're Christians, they can't get a shake in that goddamn country. So I'm supposed to come here and be a nice guy. Where's his intellectual properties? Because even that, like he was saying, because he's smart here in the United States, he cited AT&T, they're big monopoly. The government has mechanisms to break up monopolies. They have all kinds of ways to make sure antitrust. Cause. By the way, Christian, when you were speaking, I made a comment in the comment section to say that I associate myself with your remarks. We've had a lot of people here, smart Nigerians who've come here to talk, but idiots like this AY is going to come here to make us shy so we can't talk because of if you say something when I'm speaking anthropologically, right? Now he's listening. He's listening tribally, right?
Can you be
Please,
remove him.
AY, please.
Please
Pastor,
remove
you
him.
heard what he said. Adama,
You
you
keep
heard what he
admonishing
said.
him. I want him removed.
No, I can't have him.
You're muted. You're muted. Adama, you're muted.
Yeah, I can have him removed. You just use the cuss word to refer to him. That's not fair. That's not
Okay,
being
let me take that back. Sometime
you.
in the
Thank
heat of
you.
passion,
Thank you.
let me take that back. You don't
Thank
deserve
you.
anything. Now,
Thank you. And
some
I'll
of
give you 1 minute for that. I'll give you 1 minute for that.
Let me ask for two there. Let me ask for 2 more minutes for that.
No,
That's
1
big.
minute. 1 minute.
Okay.
I have Mr. AI here. He needs to speak. He's been patient enough.
Okay, that's fine. You know what? I'm gonna, in the spirit of reciprocity, I'm going to yield back. Okay, I want to hear from Mr. AI as well. So let me yield back.
Thank you.
No problem. I don't want to make your job
you.
difficult.
Thank you. Welcome to the show, Mr. AI. It's your turn to speak. Could you please unmute? Thank you, sir. You're muted.
Okay, first of all, the other gentleman has just left. I think it's very important that we are
I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, I think it's very important to respect people, even if you don't agree with them. Even if if you have a platform where everybody is on the same page, then we are not going to have any. Then it becomes a kind of an exclusive club of same opinionated people. So I think it's very important. Even if you don't agree with him, don't curse him, don't make belittle him. I just don't think that's right. When it comes to the issue at hand, I think it's neither here nor there. There are just a lot of issues here. It's very complicated. The NNMPC, every single one of us know that it's a useless, establishment. So it's very difficult when you don't have a track record of good administration to suddenly overnight begin to have it overnight. However, there is something quite eye-popping that Dangote, they have had a free pass for so many years. I mean, every single administration in Nigeria has pretty much served him, make sure they met his goals. Suddenly, they are saying no to him. I think there's something for us to, I think there's something good there, because for the first time, if you look, I listened to what he said, the video he said you played, he said he asked them to stop issuing license. I don't think that's right. First of all, he has to compete. Yes, I do agree that we have to wean ourselves off importation. But at the same time, he has to begin to put out a product in the market, and people can use it and see that the price is good and is competitive. Then they can gradually reduce the license while we encourage other investors to have more refinery. There are a lot of people in Nigeria who can have refinery if the government would allow them. So I do appreciate them saying no to him, saying to them, you should stop issuing license. I don't think any individual, and I think why this became public is because in the past, he had done that and the government had listened to him. The other administrations had listened to him. That's why nobody heard about it. But whether it be cement or sugar or whatever you want to talk about, that he had been able to get a free pass in all those areas. The reason why it became public is because he said what he said to them, and they said, no, we don't want you to have that monopoly. Now, I'm not here to bash Dangote. I don't care. He's a businessman like any other person, and I'm not going to bash him whether he has intellectual property or not. After all, when you listen to Innocent Moto speak, it doesn't sound brilliant. It doesn't sound like a Harvard educated guy, but he's a brilliant guy. So it doesn't follow that if somebody is not a very good, very eloquent speaker, therefore
to be honest with you, I do respect the guy. No matter where you look at it, there are many people who have, you can say, okay, a lot of the government officials have dumped their money, stolen money into his business. So what? He still invested it in Nigeria. He has a lot of employment in Nigeria. He's created a lot of jobs in Nigeria. That's some kind of contribution. Even if he's monopolizing, that's still something. If the amount of money that have been stolen in Nigeria is invested the way he has invested, Nigeria will be different. So I do have a level of respect for him, but it's not his responsibility. He's a businessman. If he can get away with monopoly, he will do it. That's, everybody is greedy. It is the responsibility of a functional government to draw the line and say, we are not going to let you get away scot-free with this level of control of the economy. And that's what they are trying to do in this instance. And I don't see anything wrong with that. Then there's a public debate about it. He's crying. They are, making the one thing he did say that I do appreciate, if you look at other videos and conferences and interviews he gave, is that it's kind of sad, like a country, Nigeria, doesn't have a lab to test the materials they are getting from abroad. And he claims that the material, the product that are being sent to Nigeria from abroad is a how do I say it? The standard is substandard, and therefore it's not good enough. Why? Because the government of Nigeria doesn't even have a lab to test it. So that's a major. We have our biggest problem is not the individual, is not Dangote. It is a very dysfunctional.
I'm just interrupting you. So you get some more minutes. I like.
Yeah, no, I made a point. There are two things I
him.
wanted to say, and number one is that I was begging.
Please, Mr. AI, can you wait, please?
Okay.
Uncle Pansat, please. I respect you, sir. When you do this to me, I feel I don't like it. I don't like it. Please.
Okay, I'm
please
sorry.
let him
Don't
have.
worry.
Yeah, please.
All right, no problem.
Thank
you deserve
you.
a lot of respect here because you're fair.
Thank
you.
Yeah, and I'm going to shut up in a second. I'm just saying there are 2 points I want to make. Number one is that we should be respectful to one another. Even if I don't agree with somebody like that gentleman who was talking, I don't see what is wrong. I mean, he's making a case. Is in a very normal, civilized debate. You respect him, and then you debunk what he's saying. You don't have to call him names to do that. That's number 1 point. Number 2 point is that there is certain a level of appreciation for NNPC for, in spite of their corruption and bad track record, to be able to stand up and say no to Dangote is, I think, is commendable. Whether there is some other shady deal, whether there are some foreign power behind them trying to, I don't know. That could as well be true. But if you look at what they are saying, there's element of truth in that. On the other hand, I will never bash Dangote. He is a businessman. He has every single right to fight for his interests. Okay. And I also give him credit for investing in Nigeria.
Nigeria, yeah.
More than any other, a lot of all the corrupt people. So let's just be, we all live abroad. We see
let's
how
be fair here.
Abroad.
If I invest in a business, I want a return on it. Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. AI. And I just need to say this. Cedric, if you're listening, I'm so sorry you left. I would have loved you to stay, but I understand you said you had your son and he needs to do something. AY, I'm sorry for the personal insult, Uncle Pansat.
No, I will reply to him. I will reply to him.
Please, you have to work with me here, please. You have to.
You don't have to reply to him. You can be a gentleman.
He knows how we do it, man. That is how we do it. I'm going to reply.
Out of respect for me as a moderator, please, we can't do this back and forth, please.
But you need to punish him for driving people away.
Okay, give me that authority to punish him. Now you reminding me. I know what needs to be done. I'm trying to be fair here. So please, can we all be respectful? Even though we disagree with whatever any one of us may say, one thing I need to remind all of us, maybe we forget, we are all adults. And if we do not want to feel disrespected,
no. Hold on. Adama, I need to interject you. Hold on.
Yes.
It's not all. You need to face Pansad. He is the one that is insulting people. You need to be specific and talk to him to behave. If nobody else is insulting people here, he's the one. So he needs to behave.
Thank you.
All right, so Adama, let me be heard. Excuse me. Would you please hold on 1 minute, please?
So he's taking the
we,
panel, the panel away from you again. I'm the one to speak. He's taking
No,
it over.
hold on, Uncle Pansat. I didn't
He
ask
needs
you
to
to
stop.
speak. Yes, you just took it away from me as a moderator. Could you wait? I was just talking, and then I said to me that you're being disruptive, and now you just took. Please, could you wait?
I'm not saying anything until you allow me to speak. So if you
Okay.
want me to wait, I'm gonna wait.
Okay, please, could you wait?
Let AY play you like a drum. Just go ahead. He
Thank
tells
you.
you when to go. Let him play you. It's okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, Electricity, could you please play the next video so that everybody can calm down and we'll pick it up from there. Thank you. Or I'll play it from my end.
Notice that there is heavy decline on medical brain drain. From 24,000 to now, as I speak, we have less than 10,000 doctors in Nigeria. So that is alarming. So I now thought to myself that, okay, let us look at our laws, what is happening. I noticed that, look, the vacuum is that immediately after housemanship, we noticed that most doctors, because of greener pastures, there is a capital flight from Nigeria abroad to UK, America, and all that. Now, government has invested so much money in training these medical doctors. So if you realize, if they can now take advantage of our situation, okay, and now open their doors, because just recently in 2020, UK opened healthcare and visa to people. They were all going to UK and US too, and Canada. So what should we do? Should we fold our arms? So now, and I said, okay, maybe to give back to the society, that is to our people, after training you. Yes, we are not saying you cannot go abroad to make your money, but if government has subsidized your tuition, okay, I mean, to the tune of 40 to 150,000, the least we can get from you is that after your housemanship, before you are given full license, before you are given full license, yes, before you are given full license, at least you can give back to the society within a period of 5 years. So after 5 years, you are free to go. At least you've given back to the society.
We just saw the video that played, and I feel it's something we all can weigh in and to change the mood. We just saw the video that played, and I feel I'm hearing myself back. Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Okay, thank you. This is something that has to do with healthcare, and it breaks my heart as someone who is in healthcare to see the amount of doctors, nurses leaving Nigeria. So we're going to change the mood, and we're going to start from you, Uncle Pansat. Everybody has 5 minutes, and we all weigh in on this topic, and I want us to go from there. Uncle Pansat, can you mute?
Let me say that you had promised a debate, and my opponent scrambled out of here. He was scared to debate. And you promised you're going to give me the time to then use both of our times. You're going to, and that's very important conclusion that I want to have to this stuff, because you have people who are respected, such as AI, who is milk toast and unenthusiastic in embracing the facts. He does agree with the position, but he's doing it in a way that he's saying, I didn't insult anybody. I said that the gentleman was incoherent, that he stipulates to monopoly being a bad thing. That's what I'm talking about, his position, not him. He's my brother. He's from the same tribe as me. And it's an awesome tribe, by the way, the Igbos, Southeasterners. I'm very proud of my tribe. There's no doubt about that, even though I'm a Pan-Africanist. But what I'm saying is that he's like Mr. AI here, who agrees that monopoly is bad. And I'm not happy sitting here when we're talking about these things and what it does to us. So I was going to have Mr. AI, I don't think they have time for me. I want him to name out some virtues, right? I yielded my time. When he came in, I said, you know what? I'll yield back. I want to hear from AI. Did he show any gratitude for that? No Nigerian shows gratitude. A people with zero virtues. I'm here talking about our country, how to rescue us from where we are. That have no courage. Somebody's giving credit to somebody. You think I take delight in talking about Dangote? I'm a capitalist myself. I love capitalism and entrepreneurship, but I'm not gonna sit here while somebody is coming all the way from the north. I don't know where the hell they come from. Come and take our resources. Take $2-3 billion from our government to build a goddamn refinery that is not even 47% complete. And right now, he keeps getting crude. Shiploads of crude oil. All of you here, you don't have any shame. All you have is ability to insult me here. Telling me I'm insulting a kid who could be my son. I only said something about his... but you know what's disappointing? And I live here with a heavy heart. I'm not going to talk about the healthcare stuff. Even though you could have gotten a lot from me on that. Something you couldn't even pay for.
Okay, please, could you comment on that? Because out of respect
no,
for me,
you have to appreciate. You don't appreciate. Let me tell you, if we don't have the structure right, you could go building the best hospitals. If you have people, right, imperialists, local, Fulani imperialists, come and take our oil, take our money, won't complete refinery, carry their cattle all over our country, use military soldiers when Showore goes there to protest. For you all, you don't care. How are you gonna be? It's like building castles on sand. This Dangote, if he's captured, I'll be nice because we're on TV. I'm put in custody. In those days when we have military government, you could have done far worse to him for what he's doing to our country. If he's removed, we're just gonna jump, leap. The economy is gonna grow. Everything's gonna be happening the way it's supposed to happen. We have a lot of stuff. We have a lot of smart people. We have a lot of resources. It's not a benign discussion. It's not benign. You could talk about healthcare. You can, if somebody is going out about destroying your refineries so that he will have monopoly of a refinery, destroying your whatever else you have out there, right? And your power. So you could be buying generators, and you look anthropologically, which is what I talk about. I discuss anthropology, not tribe. But every tribe in that country, there's something they're doing. So Adama, I respect you. You know that. I mean, I love you. You got a great heart. You're fair, but do not let manipulative bastards like this AY be pushing your button because you want to be nice, because you want to suck it to the Igbo man, so you want to be fair. He is an Igbo. You cannot have him dabaru the session, right? And then in order for you to be nice, because I see a lot of Igbos are in that situation. My friend, if not now here,
Adama, so
Yes.
you allow him to keep
No,
insulting people, right? I'm going to follow Cedric because somebody said it's your uncle. Let me allow you guys to just keep going.
No, AY,
I'm
please.
gonna exit. I don't have time for this kind of madness.
AY, can you wait,
Thank you.
please? Could you wait,
Why
please?
do you want him to wait? Let him go.
But Uncle
What
Pansat,
contribution has he made here since today? Tell me what he said.
Uncle Pansat, you cannot keep insulting people.
All right.
Disrespecting people
Excuse me, I came in
AY, come back.
before man.
AY, if you can hear me, please come back.
Tone is not your turn
Come back,
to speak.
AY.
Tone is not your turn to speak, please.
No, wait. Just hear me out.
Tone,
1
please.
microsecond.
Tone, you need
1
to
microsecond.
wait. No, wait, Tone.
Before Uncle Pansat go, I've got a message for him.
Please,
and I'll just
wait.
leave.
Please, you need to wait.
Why? Hello?
Yes. He's talking. Uncle Pansat is talking. When he gives, if he wants you to talk, I need to get the permission from him. So you cannot just come in and just start interrupting. Thank you. Uncle Pansat, could you finish? Do you want Tone to talk so that way I'm asking for your permission? Can Tone speak?
No.
1 minute.
I'm only giving permission for you to remove him from the platform, right? He has nothing to say, and I will be done. I'm done because, like he said, all we do here is to be insulting ourselves, right? If Chowore goes there, they put him in custody. Because what kind of insult? If I take an insult, it's nothing. People who are in custody, Nnamdi Kanu, Chowore, nobody. There's no virtue among Nigerians. What have I done to be AY is known to be somebody who comes here just, I guess, for the guys. They want to be talking and making noise. I'm not here to knock anybody, but I'm going to respect the panel that you have them assembled. So I will yield back. You do whatever you want. If Tone wants to address me, I'm here. He could address me.
Brother, can you spare me 1 minute?
Yeah.
Can you spare me
ahead.
1 minute out of your time, please?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
If you don't mind.
Okay, yeah. Please, Tone needs to talk. Tone needs to talk. Okay,
but I've been here before him. I've been here before him, though.
He just came in. I want to give him 1 minute to respond. So, Tone, please, Mr. Christian, let Tone talk. Let him respond for 1 minute. Then
right. Uncle Pansat, I've not come here to insult anybody. But as a matter of fact, if you've been reading the comment section, I passed on a message to you. I don't know whether you read it or whether you blocked me. All I want to say to you is I want to apologize to you about some certain things you've been saying, which I found out. Because there are a lot of moderators here that are swinging both ways. They've got no integrity. They've got no shame. In fact, I found out one of them works for the DSS. You know who I'm talking about. Now, I've just come here to apologize. This platform is just going down by the day. A lot of people in one man's that work for one man and all that, they also come here. Even some of them are moderators now. No integrity, nothing. I'm a man of integrity. Even the present person that is even moderating right now works for one man. So what are we talking about?
No, she's
so
fair.
listen,
She's
Damages,
all right.
if you're listening to me, I've warned you. Your show is going down. Pansat has warned you many, many times. You don't want to listen. Yes, I know, Andrew. Whatever you call your name, you're part of that gang. I know that is running down this show. I will tell that in your face. And that's all I want to say. Thank you and good night, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
So can I?
Could you please,
speak?
Mr. Christian, could you wait, please? I just want to make this statement, and I'm making it publicly. We have platforms in YouTube. And last time I checked, so Tone, I know you're listening, so I want you to listen carefully. We have a lot of panelists, moderators who go to other platforms. I'm not any different. I don't have any contract with anyone. It's my right. I'm entitled to go to whatever platform I want to go to. It doesn't have to sit well with you. When it should bother you is if I am speaking the way those platforms you're talking about talks. This is part of the problem we have in Nigeria. We want to tell people how to talk, how to act, and we forget one thing, that we are all grown adults. I'm a grown woman. You can't tell me what to do. You don't have to like what I do. But one thing you're going to do, you're going to respect me. You don't have to like it. The owner of this platform knows what I am doing. And yes, I am entitled to go into wherever I want to. It's my right. You don't have to like it. At the end of the day, when we gather on the platform, we need to be respectful to one another. And that's all I'm asking for. So that is my comment on what you just said. I'm not hiding, as you can see. So before you go start saying anything, it is my right. And you don't have to like what I do. When you see me on the platform, you don't have to come on. Go to other platforms that you do go to, that where your opinions are welcome. So just like you're on the comment section, one thing you're good at is coming on live and complaining about the comment section. You're doing the same thing you are complaining
That's
about.
okay,
So
Adama, that's
maybe
okay.
may you practice what you're preaching. Thank
That's
you.
okay. In your case, he got it wrong, just in your case. But everything else he said was the gospel truth there. The things that he said about me, I'm not used to receiving any positive thing from him. But we can move on. I think Pastor is here. Yeah. Yes, sir, go ahead. Christian, go ahead.
Okay, let me just say something.
Mr. Christian, you can. Mr. Christian, I'll give you 5 minutes, so it's your turn. Go ahead. You can talk. Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay. So the thing is, I keep wondering. I just cannot, for the life of me, figure out how anybody with even half a sense will expect Nigeria to neither prosper nor have peace, given what is obtainable in Nigeria. The way I look at Nigeria, and I don't know why people don't see it that way. Nigeria is a hostage. Nigeria is a captivity. Nigeria is, which other word best qualifies Nigeria? The fact that from the get-go, the people were forcefully amalgamated, forcefully joined against their will, without their consent, by the Lord Lugard and his crew. Now, fast forward 1999, a constitution was adopted that again refuses to give the people a chance in the form of referendum, at least to decide if they want to be in Nigeria or not. How on earth do you expect that Nigeria is going to know peace or prosper? It's just not possible because, like I said, we are under a bondage in Nigeria. I am from the eastern part. It's a bondage, and there's no way you can kidnap me, deprive me of my chance to decide if I want to be in Nigeria. Over 70 to 80 million people, then you expect me to love Nigeria. It's never going to happen. Now, my thing is this, if they don't want to do it, that's fine, but they can be rest assured that Nigeria is not going anywhere. Because if you hold somebody down, if you pin somebody down, that person you pin down is not moving. And you that is holding him or her down is not moving either. So if that is what the people want, so be it. But I can assure you that there's no way Nigeria is going to move an inch in terms of prosperity or development, because over 70 to 80 million people, or not just, even way more than that, they want to have a say. In the UK here, Scotland was given a chance to decide, and they did that. We know the result. And in 2016, the British people were complaining that they want to get out of European Union, and they gave them a chance to decide that, and they got out. So why is it that a black people, because of that same old issue, are incapable of neither behaving like a normal human being with developed brain or acting like such? So it baffles me. It simply baffles me. You want to force people to be in Nigeria, and you think they will give you flour? Jesus Christ, that is a question nobody has ever been able to answer, quite frankly. So Brother Passato, anybody can, if you don't mind, if you can speak to that, because I cannot figure out how on earth that is possible.
Okay, thank you. Madam Gladys, are you there? Could you please unmute? I just want to make sure you're there. If you're not there, I'll go to the next person. If not now, welcome to the show.
Yes, I'm here.
Could you please turn on your camera, please?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You saw the video that played about the healthcare workers leaving Nigeria. We know why I don't, you saw the video. So what's your opinion regarding the video that played regarding us losing doctors, nurses, going to other countries to work after they've schooled in Nigeria? Thank you.
My dear, people have their personal opinions about what they need for themselves. You can see what is happening in the country. The health system is not working. Even those that have to work, that believe that they want to work for the government. My blood brother is a medical doctor, but he has refused to join his family in UK. I don't know why. Because he's still in Nigeria. I look at him, I say, what is he doing in Nigeria? He has the documents, he has everything. Stay back in UK with your family. He doesn't want to stay. I do not blame them, because the so-called government officials, when they are sick, they go abroad to seek for treatment. So they need to take care of themselves and their families. So you can't imagine that where the minimum wage is 70, is it 70,000 naira? Sorry, I'm trying to call it dollars. What is that going to buy for someone? It's not going to buy anything. So if they have a greener pasture where they want to relocate to go and make life better for them, I don't blame them until the country is fixed. Right now, the whole thing is in a mess. Nothing is working in Nigeria. I'm telling you the truth. Corruption has eaten deep into our system. Nothing is working. So I don't know what the next line of action is going to look like. I do not want to use the word as a woman, because if I say it here, they say even the woman is agitating for that. I pray that the cloud that is gathering, let it be a very peaceful one. That's just my take here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, to say to my opinion on that subject when he played is, I heard there's even a ban on any healthcare worker leaving the country. There was a video I watched, and she was someone that worked with Dr. Rudolph Adeolu. She did a segment on it, and it's sad that our senators, whatever politicians, whenever they get sick, they leave the country. And I said to someone, can someone name me a level trauma 1 hospital that is fully equipped, that is just not made for the high and mighty who can afford it, made for everyone? I'm yet to hear anything, but it is what it is. And my heart bleeds, because when it comes to healthcare, we're not even talking about mental health. Mental health. What our people lack, the access to basic medical care. It breaks my heart. So, Mr. Steph, welcome to the show. I'm going to go to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Adama, and the rest of the panelists. Today have been a very not too good day for this platform, and I don't know why I've been getting this kind of reactions. I just want to start by commending Adama and any other moderator that have been on this show. You guys are doing a very good job. It's always easy to criticize.
Thank you.
Always easy to find fault. But even the list of the moderator that I would say I don't personally like, you still have to give it to them. It's not easy for somebody to come here, stay here, moderate for 5, 6, 7, sometimes 10 hours. How many of the rest of the panelists have stayed that long in the show? I can't even do it. And it's always easy for us to find fault. I mean, I think it's unfair. When we criticize them like that, it means that, and we think that we are protecting Dr. Damages, we are, casting doubt on Dr. Damages' sense of judgment. Because there's nobody that comes here to moderate that was not given the go-ahead by Dr. Damages. So it means that we are saying that he doesn't even know what he's doing, that he's so dumb that he don't even know that such a moderator is not supposed to be in the show. That's not fair. I mean, we may have our personal differences or what we don't like in somebody, or what you cannot like everybody. The same way everybody cannot like you. So having said that, I think on the issue of the the medical whatever, it just resembled the way the National Assembly, was it last week or last 2 weeks, wanted to legislate patriotism. There are certain things he shouldn't just begin to legislate. Let's start from them, the politicians. Are you telling me that if these politicians are not sitting on 20, the senators, for instance, some say 14 million, some say 21 million at the end of every month, when in a country where there's a minimum wage of 70,000? So if there is if there is a greener pasture for those politicians outside of Nigeria, where they could play politics and make more than 21 million, how many of them are going to stay in Nigeria doing politics? That's the question they will never answer. So are they in the National Assembly because of patriotism? Are they senators because of patriotism? Or are they there because of their personal financial benefits? That is the thing. You are making it look as if the doctors just care about greener pastures. And you, the politicians, are the ones that are patriotic. You now want to act in the best interest of Nigeria. If they want to act in the best interest of Nigeria, they should start by fixing their own monthly salary that will be commensurate to what the average worker in Nigeria is getting. That is where their own patriotism should start from. I think they are they're just looking for things to make it look as if they are working for us. They are not working for us. Anytime the doctors or the medical professionals in Nigeria go on strike and demand for improved working conditions, and at the end of the day they don't get it, the government claim that they've won, right? The country actually loses. For each of those strikes over the years, the country loses. Because when the government feel that we've won against the medical practitioners because they couldn't get everything that they wanted, right? That day they've lost so many. That day so many doctors, so many medical professionals made up their mind they're going to leave this country. So why were they fighting for those better living conditions? They are fighting it because of patriotism, because they're looking for something that will give them reason to stay. The so-called politicians, the senators, the House of Reps, what do they do each time those people embark on those strikes? They twist them and make sure those better living conditions, working conditions are not provided for them. And then you want them to stay. You want to impoverish them? That's not fair. They should start by showing that patriotism to make sure that every elected government official doesn't go outside the country for treatment, so that everybody can stay in that rut. So as they are passing that bill and forcing them to stay, they should also pass a bill that will force them not to go outside of the country for medical treatment, so that everybody will stay in the rut. You cannot be fending for yourself and you say the other people shouldn't fend for their own selves. By the way, Ewa, I appreciate you for coming back. So let me go to briefly touch on what you guys said before. And before I do that, I just want to talk to my brother, because he once mentioned my name earlier on. But I'm not going to talk to him in bad faith, my brother Pansat. I'm only going to say this because it keeps happening all the time. Whenever we are in this forum and we have different opinions, it doesn't make us enemies. And there are certain ways I cannot talk to you, Pansat, or any other person in this forum. And I wouldn't want you to talk to me that way. Because they say respect is reciprocal. You cannot force me. I think I've said it the last time you mentioned my name in this forum too. You cannot force me to reason like you. You cannot. We may be saying the same thing at the end of the day. You cannot force me to say it the way you want me to say it. No. It's not done. You have your own reason. You have the right, to have an opinion. You have the right not to like somebody. For instance, Dangote as a businessman. I may not like him. You have the right to like him as a person. But for the fact that I don't like him as a person or his business, the way he does his business, does not mean that everything about Dangote I must criticize it. No. And if I'm speaking for Dangote Refinery, does not mean that I like Dangote. If I'm talking about Dangote Refinery, does not mean that I like Dangote Cement. If I'm speaking in favor of Dangote Refinery, does not mean that I like how Dangote Sugar was promoted. No. I'm talking about Dangote Refineries and why I'm promoting it, why I believe that Nigeria and Nigerians should give it the support is because when two elephants are fighting, the grass suffers. The government and Dangote are fighting. But it's Nigerians that are suffering it. Nigerians stand a better chance to benefit from Dangote Refinery because over the years, the government have proved to us that they are incapable of running a refinery. For close to 30 years, they're speaking it to us loud and clear that we cannot make life easier to you when it comes to petrol. So if they have said that, and Dangote, as bad as he can be, have stepped in to say, okay, let me come and fill the gap. And we say we can't give him that benefit of the doubt because we don't like him, because he's a northerner, because we are afraid that he may bring monopoly. What's the duty of government? If that same government is incapable and incompetent to run a refinery, are they telling us that they're also incapable and incompetent to make sure that maybe that fear they have about monopoly, that they will prevent it from happening whenever they think it will happen?
Pastor, I think Adam, I don't know if he's away from the.
No, no, I'm here. I'm
my
here.
brother just addressed me, and I want to be able to respond. The jurisprudence, the Western jurisprudence is that. Yeah, hold on. If not, Shep,
Please,
just hold on.
can you mute Pansat, please? Please mute Uncle Pansat, please. Let Mr. Steph finish his. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You know, we come here, we spend hours on this platform, we talk about a better Nigeria, and we are so divided on something basic. Like, we can't even have a conversation without someone having a problem with what you said that doesn't align with your own view.
No, but I have to respond, right?
Please, Uncle Pansat,
it's no problem. He can say what he's saying, but I have.
You will respond.
Adama, if you can't stop Pansat, close this program. It seems you have a way of supporting
my mic,
people.
Pastor.
How can an old man be behaving like a kid on a public platform? Pansat, can you just shut up?
Pastor,
you are not older than that.
You are an idiot,
How many
Pastor.
refineries did you build?
You are an idiot, Pastor. Right?
If you are not taking care of Pansat,
if you're muting my mic,
the program.
If you're muting my mic and you're
letting misbehaving all day,
here talk to me the way he's talking to me, and you're
need to
muting
do
me.
Something about this madman.
What does he say
Pansat
about
cannot
you?
Continue in this way.
AY, please calm down. Yes, I know.
Why are you muting my mic and letting that boy?
Please.
Pastor, you stupid son of a bitch.
Adama,
why are you meeting
you are heavy and Betty? You are
why are you letting him talk to me and you muting my mic?
I can't take this cuss word again. I'm removing him, please. It needs to stop. Please, we can't. We can't. Please.
Okay, thank you for protecting.
AY, please. AY, there's something I need to ask of you, please. If I'm in your shoes, I'll be mad as well. Please, I'm begging you. Do not stoop to his... Please, I'm just pleading with you. I won't be happy.
Pansat is the problem, period. Call it what it is. I don't want to stop begging this question. Pansat is the problem of the platform. If you remove Pansat, everybody will be fine. It's simple as ABC. He's the one that don't allow people to have different opinions. There is nothing more.
Okay,
Stop looking at it's everybody. It's not everybody. It's Pansat. It's the problem. Call him out. What are you doing?
Let me just round up. Somebody asked me in the chat section, am I denying the fact that government did not subsidize the education of the medical doctors? I'm not saying that. The same way government subsidize the education of the medical doctors is also the same way government subsidize the education of the politicians, the senators, the House of Rep members. So patriotism should be across board. That's what I'm saying, my brother. If you are not patriotic, if your own patriotism allow you to be earning $21 million every month in a country where the minimum wage is 70,000, where that medical doctor that saves life is receiving 70, or let's say 100,000 a month, and that medical doctor have an opportunity to approach the government and say, no, we need improved working condition. The government said, no, we can't provide it for you. And you say they cannot leave the country because it subsidies the education? That is slavery. That is not fair. That's what I'm saying. Because each senator's salary, if you give the senator a fair wage, his salary can employ and sustain more than, let's say, 20 medical doctors in the country in a year. So that's what I'm saying. If they really want to be patriotic, they should be sincere enough to make the sacrifices on their own side. That's what I'm saying. Okay? I don't have any dog in that case. I'm not a medical doctor. And I don't have any family member that is a medical doctor anyway. The same way I don't have any family member that is a politician. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Finally, on the Dangote issue, please, let us support Dangote. Let us not become a bait, because this fight they are fighting, I can assure you, no matter how you look at it, is not in the best interest of Nigerians. That fight is not in our own best interest, because I believe that if Dangote is supported by the government, at least this queues that is on the filling station in Lagos today will not be there, because there will be adequate supply of the product to start with. The supply will be there. The cost of petrol, the subsidy will be reduced. And again, Nigerians will have opportunity of knowing exactly how much is being subsidized. How much exactly is the subsidy? But that's the thing they don't want us to know. And that's why they want to keep on importing. God bless Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Mr. Steph. I kind of agree with you. But do you know what my fear is? My fear is, you know how you travel back to Nigeria with your kids, or you go to Nigeria personally? None of us know when we're going to need medical attention. And if it happens, what are we going to do?
Somebody said that the worst doctor you could have a doctor that is not well compensated. That is a doctor that is not happy working, doing his job.
Yes, it's true. It's true. It's true. I agree with that person. It is true. Mr. AI, thank you for being patient with us. I just want to apologize on behalf of the platform. This is not how we are. I'm embarrassed. I wanted to walk away, but out of the respect I have for Mr. Rudolph, I couldn't walk away. AY, personally, I just want to tell you I'm sorry. I'm not supporting Pansat. I just, we have people who go to Fox News, who, you know, whatever, you can comment wherever you want, but do it respectful. And I'm sorry you felt like I wasn't doing my job as a moderator. I just try as much as I can to be fair with everyone. So I take fully responsibility for his actions. And I'm very sorry that you were personally attacked and Eccentric was attacked. And I just want to apologize to you. I'm so sorry for having that done to
So
me.
let me come in, right? So the reason why I'm saying you are supporting Farsad, you can't allow somebody to be bashing your panelists. You know me, I can reply in the strongest term, but I decide not to be foolish like him. He's an old man that needs to behave. The last I know we were talking on Bastille, one of the issues you raised, you said, oh, I should stop attacking Farsad. Listen, respect, I live with respect, but if you don't want it, I will grab it. And when people are different, let them be different. You can't be looking at every national issue through tribal lens. You're not going to get results.
Yeah.
If not now, it's from the same place as Farsad. I can tell you, not because he's here, I agree with 85% of his submission on this platform. Reason is he sees things not from a tribal lens. It doesn't mean he's not Igbo. He's Igbo. He can decide to to fight for his people. There is nothing wrong with that. But you can't accuse him of being tribal. Every issue should not be looked at from tribal lens. We as a country, if Nigeria want to look at issue from a tribal lens, divide the country, let every tribe go, period. You will never move forward. You have to look at issue from a nationalistic view, like what will benefit our people. It's not about us. We don't even live in the country.
I quite
Thank
agree
you.
with everything you said. I quite agree with everything you said. Once again, I want to say sorry to all the panelists. Like I said, I'm ashamed, but it is what it is. Human being. I say this: we are all adults. I can't tell grown people how to act. You know, I don't even tell my kids how to behave because they know better. So I'm sorry, Mr. AI. I'm so sorry, sir. You're next. Could you please unmute? Thank you, sir.
The whole thing is it's very entertaining. I think sometimes people have to know how to control their emotions and sentiments. You know, if you really want to be rational, you can't let your emotions get the best of you. That doesn't make any sense. First of all, I just wanted to. I think I think most of us here will agree that the biggest problem we have in Nigeria is leadership bankruptcy, you know, and idea bankruptcy. A lot of people in that populate our leadership corridor is just one of the most I don't know I can't find the right kind of you know, people say that somebody whose house is burning and is busy pursuing rats, you know. And so when I look at our leaders, when you look at the discussions in the assembly, it just doesn't make any sense. The guy who is talking about, you know, banning people who are graduates from getting jobs abroad, that's not the issue. The issue is that the system is broken, and the people who, you know, Adam, you are the moderator here. You are supposed to be the just person who doesn't curry favor with anybody, or you have to be impartial if you are going to do it right. And being impartial means that there are people who will be offended with you because they want to have their way. You know, if the Nigerian government acts as the umpire, it's like NNPC is the umpire to make sure there is equity, there is fairness in the whole oil dealings in Nigeria, then they have to be able to be impartial. You know, you have to be able to say, okay, Dangote, thank you. You build a refinery, but you have to compete. Okay, we have to make sure there are other competitors. That's how we drive price down. It's not a question of, okay, you know what, we'll stop issuing license so that we can allow you to, yes, it's a local refinery, great, that's wonderful. But there has to be competition until that time where maybe we'll have 3 local refineries that are working. Then they can compete against each other. At the moment, the only competitor he has are, you know, foreign imported, you know, products, and it has to happen for price to come down. I wanted to say, you know, mention the whole medical doctors exiting, you know, the whole thing. The main problem is that the people who are in government, they know what is wrong, but they don't want to do it because if they do it, they're going to have a disadvantage. It's not going to favor them. If they do the right thing in Nigeria, all those guys there who are talking, they all know what the right thing to do, but they don't want to do it because it's going to affect them. Trust me 100%. Most Nigerians don't want to leave Nigeria. If Nigeria functions, a lot of Nigerians will go back home. Most medical doctors don't want to go abroad to practice. They want to practice in their country. Nigeria has a great culture, great food, great music. What does anybody want to come out to do? What is it that is here? Skyscrapers, and if the good roads are there, electricity is there, you know, you make sure that every institution is working very well. The university, if you go to university, instead of spending 8 years or 10 years to graduate, where you can spend only 4 years, if that is functioning, students get into university, graduate at the right time without spending unnecessary long time to graduate, and then graduate, there is no job because the institutions are all broken. I have had accidents in Nigeria at multiple times, and in one of the occasions, somebody died in that vehicle because the place the accident happened, it's middle of nowhere in the express road between Benin and Lagos, and the local hospital there, clinic, they had nothing, like nothing. There is nothing. There is no bed. There is nothing. And the woman that was in the vehicle died there. You guys are here. You have never experienced it. I was attacked by the bandits and they shot me. And I did not get medical treatment for 7 hours. I'm not joking. I wish I'm making this up.
Did you just say 7 hours?
7 hours. I did not get any medical treatment. I'm not joking. The place they eventually the Good Samaritans took me at the local place, the clinic there. Even the stretcher they brought, the 4 wheels, one of the wheels was not working. There is no foam in there. I wish I'm making this up.
Are you serious?
Huh?
Are you
Oh
serious?
yeah, very possible.
I'm not making. I was shot. I mean, the spread. In the United States here, we call it drive-by shooting. I mean, these guys came out from the bush and they just attacked me. And I just came back. I just picked up the car in Lagos and I was driving through Benin. It's just immediately after Okada, if you are going to Benin. And at first, I was just hearing, I thought it was just pebbles that were falling on my car. I didn't know that it was bullets. And I was just trying to put music and all. I said, what's that? There's no vehicle in front of me. So where are all these pebbles coming from? And then it was when one of that went through the windshield, I realized for bullet. Then I looked in front of me. There are 2 guys with AK-47 just actively shooting in front of me. And it's funny because it was just at about 4:30 p.m. Before the New Year's Day. It was New Year's Eve. So there's no vehicle in the road. And these guys were actively spraying bullets on the vehicle I was driving. So I decided, I know that I was going to die. I said, you know what? I'm just going to give them a run for their money. At least if they're going to kill me, let them work a little harder for it. So I decided I was not going to stop, and I'm going to put the vehicle right in front of them because they didn't have any vehicle. And the way they were dressed, you know very well that, they just came out from the bush. And so what they did was but before even I got to where they were, there were just too much bullets in the car already. So they ran into the bush and then they took cover and just started spreading the car. And I got hit, in the stomach because I have to hide underneath the dashboard. So the tires were punctured. And I said, as long as this engine can run, I'm not going to stop this vehicle until the car just breaks down. And that's what I did until the car just simply, the engine, because there's just too much bullet on it. My stomach was just gushing with blood because, it was just too much. And so the place I stopped, they had to, it's a long story, but they decided to go back to the man that helped me with his son to go back to Okada. There's only one clinic there in Okada. They got there. The man had nothing. I'm not joking. It has nothing in that clinic. He didn't even have the medication to give me, had nothing to give me. And by the time we were there for a little while, because those people, they were able to kill some more people. And then some, the man who took me was an ex-Mopo. So he and his son, it's a very long story. As he was coming, he took his gun. He shot it in the air. That's why they ran. But they already attacked some vehicles and killed some more people. And by the time I was there, they started bringing more bodies to the place. And the people said
story. What is this long story? Moderate time factor. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, okay, sorry. And let me not go far, but I'm just saying
Mr. Christian,
the reason why I'm
Mr.
saying...
Mr. AI, could you hold on? Mr. Christian, Could you please not interrupt a panelist, please? Let him finish. I am the moderator. Trust me, once
But other people have to talk too. You are not only you are the moderator, allow other people to talk too.
Yes.
Okay,
Other people want to
I think
talk
it's
too.
my fault. It's okay. It's my fault. The reason why I mentioned this is that I wanted to give the point that I'm making is that I want to say that the reason why people are leaving Nigeria is because nothing is working, and the government know that nothing is working. If things run the way they are supposed to run, is they create a system that is conducive for businesses, individuals, doctors, nurses to be able to be rewarded for their profession and what they do. Nobody will leave the country, but they are not addressing those things that will create a conducive atmosphere. They are busy pursuing, like I said, people are pursuing right while their house is on fire. So that's why when I listen to them, it makes me sick. It doesn't make any sense what they are saying. I'm in administration. I have so many people under me, so I know what it means to guide people well. So that's the problem. What the video you played, absolute nonsense. People should be able to survive, okay? But yet there's still a lot of good doctors in Nigeria, and they do a great job.
Thank you. Mr. Eagles Air, you're next. I'm going to have you on mute. 5 minutes, please, sir.
Thank you, Adama. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
And good evening. Good evening to everyone on the panel. Please, the main purpose, I was background listening to everything. The main purpose I came to this platform live is that based on some characters, some people exhibiting in this panel. Yesterday and then yesterday, we have a good discussion. And there's nothing like a abusement of word or trying to talk to anybody the way that you feel yesterday. I enjoyed the two programs, even the ladies one, I enjoyed it too. So please, Adama, if people have to do something, KJ, electricity, pastor, if you have to do something about this thing, whoever that is coming on as a panelist and trying to use its own opinion to insult somebody or to let down on somebody, best form is to remove the person immediately. Put the person at backstage so that we continue. Because we are here to do something that is very meaningful and can change the life of people in back home and we in the abroad. Personally, where I am now in India, I'm not happy to be here. But what can I do? The condition of Nigeria is not giving joy. Though, what do we do? You have to remember where you are so that you'll be able to continue to sustain yourself and people back home and nothing more. So, in terms of the challenges we're facing in Nigeria, today I was reading over some amendment bills they are bringing in Nigeria. I said, I wish I'm in the Senate. I would have been a problem to them. What kind of problem? I would tell them that how can you make a bill that will favor you as a senator, as somebody in the Federal House of Assembly, but it will not do a bill that will favor the citizens of Nigeria. Now, in that program, I'm going to ask me that thinking. I'm going to ask myself a question: who is government? You want to say who is government? Government is the citizen of Nigeria. That's the truth about it. But there are some people that occupy some certain positions in the office. But people that what is name? P2B said that Nigeria is is a captured state. That means these few people that occupy the offices have captured the Nigeria and converted to their own personal gain and all the rest of them. AI was talking about the medical facilities in Nigeria and experience a pass-through in Nigeria. Believe me, any of you that in the diaspora dare go to Nigeria, you'll be afraid of yourself. A lot of things is going wrong. So we need to do something in a way that government of Nigeria needs to be changed. And the change starts from us. How the change starts from us? The way we approach to each of us here, the way we talk to each other here, the way we act, the way we behave here.
50 seconds, sir. You have 50
So,
seconds, sir. Thank you.
In my own submission, what we need to do in this platform, one, to send a message across our people that we have back home that they should do the necessary thing in voting and do the right thing to secure their vote, not allow these people to go there again. So after this video can be shared and other people share it in other Facebook and everything, they will get the message. Not after saying this is here now. If you go to YouTube, you cannot share this thing to any platform, any Facebook or everything, because an issue. How did they go to get information? Thank you so much.
Sir. Thank you. Mr. Clifford, could you please unmute your nest? Thank you, sir.
Thank
5
you
minutes
too.
starts
Please.
now.
Yeah, I don't have, well, I will not use up to 2 minutes. I wanted to ask who removed PANSAT, because you people cannot remove PANSAT and leave AY. Or you want to tell me that you didn't hear AY insulted PANSAT? That is double standard, what you people are doing. So you people stop blaming Tone or anybody that are criticizing you people, because that is double
Clifford,
standard.
were you watching the program?
I was watching since, even when you were telling Adama to stop, to remove PANSAT, when he was discussing with the centrists, you were gaslighting all the time. Remove PANSAT. Even you didn't want PANSAT to talk. You are the one causing the whole problem. So Adam, this guy should not manipulate you. You didn't hear when PANSAT, AY insulted PANSAT before you remove PANSAT. So that is this double standard I wanted to correct. You people should stop it.
Clifford, let me remove myself so you will be happy.
Electricity.
So you'll be happy. Will you
Yeah,
be happy?
you can go to hell. I don't care, because you are one of the problem. I have been watching you more than a year here. You are the problem. That is the problem Nigeria have in you, Kolata, some other guys. So you people should stop pretending tribal. You are the most tribal person in this platform. You forefather. So you people should stop all this game. Every time tribe. But you are the main people causing the whole problem we are having here. You people should stop it. And anybody that remove PANSAT, shame on that person. That is what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your input. Thank you. AY, please, you're going to be next and your 5 minutes starts. Mr. KJ, welcome to the show. And there was
Okay, thank you, Adama. At least we have peace now. You see, a lot of people have made very beautiful arguments here. One is, if you listen to what, if not now, I know it changed his name anyway, was saying, like, that is just the way to go. See, Okay, the issue of Dangote refinery, just like what Steph said, it's not about Dangote. I remember when we were having issue of Allen Onyema here. Same thing I said. Nigeria, we don't know what is our own. Shamefully, Nigeria could not maintain Nigeria Airways. Somebody came. Anyhow, he built one of the best airlines we have in the country now. People were attacking Allen Onyema here. When they had issue with Saudi Arabia, oh, he's doing the. I'm like, we need to stop all this nonsense. Allen Onyema, Dangote, Inosi, whoever he is, please let them monopolize it. You that is coming here, go to Nigeria, go to other industry, go and monopolize. I will support you. Listen, we have to start from somewhere. This is the honest truth. We have a problem. I begin to think, what do we want as people? I'm not saying if Dangote is breaking the law, deal with Dangote, let the refinery run. If Dangote is owing federal government money, seize the refinery, let the refinery run. We need to know how to build a nation. The issues you are seeing in oil and gas today is the same issue we have in electricity. Is the same issue we have in other areas. We can't continue like that. How can a Nigeria prefer for people to be importing petroleum into the country and you are against somebody that built a facility that is worth $20 billion? Nowhere is done. Come and argue with me. There is no country in the world, not even in America. If you bring $20 billion into the American government will protect you first before they will know if you are a criminal or not. Yep. That is how it is done.
That's true.
We should stop deceiving ourselves. How are we going to build the country? Because of the greed, the self-centeredness of the so-called Yeye leaders. That is why we are here we are today. The electricity, for example, we could have been generating electricity with water, with coal, with solar, all over the country. Nigeria is blessed. In the north, the sun in Maiduguri, we give you stable electricity from solar. Just solar panel, they don't cost anything. They don't cost the whole world to build solar across the north. But even the state government can get involved in this project. They will not do it. We continue our stupidity. There is argument online. The senators, how much they are earning, 20-something billion. I have been saying on this platform, we don't need these people. Let them go. Create a parliament made of 109 people, 3 people from each state. Let senator and rep go. The one we know, that is the one we are even talking about, 20-something million. The money they are stealing, if it is that one, we don't even have problem. They are criminals. The money you are spending on House of Reps, Senate, you will use that money to be developing Nigeria. You will use it a month. Look at the billions that is going away. What do you need to build a standard hospital? The one we don't even know, there are a lot going on. Some of the best hospitals, standard hospitals we have in Nigeria, they are not owned by Nigeria, they are owned by foreigners. Fact check me, I will give you some of the names.
Really?
Hold on. There are hospitals in Abuja, in Lagos that are of standard today. You get everything you need, but the cost, no average Nigerian can pay for it. A night, some of it is 250,000 naira. As at 3 years ago, when I know about all these hospitals, we have issues. We have to deal with this issue. Dangote is not a said pure, obviously. Everybody knows, but we have to start from somewhere. It is the responsibility of the federal, the state government, to look at these people and look at what are they doing that is wrong. Punish them. Let them pay their fair share of the taxes and let the country move forward. Dangote that will create more than 20,000 jobs with a refinery, you tell the refinery not to work, is our people that will suffer. There is no individual. There is no single individual in Nigeria that is creating, that man is creating.
You have 50 seconds.
Apart from that, let me put it out here. In the whole of West Africa, there is no single project that is worth $20 billion. If you don't know, you should know now. Fact check me of what I'm saying. We need to stop. We need to stop
Thank you.
what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, AY. I like your submission. I just learned something from you today. 250, you said 250,000 as of 3 years ago a night in the hospitals we have. Well, my personal opinion, I don't think if Nigeria can even afford me to work for them back home. That's just me. I'm an astrologist, they can't. So I'm just stating that because one, security is number one thing. My kids, my family, everybody. I mean, they can't. I can't even look into that. There's no amount they will afford. They will tell me now, and I'll pack all my things, relocate all my life. No, I'm just saying that's just my own personal preference because you know why? Standard for me matters a lot. And when it comes to healthcare, you don't look at how much the person can afford. You're going to your first instant is to save life, not look at if that person can afford it. So how doctors in Nigeria are wired to look at things like that, for me, is confusing. But like they said, we are product of our environment. And that's why when we see things happen, we are like I'm shocked. How could he be shot in his stomach? And that's gastric. To be bleeding for how long? That's beyond me. He's going to need blood. I'm just going through my head things he's going to need to survive, pain meds and all that stuff. But to God be the glory, he's alive to tell his story. And otherwise, thank you for sharing that part. I learned something today. Mr. KJ, welcome. Ndewo, sir. You're next.
Hey, woman.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
5 minutes, yes.
Yes, thank you. I just want to step in and thank you for being very cool and calculative and just allowing the program to flow. And I don't always agree with, if not now, but today I agree with the submission. I agree with what you said totally, especially when people come here and want to take over the program, determine who should speak and who should not. It's not in your interest or not your place to determine who should speak. It is the moderator. And the person may be answering exactly what the moderator wants to be want the person to answer. Or that's the area she wants. I mean, we should come off this thing that when you come, you think you are so important, your view must matter and must be said at the time you want to say it. It doesn't make any sense. You don't go to CNN, they don't invite you and you tell them what they want you want them to ask you. You answer the question. And if you don't want to answer, you say, well, on this question, I'm not going to answer. And the person, if he chooses, can ask you another question. Please, let's remove this thing. I mean, nobody's view is too important that the other person surpasses the other person's view. You lay your view. It's a public forum and we all listen. Having said that, I want to also say, I mean, the same position that if we have given Dangote that amount of money to build a refinery, he should be allowed to operate a refinery. Unfortunately, it's not going to go that way. It goes beyond that point. Dangote needs 16 barrels as ships of crude oil yearly. They've only been able to give him 6, and he doesn't know when the other one will come in, and it's not going to come in because the Nigerian crude oil has been already sold without even being extracted. It has been sold. It has been sold almost up to 20 years ahead of us. So the extracting and all that is we're extracting to give people who have already collected money and spent. So it's a very dicey situation. And to say that we have allowed him to build it and now we should not allow him to operate, it doesn't make sense. And that's where regulation comes in. I went to Obagena in Kogi State where he had a cement factory. And it was Obagena, yeah. It was a sorry sight because all the trees and vegetation had all been covered with dust. And I felt that if it was a place where there's regulations, those things would have been taken care of. So there is a need to have regulation in place. And that also goes to the healthcare, that we also been laying emphasis on. Yes, in fact, in Abuja, I had the privilege of, not privilege, but I took my wife once to a very prominent hospital there. And by the time we did 2 weeks, we were paying 1.7 million, okay, for just being there. And even the 1.7 million she couldn't get the desired treatment. We had to go to a smaller hospital who the doctor took that 3,000 naira to solve what was spent 1.7 million in that hospital to solve. I'm telling you my personal experience. So there is no regulation, even when it comes to healthcare, and the government don't care. Remember, there's a minister who once said, doctors can go, It's not a problem. We are turning them tons and tons of doctors every day from the hospital. What do we need them for? They can go anywhere they want to go. He's a Nigerian doctor. He didn't lose his job. I mean, a minister. He didn't lose his job. They didn't quarrel him. I mean, the government, the people of Nigeria still left him there. The Medical Association in Nigeria didn't go on strike because of that. So it's a system that has been bastardized, and it's difficult to hold anybody to account. It is so difficult that the elders of the society gather to the president and say, we see a fundamental issue ahead of us. Can we deal with it? These are the things we have observed. And the president got up and said to them, you have seen well, but these are not my priority. And they walked away. This is the system that we're working with. These are people who are in places of authority. They don't care about the ordinary people. They don't care what happens to you. Someone was talking earlier. The Senate gets 21 million. And at the end of the day, you are recommending that other people, other citizens that you don't have two heads over should get 70,000 naira. And you are even pressing that is, a livable wage. That's the society we live in. And I'm sorry to say, those who are thinking that the crowd is gathering is going to produce anything, it's going to, dissipate before you know it. Because the place we are is a very dangerous place. Okay, it's a place where tribe, division have been eating deep into the society. And look, don't blame anybody who is in Nigeria and they give the person bread and beans and he will just go to, because if your children are crying of hunger, my brother, you cannot hear anything anybody is saying. No,
you have 50 seconds left, Mr. KJ. Thank you.
I will use that and I'll true. Nobody can tell a hungry man whose children are crying of hunger that you should not collect what is being given. Because at the end of the day, it is you. So it is difficult. They've weaponized poverty and now it's reigning supreme in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. KJ, for that submission. Madam Gladys, I'm going to go to you. And I'll go to electricity. And after going to electricity, I want us to talk about solutions. How can we fix our healthcare? That is so important to me because, and the refinery thing, why does it bother us who owns it? And aren't we happy that African, like I know they said there's one in Malta owned by Buhari, but I'm not into politics, so that's why I don't dab into that section. So
it's owned by Tinubu and his son. So his son manages it.
It's owned by Tulumbu and his son. Wow.
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Madam Gladys, we're talking on the medical issue. After that, the next topic is going to be about solutions. What do we want? How can we start by fixing our healthcare? How can we start by making sure Dangote refinery works? Like, can we talk about solution other than the problem? Because my own personal opinion, Nigeria's problem is just as big as, I'm sorry, but at the same time, they say it's your country, you have to be patriotic and all that stuff. What can I say? I didn't choose the country to be where I was born into, so it's just what it is. But at the same time, we have to speak about the problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Firstly, I want to thank you so much for your sense of reasoning. You are really good and superb. I don't know why I have to say this.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Dalo.
While I was here on live with you guys, the place was becoming so rowdy and people were talking and oh no, we don't need to do that. I felt so bad. We don't need to throw words at people or try to bring people down. We're all equal before God. And I saw your sense of maturity, even Pastor too. Thank you so much for keeping cool. But then we need to be very careful when we come to the public. We do not know who is listening to us. And then when we are here, we just need to be mature in the ways we handle things. If one is presenting a solution you do not like or do not want, you can bring up your own. Possibly if yours is the best, we'll follow it. Like we're suggesting here now that we should give opportunity to Dangote. It has nothing to do with where he comes from or who he is. If they have brought him on board to be able to handle a lot of things, they should be able to give him the opportunity to sort himself out. Because what I've seen now is like a lot of people want to come into the into the show. Because a lot of people are agitating that the borders should be opened. People should be allowed to have free hand how they want things to be handled. But if the borders are open, who is there to control them? Because a lot of things are already going in a very terrible way that no one is trying to listen to the other. So all I would suggest here is that the health system is something else. Today I was busy screaming because someone I know went to the hospital and they were busy trying to waste time. Right here I was busy shouting on phone, telling them that take care of the person and then we'll think of what next to do. And immediately the doctor came in and started treating the person, because many souls have gone where we waste time. Maybe you are treating someone, electricity will go off, and then maybe by the time they're trying to turn on the generator or whatever it is, there's a problem. So all I will suggest is that I don't know how it is going to work, but I know that people in the diaspora, I think it is time we begin to look inward, to speak up and say things and make suggestions how we think things should work in the country. We should not just turn our back on the country, because we're all still going back to Nigeria. There's no how we can all run away from the motherland. Even if we stay here for years, eventually we'll go home. We'll definitely go back. So all I would suggest is that let us begin to think of how best we can sort out the system in the country. Our politicians or our leaders, those that they are giving all sort of allowances, they need to cut down on the allowances they are giving them. Things are getting out of hand. You cannot give this person allowance for this, allowance for that, allowance for, and people are dying in sheer poverty. Is not good. Those, if they have the fear of God in them, you know that this world that we have stepped into, all these things we have acquired, we're not going to go away with them. Let us think of the past leaders. All the money they acquired, their kids have their children been able to manage the wealth they stole or things they stumble onto. So if we look at it in such a way that if we look at tribal sentiment, Nigeria will not go nowhere. But I want to tell us that what I saw during the last protest in the north is an eye-opener. The northerners, the hunger in the north is something else. It's not that we don't have hunger in the south, but it's not as much as what we are witnessing in the north. I schooled in the north. In the past, you will never see any northerner that will want to speak up and say any silly thing against their leaders. But during this protest, it was a different show. That's to tell us that they are also feeling what we are feeling. But there was a comment I heard here, and I do not want us to, I don't know, someone made that comment. He said the British handed us over to some certain group of people, and the way the government is going or the country is going is because of the way the British government, they are no more there, even if they are remote controlling us, and they're making us to feel as if nothing what good shall come out of our midst, the motherland Nigeria. Nigeria is a great nation. By the time things will be sorted out the way it should be, no one will want to leave Nigeria. Because even those who are staying abroad, it's not easy as such. But in our country, we know that we're in our country. But here it's as if we're staying in another man's land. That maybe we hope that one day we shall all come back home and then stay home to also contribute our quota to make sure that things are working out. But not where they have sold out all our parastatals. They sell them out within themselves, make money out of it, and make people more poor, impoverish the people. So I would suggest that let us come around the table and then look for the best solution to sorting out our problems. It is not what.
Thank you.
And then I'm gonna leave now. Can I go? I'm gonna leave now.
Okay. You want to? Okay. Let me ask electricity. Electricity. Could you please permit AY to speak? He said he has to leave.
All right. I guess he's scared of me, so doesn't want me to ban him. So go ahead.
Thank you, electricity. Thank you, Adama. So, nice one from Madam Glady. You see, the issue of Nigeria, to be honest, we have to deliberate in solving our problem. Like Dangote rightly said that Nigeria, Africa, we need to face Africa. Nobody will face it for us. This is the mistake keep making, right? Like the point I was making before, why sometimes I get really angry about this, the senator, the rep. It is in a country where a minister went to Ethiopia, painted a play with Nigeria Airways. Criminality brought it into Nigeria, use it to loot all the money. What happened? He's going to give part of this money to the senator, to the rep, to keep quiet. Nobody can prove it. That is where, same country, where an individual is able to develop an airline. Then you said I should not support him. We have issues. The one good thing I give credit for this administration is the local government autonomy. But we must not stop there. We have to look for a way to protect people money that will go to the local government. To start with the local government, let Nigeria develop at local government level. In essence, there is no two ways. There is no way Nigeria is going to move forward if there is no proper restructuring. How we want to restructure Nigeria is for us to have discussion about. If you want to devolve power to local government, let Nigeria develop at local government level. If possible, you have to look for a way. If you have to let it state to determine how they want to get developed, let it be. But the senator and the rep, we don't need these people. I kept shouting, we don't need them. We can leave only senators and call them a different name. Look for a way for them not to freeze their own salary and loot the public money. These people are collecting constituency allowance. This money is in millions, it's in billions. They don't do anything in their constituency. Again, we need to be serious because what we are creating, if you think you are a billionaire, if you think you are a senator, if you think you are a president, you steal the money, you think you don't care about the people, the country is not going to affect you, you have the money, it will. By the time sickness track you down in Nigeria, you will understand. By the time insecurity track you in Nigeria, you will understand. With the money, you can't bail yourself out. We need to get serious. We need to get serious. Again, leave all this tribal nonsense. We need to get serious. If you look at the country as a president, what we bet if even if they are your enemies, that if you go create something there that will benefit the country, go ahead and do it. Again, we have to be deliberate. The country is not for us. The country, there are children unborn that belong to this country. We need to realize that. That is why we are where we are. The senators, for example, what did you hear them discussing? The only time you hear them making noise is when they want to share money. The money is not properly shared. They don't fight tribe. They don't fight religion. This is why they fight. The only reason they fight is money and power. If fact check me, when you hear senator cry out, it's money and power, nothing more. So we as a country, right, like the local government autonomy, it was a good thing. Let's start from there. If Chef can be a local government chairman in his local government, I know he's going to do the job. Even if I'm not from his local government, I'm going to support him. Let him do the job. Let Nigeria develop. The restructuring has to be done anyway. Look for a way to do it and really define the issue. Let them have a dialogue in the parliament that said, this is what is disturbing the people. This is the problem of the people. That is why the corruption from health sector to education, it's not only health sector, Adama. From health sector to education, to insecurity, to whatever, just name it. Nothing is going on. It is as a result of the corruption and people don't understand the purpose. I would have shared so that which I have a time. Little one, somebody sent me a plan. They said they want to build energy school for renewable energy in Nigeria. I said, help me develop the plan. I'm like, they budgeted 3 billion for this project. It was supposed to be in 6 geopolitical zone. But now they said they want to build one. Help me develop it. I said, listen, what do you want me to do? I look at it and say, oh yeah, we just built a little building already. Like with 3 billion, you are not See, we have issues. Nigeria will not move forward, it will not work
Thank
as
you.
it is. Nigeria needs to be touched. Thank you, everyone. Peace out.
Thank you so much for stopping by, and thank you for your submission. And Electricity, I'm going to come to you. We are talking about solutions, about healthcare. For me personally, why healthcare means a lot to me is we have people with mental health issues. And here in the diaspora, in the United States, you have healthcare practitioners, doctors, surgeons, nurses functioning. They are under medication and they are working. But back home, we frown at mental health. We see mental health as there's something they say in Igbo, ara, which is madness. And I don't know why. We frown at anything that doesn't look normal instead of us giving attention to that person the way they need it, So for me, I think healthcare, like I said, is big for me. Insecurity is another one. And why do we have problem about Dangote refinery? At the end of the day, it's something coming from Nigeria. But I like AY said, it has to be something about tribe. This person is not Igbo, this person is not Yoruba. Is not, I mean, come on. Come on. I'm just tired of it. So Electricity, that's what we are talking about. Give it back to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, thank you for sitting in and for moderating the show very well. On behalf of Dr. Rudolph and the platform, I would like to apologize for the verbal abuse or treatment you've been subject to. What happened today doesn't come to me as a surprise. Most of you will be shocked that I saw it play out earlier for some weird reason, but I didn't know it'd be this bad. But if it were my usual self, you know me, I would have banned everybody, including Madam Gladys, but that will not happen. Tone, it's unfortunate. Like I said, how can we get Nigerian right if we continue to behave this way? It becomes impossible. It becomes what? Impossible. Yes, I can see what you're saying there on our politics. That is your prerogative. This is mine right now. Coming to disrespect. Yesterday was our ladies program, and some individuals that are panelists on this comment on this here were outrightly insulting them. And this is the problem where our women feel so bad that we always treat them badly. We don't respect them. We don't give them their voice. We don't want to hear their voice. What if she's your sister? What if she's your wife, your girlfriend, your uncle? I mean, your niece, I beg your pardon. Would you apply the same rule, the same behavior? Is there any wonder, Tone? People say you're a baby. I've never said that to you. I caution you several times. This is why people say a child, a baby. What gang is this? This is I'm using my time. Who is that?
How are you doing, sir? I'm doing very well. How are you?
KJ, mute, please. Oh God, KJ, forgot. I'm using my 5 minutes. And allow me to use it, please. I use it the way I feel I please to use it. Is there any wonder Rudolph opened a window, a door for us? If you really, really, truly care for him, then you will come with some creative ideas and bring it on and sell it to the people. It's an open floor for everybody. It didn't restrict it to certain individuals. KJ is a moderator here. He can come in anytime to moderate. He can create his own shows. He left it for us. But what do? All we say is there are certain gangs What do you mean by that? No respect. We continue to disrespect ourselves. Then we now say Tinubu is bad. We say Akpabio is bad. And we say all those our lawmakers and politicians are bad. Come with your ideas. Come and sell it. Come and sell your ideas. When we continue like this, where will it get us to? Is this how we repay Rudolph? Is this how we repay him? And it's a shame. It is a big shame. I believe he's watching. We're very disappointed. She can go to anywhere she wants to go to. Like she said, Rudolph don't pay her. I don't pay her. I mean, I don't do anything. She's sitting for me as a moderator. If it hurts you so much, YouTube is open to everybody. I restrain myself from saying this. YouTube is open. You just need an email. You create your own platform. Then you now bring your own ideas, have your own crowd that will come after you. Then you now go ahead and do what you have to do. It's a shame. I believe we're going to meet again on this platform. And we will address this issue all over again. You mentioned my name, no problem. I know I've told you not to call my number because all you do is complain and complain like a child, like a baby who is looking for milk and they cannot get, even when they give the baby a milk, it's still not satisfied. Like I said, I don't blame those who call you Tata baby. I don't blame them because you just came to display it outrightly here now. So I'll yield the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Electricity. I appreciate your apology. And Mr. KJ coming in here made my day. It shows how we as moderators, we support each other. Tokwe has been on the comment section. Tokwe has called me like several times. And I just want to tell her, thank you so much, Tokwe. I love you. I don't want it to get personal because what Pom did today was an embarrassment. And I just don't. When I say it's an embarrassment, it's an embarrassment. If you love Dr. Rudolph, cut off the bias, cut off the nonsense. We wonder why we cannot support each other. It has to matter. It has to be fit into our own narrative, our own opinion, how we want it. Like, you're talking to a grown woman here, a mother, a wife. I mean, a sister. What is, I don't get it, but Electricity, I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Mr. KJ, Mr. Steph, Mr. Eagles Air, Olumide, Madam Gladys, thank you so much, ma'am. I really appreciate your kind words. I'm getting emotional because my daughter watched that. Do you think I need that? I don't. I'm sorry.
We'll take a short break. We'll play music and we'll be back again, please. Thank you. Just give me 1 second. Let me play this. We'll be back.
And tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, who are the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long.
Electricity, you can post it, please. I'm sorry about that, guys. I'm sorry. Yesterday during my show, why I got so emotional, the ladies' show, I had a patient who is 25 years old. She died on me today. So sometimes we as physicians, we get emotional too. We're human. So I had that moment. So I came from work, electricity called me, Ada, can you help me out? And I jumped in. So that's why you guys see me getting emotional. So thank you. Let's go back to the topic. Mr. Steph, you're next. Could you please unmute? We are talking about solutions, and I'll hand it over to you. 5 minutes. Thank you, sir. Mr. Steph, are you there?
I don't think he's there.
Oh,
I think, okay,
he's
it's back.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Staff, did you hear my question? I said, can we talk about solutions on how we are complaining about the refinery not functioning and healthcare system? So can we talk about solution regarding that topic? Thank you, sir. Mr. Staff, can you hear me? You're muted, sir. You're muted.
Mr. Steph, can you hear, please? I don't think it's okay.
Sorry, can you jump me? Let me come back.
Okay, no problem. I'll go to Madam Gladys. Madam Gladys, sorry about that. And Madam Gladys, before you say anything, I just want to give a shout out to Dr. Alexandra Gomez. Thank you for commenting. I see your comments, and I know you can share, how I feel. So thank you, sir. Yes, Madam Gladys, you're next. Oh, over to you. We're talking about solutions. How can we move our country forward in terms of healthcare? I told you one of my concerns is mental health. And why is it that we frown on mental health? I feel like we're not doing enough and basic medical care, not just for the rich, for everyone. Thank you.
Yes, in that regard, especially that of mental health care, enough time and decision is not being taken concerning mental health care in Nigeria. Because in Nigeria, once someone has a mental breakdown, they see it as if the person is having another spirit tormenting him or her. But mental breakdown can happen to anyone at any point in time. So I expect that maybe more time should be taken to create facilities, train more persons to handle such cases. We know that most cases at times they take them in and keep them where they are properly cared for. They're not allowed to roam the streets. Like most people, you see that once mental breakdown, once a person is going through it, they regard that person as a person who has failed in the society. It is not that. It can happen to anyone. So it is not something for one to be ashamed of. It is for us to show them more love, more care, and if more facilities can also be created where they can be well taken care of, it will go a very long way to solving a lot of things in the society, not to just leave them to roam about or roam around, maybe moving from state to state. You see them walking around the streets because they've been abandoned. Such should not be the case. So I think in that wise, more time should be taken to care for them, just like the aged as well. We don't even talk about that. We skip that. The aged ones, once they start getting old, they say maybe witchcraft is disturbing them. It's not that.
Okay, Madam Gladys. Madam Gladys, can I ask you a question? Why do you think we look at things like that? Do you think it's our orientation or our environment, or because I don't know, why do we look at things that way?
Yes, it's the orientation where we look at, we only look at the other side of it. We don't look inside to know where we can handle our situations. Like, you know that uh, old age is for all of us. There's no way you can avoid it or you can step out of it. The only way we can look at it is for us to care more for our aged ones in our society. We don't have time for them. You go to some places, you see that some aged ones are abandoned by their loved ones. That should not be the case. They should be well taken care of. Unlike here in abroad where they are kept in home care and the rest of them, but they spend money for it. But since after the COVID, most of the people that were in home care, their children took them back home and they're taking great care of them. So I think so should be the case too in our African society, not to look at the old ones as if they have committed one crime or the other. Because there's this parable of a man that was abandoned by his son, and then when it was time also for the son, his own child took him to the same spot to drop him there. And then he now cried out and said, "No, we need to break this. If we don't, maybe your own child would also bring you down there." So right there, the son took him to the hospital, treated him. Unlike in the past, when he took his father to the forest and abandoned his dad, he told his people that the man has passed away, not telling them that he was one who dropped him in the forest and allowed him to die carelessly. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that we should not abandon the aged in our society or even the mentally sick ones too. I think we should care more for them. And the girl child as well. Not so much is given to the girl child in African system. The girl child is being maltreated. At times you see them being raped by some uncles or some family friends, and then they're asked not to say anything out about it. They keep quiet about it. They bottle it up, and then by the time they start growing up to get married, you see them some of the things they suffered in the past will even affect them in their new homes. So let us learn how to do a lot of I won't call it research. We should give more time to this group of persons because they need our love and care. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Thank you so much, Madam Gladys. I really appreciate your input and your what you stated and why we look at it the way we look at it. Mr. Steph, are you ready? If you're ready, I'll go to you, sir. Mr. Steph, yeah, you have the floor, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, I don't really understand exactly what.
I'm saying, how do we offer solutions to having the refinery to start working? And at the same time, how do we get our healthcare system? I'm not saying I want our healthcare system to be 100%. Nobody has 100%. Like to function, but for the less privileged and those people that think they're, what do I call them? The influential people who feel that they can fly in and out for medical care, not knowing that we cannot pick and choose when a medical emergency happens, but we pray that wherever it happens, we get the care that we need. Like, how can we offer, what solutions can we offer and talk about the solutions since we've spoken about the problem, sir? Thank you.
Yeah, Well, I think that the basic thing they should do is to get all the stakeholders involved. You know, if they really want to, if they are looking for a solution and they are sincere, the professionals in the medical field, um, the representative of the consumer community, which are the rest of the Nigerians, then the government, and then the professionals in the diaspora too. There should be a sincere effort to bring a concerted effort by the government to bring them to the round table, and that is how they could also solve other sectoral problems if they are sincere to get firsthand get a blueprint. What are we going to do to make this sector work? But that's the only way you can actually understand firsthand why they are leaving. That's how you'll understand the kind of frustration that the people that are receiving the medical treatments in Nigeria are going through. But most times we just want to, our government want to provide a solution to a problem that they themselves are kind of immune from. They are distant from that problem. So get all the people involved. Those that know where the shoe knows where it pinches them. And if you are sincere, be open to the conversation. And from that conversation, draw up a blueprint that will guide you in terms of policy, that will guide you in terms of providing infrastructure and the financing of the plan. And then it could be a 10-year plan, it could be a 5-year plan, it could be a 20-year plan, but at least you know that this is what must be done each year. And cumulatively, before you know it, then we could have a solution. But the problem in Nigeria is that we always want to leave everything on autopilot. And nations doesn't develop like that. There must be a blueprint which must be followed religiously, not just in health sector, but in any other sector. You know, um, to
How
for
about
the
that? How about Dangote refinery not working? All these excuse, like I feel like it's become political, and at the same time, I wouldn't want to invest that kind of money and have that thing not function. That's just my own personal preference. So, what is your opinion on that?
as per Dangote refinery, I am confident that at the end of the day, Dangote, whether with government or without government, will sort it out. Dangote is a businessman. This is just a setback. The government decides tomorrow to, rise up to its her, place and take up the responsibility to support the company the way they have intended to. Because you know what it means. I'm starting up a venture. You contributed the initial 2 naira, and we promised that at the end of the project you're going to bring another 7 naira to help me. I've already planned around it. And when government decides to bail out, that was when I knew that some problem was brewing. But at the end of the day, it's just a setback for Dangote. He's a businessman. He's an entrepreneur. He's going to figure it out at the end of the day. But I advise that the government should do what they need to do so that the suffering of Nigerians will reduce, so that we don't wait until that time that Dangote is able to figure it out. Because there's no way 20 billion have been invested, and there's no way everything will go down the drain. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I agree with your input, Mr. Steph. Your input was so spot on. It's been invested, it's been invested. It's just one of those things with investments, you don't get all your returns back. So I think those are one of the risks when you invest in something, you don't know whether it's going to yield the profits you intended to yield. But I think we have too many hands on the pots, and with the government now giving him the backing, like AY said, if someone invests 20 billion in United States. The United States, I know, they will protect the third and fourth generation. So that's just my opinion. Uncle KJ, you are next. Could you unmute? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I'll go this way. Adama, the Nigerian Federation may be one of the most researched I mean, we have implementations, policy implementations, maybe to a heap, but nobody wants to go there, you know. On the health issue, we have Nigerian Medical Association that have given so much advice to government that how these things can be done. They refuse to take that advice. Now, you have three tiers of health system in Nigeria: the federal, the state, and the local government. So if government really wants to solve this problem, it's just good as having the intention to do that. You have federal medical centers in each state. So deal with the needs of those federal medical centers. The state should deal with their own general hospitals they have almost in every state capital and the local government capitals. Then the local government should deal with the cottage hospitals that you have, the dispensaries and all the rest. There used to be very functional dispensaries in Nigeria before now we are growing up. You could get that in any corner of Nigeria. But today, those places have been left to cows and to goats and all the rest. Some of them have been overgrown by wheat because nobody goes to attend to those places any longer. And if that is done in just less than 6 months with a government that wants to, really impact its people, we can make a meaningful impact. On the issue of Dangote, I still say it again. You see, these people are very crafty. They led that man in a way and got him to invest, and all decided not to follow up. If not, tell me why a government that took 20% will now reduce it to 10%. And now you are even the one demarketing the business by saying it's not even up to standard. But you were there, you were watching him while he was building. You didn't tell him. You had people who are supervising from government. You didn't make that observation until it was time to go. Now you say it's not even up to standard. What do you mean by it's not up to standard? Okay, so you can see that they like the Yoruba say, the kokoro that is the vegetable is in the vegetable. That is what we have always seen. The electricity companies in Nigeria is the same thing. That is what we see. The internal people, the people who collaborate with the external people to keep making sure that Nigeria don't move forward, are the same people doing the same thing. Yesterday we talked about this a bit, and I said something interesting because I have some friends who work in the oil industry. I asked them, how long does it take a barge to load? He said no barge, especially maybe it's those small ones that can load within 12 hours, but the rest of them spend days loading. And they're in international water loading. They'll load up to 200, 300, depending on how big it is. And no Navy person sees you, no Navy personnel, not the ones in the sky, not the ones on water. Of course, it's not true. And then I asked, how much does it cost to even bunker oil? The equipment is not what any one of us single here can buy. So it's not even a business of a poor man. It's a business of international agencies that engage in these things. They know. The government know, the Navy know, and some of them are collaborators. And if they doubt, let them say those names will be published because there are people who have their names, who know who they are, and those things have been well documented. So what am I saying here? It is a deliberate attempt to keep Nigeria where it is and to keep the people where they are, because a hungry man can do nothing. All right, all you need to do is toss out some bread and just like somebody said here earlier, just give them bags of rice or less than bag of rice and sugar and all that, and they go. I mean, that is it. And the year continues. Look, they're already preparing for 2027, like I said here. And we discussed on this panel that as soon as these people come in, the next thing they will do is to fortify their hold on the country and make sure that every singular place that has power or authority or money will be manned by their own people. Look at the setup. You see what we have talked about here. And I am saying I'll be, in fact, let me tell you something. I'll be shocked if we can turn it around. I'll be shocked, really, really shocked.
Okay, please don't go. Don't go. Why would you say you'll be shocked? Are you saying there is no hope, or there is little to no hope?
Again, I wanted to correct something AY said earlier on. He said he was happy that the Supreme Court judged in favor of the local government, but it's against the Nigerian Constitution, because Nigerian Constitution in section 162, subsection 6, makes a provision for local government account, joint local government account to the state. That's the constitutional provision. So for a Supreme Court of Nigeria to go against the very ground norm for which is being established, it's very funny to all of us. So you can see that this is not even a proper judgment, because they are rendering that part of the constitution, which is a constitutional provision, that there must be a state and local government joint account. It's written there, 160, section 6. It is a constitutional provision. You wake up and just throw throw judgment because you want to please the man who is there. Suppose the man leaves tomorrow. What happens? Okay, this is so we are dealing with people who don't care about the norm, the law of the land. They don't care. They don't give it. If they give a damn, some of what they do will not be done. Okay, so now to your question, why are not so optimistic any longer? It's because nothing is being done with Nigeria in mind. It is always based on friendship. If you are doing something with Nigeria in mind and Dangote throws in that kind of money, and you are still debating whether you should, even if he wasn't trying to develop in such a way to benefit your people, you will force him to make sure that this is going to benefit your people because you know of what benefit coming to it. But instead, you, the government, are the ones trying to frustrate the man. Okay, I'm not saying that I like his business, and I've said here before that he was given too much freedom, before now. But this guy has invested a lot of money. Make sure that thing works because it will help you in the long run. Make sure that thing works to help West Africa in the long run. Unless there is a grand design, which I don't know. That means somebody, I was talking to somebody offline some days ago, and he told me there's a grand design to make sure that no refinery works in West Africa. I don't know how true that is. I cannot speak to it. But every other action seems to point to the fact that this thing, they don't want it to exist there. You want us to keep importing petrol because it suits you. It suits those you are importing from. There are many. Look, Adam, we cannot even exhaust the chain. The what do you call it? An ecosystem that goes within this thing. Some people have been feeding from it in Nigeria since the 1960s. They've been doing it, and they are still not about to give up. And they are not. Is it not me and you that I heard one man who said he went to Goodluck Jonathan, President Buhari, and said, "Please help us. We, in fact, we're tired of making money." Yes. Where is that person? Did they ever arrest him? No. Okay. Who has ever been arrested for oil bunkering in Nigeria or oil theft in Nigeria? Nigeria is the only country in the world where they thief oil. There's no other one. Obasanjo went to Shell and said, buy off this. And Shell said they will not go near it with a 10 inches pole. And he said, why? He said, because the corruption there, we cannot handle it. Okay? Now, the same people look, Adama, we not even have an audited report of NNPC. Even the last one that was done was still being debated or wasn't done properly.
So who is monitoring NNPC? Are
Nobody.
you saying that? Hey, Jesus.
Nobody. NNPC is monitoring itself. What they declare to Nigeria is what we must accept. You can't ask questions. Have you ever seen a company that will spend money and tell you at the end, this is how much we have left. We have done all our expenses. This is what you should take. That is how it runs. Yes. Okay. They minus what they've spent and give you what they think is remaining. And nobody.
Mr. Ketia, could you please stay there? I want Eagles Air to talk. I'm really intrigued by what you just said. NNPC is monitoring
itself. No, I'm not. You see, I'm not even. That's not a secret. This is not even new. It's there, out there. It's out there. It's not any investigative journalism I'm doing. It's out there. It's what I read in the public. It's out there. Nobody. All the government that tried to. In fact, Jonathan started when he started to make them be accountable. That's when his problem started. And then everybody who have come have decided not to listen. It's only Jonathan that was not Minister of Petroleum. The rest of them have always taken that position. Okay?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is the Nigeria we're dealing with. So how do you look at all these things? Simple things. Look, that this thing cannot exist in any other country in the world. I know that. Because they will take you out. Who will allow you to do that? The House of Senate or whatever will vote you out. Because the money for the country is not your money. And we are dependent on NNPC to give us money for Nigeria, and yet nobody is being able to monitor how much comes in and how much goes out.
Oh. Mr. Eagles, thank you, Mr. KJ. Please hang in, don't leave. You got my. Mr. Eagles, can you please unmute? You're next, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, KJ. I love the submission you gave because you always touch the areas I want to talk about, especially this Minister of Petroleum. As long as the president has become the Minister of Petroleum, nothing will work in that place. Nigeria is a first state. Let us tell ourselves the truth. Nigeria itself is a first state. The only thing that remains in Nigeria is anarchy and nothing more. It's just that now people, Nigerian citizens, the masses, they have a good heart. But for that, these things are happening. We experience what is going on in Bangladesh right now in Nigeria. As I'm talking to him, demanding that minister, the chief minister that run away, they're demanding for her to bring her back from India so that she will go undergo trials in court right now. That's their demand right now from India. So if you look at what is happening in Nigeria, if I'm out to say, nothing will work out again in that country. Nothing will work out again. Now, in terms of a Dangote issue, sometimes when I look at the cry, Dangote is crying, I don't pity him sometimes. The reason why I don't pity him is that because of Dangote, they collected the license of Ibeto for him to do what? Monopolize everything. Because some of all these, what they call it, politicians, they are part of investment in Dangote. So they frustrated Ibeto so that Dangote will monopolize everything. And he got a lot of incentive. Now, another person have come now, just a little touch that they touch him, he began to cry, began to shout. I'm not the support of the government, not allow Dangote to do the right thing it's supposed to do. But the problem I have with Dangote right now is I find out that Dangote is running out of cash. Yes, I have to be sincere. Dangote is running out of cash because if Dangote have cash, he would have gone to Angola. He would have gone to Venezuela. He would have gone to Russia. He would have gone to any other country and buy crude and come back and start refining. But because of I found that he had run out of cash, that's why he's looking for a way to make sure that he starts. Because this is a private company. He cannot say, okay, because of government had built a cement factory in Nigeria, that he's waiting for Nigeria to give him the leverages or this and that to begin to produce cement or to rice now that is raining or sugar. Because of he running out of cash, so he want to know if the government will continue to that incentive so they start from that place. Don't be surprised if government will be able to supply him the crude he need now. Next time you heard that Dangote is exporting crude for another country. So because of the running out of cash, that's why he's crying all this thing from Nigeria to help out. If do time of Buhari, we find out that this thing now will not come out. Instead of that, they carry the money for presidential jet and all this and give him. Let him run his business. Later we settle. That's how Nigeria runs. The problem in Nigeria, we are not holding our leaders accountable. So where we get the solution is that let everybody get their leaders accountable. How do I mean? In my own constituency, I'm from Olo senatorial constituency. Now, what we need to do in my own constituency, that very person that representing us in House of Senate, we hold him accountable for the money that he collected for constituency development. What have we done with it? Since he has nothing that he has done with it, what do? We refuse him to represent us again. In fact, we make sure that we frustrate his political career in that constituency. We make sure that we stand against him. The governor that is ruling here as a governor, we are not holding them accountable. What we do is to make sure that governor will frustrate him, no matter the might he have in Abuja and the rest of them. If everybody stand together and say, no, this thing will not work for us, and it will not work. Before you could know it, like for instance, is it the whole of them, some time ago, is it last year, they attack his home. They attack him. Then when he found out that these people is no longer with him, they began to do the right thing because nobody hold them accountable, nobody cares. That's why they have the power to behave the way they want to behave. That's the main issue. If we start holding accountable those people that are in our own constituency to our own local governments, begin to hold them so ransom. What I mean, that if this is not work out, this is not working out, we are not going to stand with you. We are going to stand against you. Everybody hold hands together. If not, it will not work again. That's the main issue. Nobody hold each other accountable. That's why they're doing whatever thing they are doing, and nobody cares. Now, let us talk about a health issue. It's very important to us. When you look at Nigeria, we find out that even if you wait for government from now to eternity, government will not do that because it will not favor them. It will not come in a way that they benefit from it because they have every mind, they have everything to take their people in abroad to treat. So they don't look at you because if they give you those basic amenity that you need, then they will have problem in their own side. Those money, they will not be consuming it, they will not be stealing it, they will not be looting it. So what I'm trying to say in effect, because there's no time, is that we are looking for a solution. The solution starts from this panel where we are. How do I mean the solution starts from this panel? Yeah, somebody that comes on a panel and he finds it the privilege to insult anybody or to talk to anybody as he or she feels, the main thing you have to do, immediately he has started that work, what you need to do, you remove him and put him in backstage. Next time, if you try to join the panel, you neglected him. These are the reasons why I left this forum for more than 2 months or 3 months without showing so because the way people are talking to people here, I don't like it, and I feel bad about it. It's better I stay on my own so that I will not get angry to anybody. I will stay on my own. So the solution starts from here, the way we handle some things here. Next thing concerning the clinic and all the rest of that, if like in this platform now, if you ask me who and who can you join hands together to achieve this thing, to make it work, personally, I will look at the characters, the way people talk, the way they present something, the way they reason. I know that this one will work for me, this one will not work for me. So if people in diaspora, especially most of you in US, that we're able to say, okay, let's 4 of us look for a way to have a clinic. If all 4 of you are from Imo State, for instance, or from Anambra State, you say, okay, let us look. How do we get a license, get a clinic? That every member of that Anambra State will benefit from it. Then this thing will run, this will be checkmate by us, not by every other person. That's how Nigeria government is going right now. If you know how to handle your own solution, handle their own solution, don't expect government to do anything. Then people in diaspora, they'll be able to gather this and say, okay, we get this hospital, we register it, we do this, we do that. Now they approve it. Now if you going to run it on your own, checkmate it on your own. That's how you bring solution. That's how you bring a good hospital to your people. Like there's one boy in Idato South that based in the Dubai. One young boy, it's not up to 30 years or close to 30 years, but the guy just built a hospital in Idato South. Although he have not equipped it, they have finished the hospital, and he said that the reason why he built this hospital is that people within that village, when there is an emergency or anything that happens, they have a good hospital where they will go and lay hand on it. Have you seen the kind of initiative initiated? But if other people, especially in America, wherever in our diaspora, can join hands together, say, let us do this thing. We run it on our own. We register it. Now, how do we do for treatment? How do we do the charges? Electricity, how do we handle for concerned electricity? Now, okay, we are going to put a solar energy so that the lights, the hospital will have light, this will run, put water, the thing will be running. You find out that at the end of the day, the thing will work out for you because government has find out that they are not contributing anything in it. So they will not say this thing will not run. No. The people in that environment will begin to benefit that. And anything, anybody, any politician within that environment want to stand against the hospital, is the community itself will start and begin to fight themselves, not yourself, because they're benefiting good from it. But after saying all these things, we are not able to make a step to make sure we establish so and so thing. In fact, at the end of everything ends here. It ends on paper. So let us look inward. How do we establish the clinic? How do we establish hospital? How much will it cost? Who and who we don't have to go? Who and who are financial buoyant to do this thing? Then how do we supervise it? How do we look into it? How do we get our medicine and all the rest of them to make sure this thing work out? Then how do we run it? How do the money being rotated? Before you could know it, 1 or 2 people or 3 people will come hand and do it. And after doing it, they found out the other people, including your extended home, your biological home, will benefit from it. And everything goes on. That's the only thing you have to do concerning this of a hospital of a thing to make sure that everything work out. In terms of mental health, generally, I know that from the president of Nigeria to the local government, they are lunatic in nature. They are very, very lunatic in nature. Because anybody, if you want...
No, Mr. Eagle said that's a big statement to make.
Yes. Look at what is going on. Okay. But,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, look at the way the senior president used to talk. So number third citizen in Nigeria will open his mouth and say something anyhow. Even you say, you begin to ask yourself, this man, is it okay? Then when you talk about president, demonstration is going on, he come on the platform and begin to do What is the meaning of that? Let's tell ourselves the truth.
Mr. Eagle said, please, I'm trying to be professional here, but you're not helping me.
No, the truth is bitter, but it must be told. A senator will stand on the ferry house, say that because I'm not part of you, that my wife, who is a chief judge, have helped many of you to get to win your case in court. My wife, who is a chief judge. In which nature, in which country, somebody will stand up and say such a thing and got free with it and made away with it? And all of them, they laugh over it. Tell me, if that person is okay and something is working in Nigeria, like for instance in the United States of America, he stand on the federal house and say such a thing. From that place, FBI will carry you from that place. You enter court first. You come and explain. Even your wife self will come and explain. Because they are lunatic in nature, so they overlook it and forget everything about it. They don't care. Highest thing, they said, I will give you rice. You will take rice. And that's what it is. And the rice they will give you, they will tell you it's 10 kg. But when you measure, you find out it's 5 kg they give to you. So you find out the country has in fact the country now is go and nothing more. It's a story. Look at the educational sector. Education sector have finished. There's nothing happening in the educational sector in Nigeria. Look at the history, because if history keep on teaching in the school, all these children, social studies, history, all these children now, you understand the problem of Nigeria, because they remove history so that people will not know how Nigeria is being run. The problem of Nigeria, where the problem starts, they remove it so that people will be blind. People will not know how the thing. How many children now can tell you what happened in 1960, 1967 to 1960? How many children will tell you about women riots right now? They don't know about it again. How many children now will tell you that it's a Nigeria that designed flag? How many people will tell you that it's a Nigeria that wrote a national anthem of Nigeria? Even the first one, the last one, second one. They don't know about it. Our children don't know about these things. Even today, now, ask our children now, how many people now who get independent from Nigeria? They will not know because all these things have died off. Nothing is happening in Nigeria. Our educational system is just as dead as whatever they might think of it. Look at JAM. They just cut off mark.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Eagles.
nothing is working. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate your input. Mr. Steph, I want to come back to you. Now is a free floor before we close.
Okay, sorry,
let's have a
Adaka,
free floor.
I want to sign off. Can I?
Yes, you can go next, Mr. KJ. Thank you. I'm sorry. Yes, I said you will come next. Yes, sir. Sorry about that, sir.
All right. You see, what Eagles Air has said is exactly what it is. You see, as long...
Please don't use the word go, Biko.
No, I'm not going to use the word. All I'm going to say is this. You see, as far back as we are in 2024, as far back as 2018, the School of Business Government, in America, he started using Nigeria as an example of a failed state. In fact, a friend of mine who was in that school took a page of it, page 100 something and sent to me, where they were being taught that if you want to cite an example of failed states, Nigeria was being listed among the failed states. And what's a failed state? A state where laws are not accepted, laws are not obeyed, neither by the people nor by the government. And if you look at the criteria they listed as a failed state, you find out that Nigeria suits very well. Because only in Nigeria you can see somebody driving against the traffic, and you say to him, my friend, what you are doing is wrong, and he will stop, insult you, beat you up, and continue. In fact, while you are there, he's trying to make him go back. A policeman will come and tell you, say, okay, what is your problem now? Can't you just use side and cross? Why are you just disturbing the whole people? You are holding people behind. So these are the levels that we have dropped to. And until you have a leader who can say enough is enough, starting from that leadership downwards. Because you see, the funny thing about leadership is that your followers are watching you. The way you show is what they will follow. If you get into leadership, you are not eating, nobody will eat. But if you get into leadership and then there is a budget and you are trying to look for how you can crook it, that you have opened a floodgate. Because now they will not only be crooking. You see, what happens if I'm a president today and ask the budget, or rather the expense for a contract is 200 million, and I ask you to change it to 2 billion, you have opened a floodgate. So when I collect the 2 billion, I'll give you your balance. The next one you're going to ask me to do, I will have to include my own inside, because you alone cannot be chopping now. This is the same reason why I refuse to work for government, because you see, the thing is that you are in a system where everybody is doing the same thing. It will be difficult for you not to do what they are doing. So the best thing is to protect yourself by keeping yourself away from the system. Because if you are in a system and not following them to do what they do, they will now frustrate you. You are neither not going to be promoted, or they find a way to post you to a place where your life will be so miserable. So now, that leadership that is yet to stand on the side of law in Nigeria has not come. That leadership that is going to stand in the side of the people who have not come. That leadership that is going to uplift the wishy-washy constitution we have right now have not come. And as long as it has become nationality by tribalism, we are not going to go forward with it. That's why you see some of us will come and say we want Biafra, not because we are so in love with Biafra, but instead of people to be buying every day because of insecurity, because of one thing or the other, let people live in peace in their own localities and do as they will desire. If for instance I'm from Imo State now, if I'm from Imo State, I decide to go and fight my state governor, it's nobody's business, because nobody's going to say you are not Igbo and you're fighting Igbo man. Okay, so but now look at what happened in the last protest. Some people already rose up to say it because it's Tinubu. Why didn't they do it when Buhari was there? If tomorrow an Igbo man is there, they'll say it's because an Igbo man. Why didn't you do it when Tinubu was there? What people think in that term, and the government itself, I refuse to come to understand that Nigeria we are first ethnic nationalities before we are nationalities of a nation. And as long as we keep refusing that, we are not going anywhere. There's a time, and I'll round up with this. There was a time Nnamdi Azikiwe was discussing with one of the northern leaders. I don't want to call his name out, but I can call Nanda Azikiwe's name. And he said to him, Nanda Azikiwe said, let's forget our differences and build a nation. He said, no, let us not forget our differences, because you are an Igbo man and I'm a Hausa man. So we can never think the same, we can never be the same, but we can always keep our differences and try to build a nation. In other words, he's telling you that, look, this thing you are talking about is not going to work. Let us all keep our differences, but let's know that we are a people of one nation. So any policy that Nigeria is going to formulate that will go in that order, that the smallest tribes in Nigeria can be recognized, like the Jukum tribe, like those smaller tribes, Angas, Birom. If you can give them a sense of acceptance and importance, they will contribute their best. But as long as you are saying that, okay, the winner takes all, which is what we are doing now, and you arrogate power and resources to your own friends and cronies, we ain't going nowhere. Read my lips. We are not going anywhere. That note, I end my contribution. I just want to step out, but I'll come back again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. KJ. I really like your submission. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Steph, I'll come to you, sir. You're next. Could you please unmute? It's a free flow, so long as we can say whatever we want. If we want to interject, we can. So I'm opening it a free flow. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. My environment.
We
Mr.
can't hear
Steph is
you.
okay. Mr. Steph, we can't hear you. Your environment is okay. We only have few people on the panelists, so don't worry about the environment. The main thing is you vocalizing your inputs on whatever that comes to your mind. So I'm okay with your environment. I think the rest of the panelists will be okay as well. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. I don't really have much to say. Nigeria is a land of promise, and most times what keeps somebody like me awake at night is because most of the things that we are clamoring for in that country, they are really not things that are difficult to do. You understand? If it is something that is difficult to do, then we'll know. But it just takes some few people who have the opportunity to decide, okay, to say, okay, enough is enough. Let us make sacrifices for tomorrow. I don't think it's too much to ask of. But they don't want to make that sacrifice. They don't want. It's only in Nigeria you see people stealing what they don't even need. It's only in Nigeria people stealing from themselves. Just like the Dangote refinery that we talked about before. How can somebody be sabotaging himself? Because when you look at it, it's nothing but pure self-sabotage. I have an investment in pastor's company, and I'm working against the company taking off. What does that tell you? A country have an investment in a company, and they are not giving that company a free flow, the conducive environment to operate. Because even if it's a company that the government have not even invested in, we expect the government to do more for that company. Not to talk of where you have interest. Not to talk of a company that the multiplier effect is gonna bring positive contribution to every area of your economy. The fear is fear of monopoly. Fear of monopoly. And you have 4 refineries that you can bring up into the stream to compete against Dangote refinery tomorrow. So what are you afraid of? I don't really get it. But like I said, I think it's just a self-sabotage. And it's so bad. We live in a country where we are running a palliative economy instead of being strategic on how to make the economy to work for everybody. We prefer to be giving handouts to individuals. That is where we find ourselves. And most times they want you to believe that is a tribal thing. I don't really think that the problem we have in Nigeria is a tribal thing. It is a problem of the elite who want to use tribe, exploit tribe for their own benefit and to keep the rest of us down. That is how I see it. They want to exploit tribe. Somebody steals money from your tribe, and if the law is going to catch up with him, he will come and tell you that the reason why this law is coming against me now is because I am from your tribe. He doesn't want to talk about the money that he stole. The reason why they're doing this thing to me is because I am from your tribe. Let's protect our own tribe. You are not aware when he stole that money. He didn't share the proceeds of the money with you. But he have also run to tribe to protect himself. So I think that for us to make progress as a country, we just need to start building bridges and begin to see ourselves beyond that tribal lens. To know that there are so many things that we have in common. In as much as I must admit there are so many things that differentiate us from each other, which is the beauty of it all, but there are still so many things that we have in common, you know. And I believe that a prosperous and working Nigeria that is based on equity and fairness and mutual respect for each other is going to be beneficial to everybody than whatever you think you can achieve on your own. And that is how I see it. I stand to be corrected. I'm not saying that anybody who holds contrary view is wrong, because I also understand where the person is coming from. But that does not mean that I am not entitled to my own opinion at the same time. There is more that we can do together, but we must be ready to put in the hard work. It's not going to be easy. And every day that passes by, the greed of the few makes the work even more challenging. That's where I can draw the line for now. I hear the floor back to you, Pastor.
Thank you, Mr. Steph. I'm going to get Madam Gladys. It's a free flow, so it's going to come to you. Whatever that is in your mind that you want to say before we bring this segment to a close, you can say it, Ma. Thank you, Ma.
Thank you so much, Adam. I just want to say that the best solution is for us to speak in word and know how to sort out our problems in Nigeria. The time will begin to stop to accusing each other. It is religion, it is not this religion, this group. Because I've heard some people make comments that during the protests that the people from the East refused to join. They had their reasons for not to join. Hunger and anger is a thing that is known to man. It's not only meant for any particular set of people. So if we begin to treat our issues not on the sentiment of tribal issues or religious issues, we'll find out that Nigeria will become a better place for us. The moment we actually remove these two, religion, tribal, go far because in the past, people have been giving just
The elections were finished sometime in November, and we wrote to
sorry. People should be given equal treatment. We should come together, work out the solutions to how we can stay as an entity. Though some people are agitating that a step will go this way or we don't go this way. If it is the will of God that such a thing will take place, it will take place. But if it's not His will, that God still wants us to remain as a nation, no matter the setbacks and the problems, things will still eventually turn out to be right for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ma. I really appreciate your input. Mr. Eagles Air is up to you. Is your next. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Adama. I thought the pastor supposed to say something, but probably pastor.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you
he's a
for the.
moderator, so he's a moderator.
Okay.
He'll be last. Yes.
Please, there's something impression I want to put in our minds. There are some things that will happen in Nigeria. We leave God aside. Sorry to say this thing, because it's not God will come and elect a presidential this election for us. It's not God will come and fix our judiciary. It's not God will come and fix our hospitals. It's not God will come and build the road for us. It's we that God has given us power. He said that He has given us authority. He has given us dominion over the earth. So the earth now, God has given us dominion. He has given us the power to do the right thing and we're supposed to do at the right time. So the issue, the problem is that now, are we ready to do the right thing we're supposed to do? Are we ready to tell ourselves the truth? Are we ready to respect the right thing we're supposed to respect? Are we ready to follow the right thing we're supposed to follow? Are we ready to buy the right idea that comes for us to move forward? Are we ready to make sure that what He has given to us, we do it, handle it properly? Are we ready to say no where we're supposed to say no and say yes where we're supposed to say yes? If we are not ready for all these things, we are not ready to make our place, our environment, to be a better place. And this is what is happening in Nigeria. The elites, they are not ready to make things work out in Nigeria because all these things are working out for them. Only few people I handle everything. Nobody talk about Zamfara State too. Nobody talk about Zamfara. The gold they are removing from Zamfara State, day in, day out. Some nation, some country use it to build themselves. Till today, nobody talk about Zamfara State too. The kind of gold that is coming out from that place. Nobody give account of it. So you can find out that in terms of Zamfara State, some people are used, some politicians have used to settle themselves, and it's over. The way they use an NNPC, PLC to settle themselves. It's here that I heard that Tinubu and his family owns the refinery in Malta. Then how do you expect Tinubu, who has a refinery in Malta, to allow Dangote refinery to function so that his own business will go down? It's not possible. So who is going to probe him? That is against the law. In most of the nations, if you steal money and run to the nation will protect you and you collect the money and invest it in the country and make sure the money become viable in a country. Even no matter how tedious it is, they will say, let us handle the matter by ourselves. The highest they put it inside prison for 6 months, you come out. That all investment remains in your name. But the Nigerian issue, even when you suffer in diaspora and bring the money to invest in Nigeria, they frustrate you and frustrate the money, frustrate the country, frustrate everything, and you're left with nothing. Tell me, if it is in Angola that what is his name, Dangote build this refinery, this story will be coming out? No. Constitution of Nigeria said that domestic refinery have to get crude first before they talk about exporting. If the domestic could not get crude, no power or nobody will take crude outside. except domestic. Because domestic is very important than foreign investment or foreign sale of crude. But all these things, they close their eyes on all the constitution and look for a way to create a constitution that will favor them. Why don't they create a constitution that says that everybody in public service in Nigeria, their children will not school in abroad? Their children will not go to hospital in abroad. They will not go to hospital in abroad. Why don't they create a law that says that if the contract is given to you or the money to develop your constituency is given to you, and you do not use that work, you loot it, that this so law is going to put you in prison 1 year, 10 years, this and that. They cannot say such a thing because all of them are a victim of that. So how do you think that something will work out in Nigeria? It will not work. And let us tell ourselves the truth. The only thing that will work when we decide on our own to make sure that people within that our territory, within that our constituency, that we're going to hold them accountable, so that nobody will say that I'm fighting a Westerner. Nobody will say that I'm fighting a Northerner. I'm fighting my own person in my own state. Today I was listening to, as for me today, I was listening to international news. And the international news carried, what is it? What? Okay, First Point International News, owned by an India company. They were saying the news concerning how Chinese company sees presidential jet. It's not a shame. Presidential jet of a Federal Republic of Nigeria, giant of Africa. A company, not a country, a company in a country sees it. What else remains in Nigeria? One day we find out that one company in China will come and say that they have seized Nigeria. Nigeria is owing them. So that's the problem. So I don't know. The problem Nigeria have no solution. The only solution is that let everyone try to make sure they hold the people within their constituency accountable, or do your best. If God bless you much and you have the opportunity to make sure that you secure a good thing, a good water for your community, you'll be able to put electricity for your community, or you'll be able to put solar energy electricity for your community, or you'll be able to join hands with somebody and build a hospital or clinic for your community, and they will benefit from it. That's the only thing, something I work off Nigeria. The government will not look into it because their 1 naira is not there. So they are no longer to disturb you. So that's the only thing that Nigeria will work. But for now, I don't know. The future of Nigeria now is in the time bomb. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question, Ibisco?
Yeah, ask me.
How do you hold somebody you did not elect accountable? Somebody that was rigged into power?
Thank you for the question. One, how you're going to hold them accountable is that in your own constituency where they are, they will come out to a campaign. And when they start a campaign, people will say no, because it's from a community. People of that community will say no. That, my dear, they gave you money, and in the morning you don't see the money. People will say that no, this one will not work, or this one. Everybody began to see where everybody began to agitating, saying no, it will not work, fighting against it. Even when he want to enter his community, yes. So who is their politician that want to enter his community? They block road. They will not enter. They just block the whole road, saying that he will not enter this community. Even when he has a barrier to do, they mesmerize everything. They said that it's disappointed to them. That, you see, in Igbo adage, you said that the killing of a wedding man is better than what? Than exposing him publicly.
When did that thing happen?
Many years ago. It's not something of more than 6 or 7 years ago.
I hope it's not the one that used to happen some years back, where another opposition politician will sponsor thugs to prevent a particular political office holder based in Abuja not to come back to the state because they want to wither his influence. Why I'm saying
No.
is this. Like, for instance, in your state, where Abuja gave somebody governorship, and you are accountable to people that gave you power, how do you begin to hold such person accountable? Because those things works better where people power actually exists, where people are citizens, and the citizens
I
don't
understand
up
where you
to
are
power,
coming from.
you know. Because where those things happens, naturally, even when there is silence, the politician knows that he's still going to go face these people after 4 years, you know. But we know that with the off-cycle elections that happened in Nigeria, that was the Imo, the Bayelsa, and the Kogi state, that it was a child's play. And that if those things is going to be the template that will play itself in the next off-cycle elections that happen in Edo and is it Ondo, that is a bad template. And Nigeria is going deeper. So it's always easier to say hold your people, your representative accountable. Are they actually your representative? Are they representing themselves? I think it's beyond the semantics. It's beyond that ordinary nuances of holding them accountable. It takes more than that. Something gotta give. There's something higher that should happen, because those people know, they within them they are convinced that they are not accountable to you. If they are, they wouldn't be doing the way they wouldn't live the way they live. They know they are not accountable to you. You know, I know my brother, pastor, have always talked about recalling legislatures, but I don't know in the history of Nigeria, at least this Fourth Republic, if there's any legislature, a senator or House of Rep member that have ever been recalled, and it says a lot. You know, it shows you how the people that wrote the Constitution, how difficult they made it, and because they wrote it for themselves. So those things are always easier to say, but in practice, it takes a lot.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank every one of you, particularly. I'd like to thank Adama for our moderation or moderating it. It's been you've been a breath of fresh air on this platform, and you've brought yourself on top. You brought some life into this platform, and whether people like it or not, they will accept change. Some people don't like change. They want to remain in that same place they are. So again, I'd like to thank those who are on the platform, on the comment section, those who have super chatted. Dr. Alexandra Gomez, thank you very much for your super chat. One man went to more. Also, thank you for your super chat. Topel, our own Topel, thank you for your super chat as well. To Dan Anthony, your super chat is also acknowledged and appreciated. Everyone in the comment section, again, I'd like to thank you all for being part of the panelists that came in. I would like to thank you all for your contribution. So as we come to bring this show to an end, thank you very much, and have a lovely night and have a lovely week ahead. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't ask your son, ask your daughter how to, just one click. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, my people. LEMFI, the International Money Transfer Service, is here to provide you with a simple and efficient money transfer experience with no fees and the best rate in the industry. If you are in the US, UK, and Canada, LEMFI is here to serve you and help you transfer money to over 21 countries. In all ramifications, they are better than their competitors. We at the Dr. Damages Show are happy to partner with them to satisfy your needs. To that end, anyone who signs up with them using the referral code DOCTOR will get $30 cash back the first time you send $100 or more. From now until July 10th, 2024, LEMFI will enter your name into a raffle draw where you can win an iPhone, Apple Watch, MacBook, gift cards, and others. For an icing on the cake, the first 20 people to use Dr. Damages code DOCTOR will get a signed copy of one of his books, This American Life Safe, or Chimamanda, The Adventures of Little Mermaid's African Cousin.
Bound in freedom, peace, and unity. Hey, that's so. Arise, oh compatriots, Nigeria call obey to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, in freedom, in freedom, peace and unity. Arise, my people, arise, my bound in freedom, peace and unity. Hey, that's so. compatriots. Nigeria call obey to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound.